Inside a stone hall, under the light of a grand window, a verdict is read. A young man named Kiska, the defendant, kneels with his hands bound behind his back. A high-ranking cleric announces his sentence. He will be thrown into the Katarov dungeon. His eyes widen in terror as he protests his innocence, shouting that the accusation is false. The elderly cleric, unmoved, coldly dismisses his pleas as nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the cleric orders the guards to take him away. From the crowd, a muscular young man named Darga and his cronies watch with smug satisfaction. As armored hands seize him, Kiska screams desperately that he is being framed. His thoughts drift back to his home, Katarov village, the place where he was born and raised. It is a quaint town of timber-framed houses and cobblestone streets. He recalls that the village is always crowded because it is home to a formidable S-rank dungeon, also named Katarov, which draws countless adventurers seeking to conquer it. Amidst all the adventurers and excitement, his own life was much simpler. He worked as a farmer. He remembers sitting by his field, looking upon the ruined crops with a heavy heart. It was all destroyed. The memory of the confrontation that followed is still fresh. He had approached Darga, the son of the village head. Darga mockingly mentioned hearing about his poor harvest, and in that moment, Kiska realized with dawning horror that Darga was the one who had wrecked his field. He had tried to apologize, a conditioned response to avoid more trouble. But Darga explained the cruel reality. In this country, people with silver hair are called alks and are always bullied. It was because long ago, a human alk betrayed their own kind to help demons. Darga's words were followed by a swift punch. Kiska remembers the constant beatings and the destruction of his fields. He had no other choice but to endure it again and again. He walks through the village streets, fresh bruises marking his face. A kind voice calls out, and he turns to see Namia, her expression one of gentle concern. She asks if Darga has been bullying him again. Seeing his injuries, she offers to treat them, suggesting they find a place to sit. Kiska, his face a mixture of pain and gratitude, quietly agrees. They settle on a small stone bridge overlooking the village. He reflects that Namia is his neighbor, his childhood friend, and the only person who is truly close to him. As she finishes applying a bandage to his cheek, he thanks her. She then asks him directly why the other villagers dislike him. He turns away, his expression somber, and explains that it's because of his silver hair, which he believes is disgusting. She immediately refutes his self-loathing, telling him that she personally thinks his hair is cool. The unexpected compliment leaves him wide-eyed and speechless. He considers that while his hair seems to bring him nothing but misfortune, Namia accepts him unconditionally. Her voice cuts through his thoughts as she calls his name, drawing his full attention. As they sit side by side, she looks away from him and delivers a shocking piece of news with a quiet, serious tone. She is going to marry Darga. The words strike Kiska with the force of a physical blow. His eyes widen in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. He turns to look at her, but her face is obscured by shadow, her expression unreadable. He can only lower his head, a cold sweat forming as he tries to comprehend what he just heard. He forces a strained, painful smile and manages to utter his congratulations. Seeing his reaction, Namia's own eyes widen in alarm. She asks him if he is truly okay with her decision. Her concern deepens as she looks at him with pity. She tells him that she doesn't think he should stay in a village where everyone bullies him, warning that if he remains, he will eventually be broken by the abuse. His hand clenches into a fist on his knee. With anguish in his voice, he asks what other choice he has, crying out that this village is the only place he can stay. In response to his despair, Namia takes his hands, her gaze intense and unwavering. She calls his name, and then makes an astonishing proposal. She wants them to elope. The suggestion leaves Kiska utterly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He listened, still processing her proposal, as Namia urgently explained her plan. She revealed she had savings at her house, enough for them to live on, and insisted they could run away from the village together. When he asked if she was truly sure, she affirmed it without hesitation. Her expression then turned to one of anguish as she confessed her true feelings, declaring that she did not want to marry a man like Darga. Hearing her desperate plea, he could only whisper her name in understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they sealed their pact with a kiss. She professed her love for him, and he returned the sentiment, his voice filled with emotion. Later that night, under the light of a full moon, he arrived at a small, rustic house on the outskirts of the village, carrying a sack filled with his belongings. With each determined step, he solidified his resolve. Tonight, he and Namia would finally leave this village behind. He broke into a run, a smile of pure hope spreading across his bruised face. He truly believed his dark days were over as he raced towards their meeting point. His hopeful sprint came to an abrupt halt as a scream pierced the night air, Namia's voice, crying out for someone to stop. Panic seized him, and he burst through the door of the house without a second thought, shouting her name. He froze in the doorway, his eyes widening in horror. Before him, Namia was on a bed, surrounded by a shirtless Darga and his two cronies, who were in the process of assaulting her. The commotion drew their attention. Darga turned, his expression hardening with contempt as he spotted the intruder. He sneered, addressing him as Silver Hair and demanding to know why he was there. His shock gave way to a cold, quiet fury. Ignoring the question, he stared directly at Darga and uttered a single, chilling command. Move. He roars at Darga, his voice filled with rage as he demands they hurry up and move. The larger man clicks his tongue in annoyance, muttering about Kiska's audacity. In response to the defiance, Darga drives a powerful fist into Kiska's gut. The smaller boy doubles over with a grunt of pain as one of Darga's cronies moves in from behind. The gang swarms him, their fists and knees finding their marks. As they hold him down, Darga looms over him, questioning his presence. From the side, Namia cries out for them to stop, begging for help. Darga ignores her pleas, his attention fixed on the beaten Kiska. With a twisted expression, he reveals that Namia is his fiancée, then mockingly asks why Kiska would come here at this time. His cronies smirk in the background. As Kiska struggles to process the shocking revelation, Darga's cronies restrain his arms. A cruel grin spreads across Darga's face as he takes hold of Kiska's left hand, his grip firm and menacing. With a sickening crack, he snaps Kiska's fingers backward. The sheer, unexpected brutality of the act leaves Kiska wide-eyed with agony and disbelief. The sound of breaking bone makes Namia gasp in horror, her hands flying to her mouth. Darga, however, throws his head back and laughs maniacally. He then points a finger at Kiska's other hand, signaling his intent to break that one as well. Desperate to prevent further harm, Namia cries out for them to stop. She offers to tell them the truth, pleading that they will cease their assault on Kiska once she does. Hearing her offer, Kiska struggles against his captors, shouting for Namia not to say anything. Darga immediately roars for him to shut his trap. He continues to plead with her, his voice filled with desperation. Namia, don't tell them. But Namia, with tears in her eyes, seems determined to speak, ignoring his desperate cries. He felt his consciousness slipping away from the relentless blows. Through the haze of pain, he heard Namia's voice, filled with anguish. She confessed to Darga that she had revealed their plan. The admission hung in the air, met by Darga's simmering rage and the leering faces of his followers. As darkness threatened to consume him completely, the last thing he perceived was Namia's tear-streaked face as she called out his name. Her voice seemed to echo from a great distance, and for a fleeting moment, an image of her smiling under a starry sky filled his mind. With the last of his strength, he whispered her name before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a quiet village, the young man, known as Kiska, reflects on the charges leveled against him. He is accused of being a sinner, of infiltrating a home during the parents' absence, and committing the heinous acts of rape and murder. Based on these accusations, he is led away by 2 armored guards. A high-ranking priest, standing before a large, glowing teleportation circle etched into the stone, pronounces his sentence. Kiska will be sent to Katarov dungeon. His mind flashes back to the truth of what happened. Namia had died. After learning the truth of some matter, Darga had flown into a rage and killed her. Then, all of Darga's actions were pinned on him. In the present, the priest looks down on him and asks if he has any last words. He remains silent, knowing it is hopeless. He understands that anything he might say would be rendered useless by the false testimony of Darga, his 2 followers, and a village head. Seeing his silence, the priest declares that the execution will now commence. The priest gives the order to cut the rope, and a guard complies. From the crowd, Darga and his cronies mock the proceedings, noting that Kiska will end up dead anyway. A horrifying realization dawns on Kiska. No one who has used this teleport has ever returned. This sentence is no different from death. As the teleportation circle activates, a powerful energy surges around him, lifting him from the ground. He lets out a scream of pure terror as his body is violently pulled into the swirling vortex of light. His face twists into a mask of anguish and fury. Tears stream from his tightly shut eyes as a single, overwhelming emotion consumes his entire being. Hate. He remembers how Darga killed Namia, and how the village head and the public refused to listen to his side of the story. The feeling intensifies, erupting into a final, silent scream that echoes in his mind. He hates them all. The violent journey ends as he is unceremoniously dropped onto a cold, hard stone floor. Pushing himself up, his rage gives way to shocked disbelief as he gazes down a long, foreboding, and seemingly endless corridor. He stands, taking in his new surroundings. A chilling realization washes over him. This is Katarov dungeon, the S-rank dungeon. He stands frozen in the cold stone corridor, sweat beading on his brow. A deep, guttural roar echoes from the darkness ahead, and he realizes with a jolt of terror that something is coming. The source of the roar steps into view. A hulking, rank, a bugbear. The creature's sheer size and menacing presence drain the color from his face, leaving him paralyzed with fear. His mind races, recalling tales from seasoned adventurers who spoke of the bugbear with dread. They had warned that once you meet this monster, you can never go home. The beast charges, its heavy footfalls shaking the corridor, and raises a massive fist to strike. The blow misses, shattering the stone wall beside his head. He collapses, the raw power of the attack confirming his fate, death. With tears streaming down his face, he screams into the empty dungeon, pleading for anyone to help him. As he despairs, a slender shadow materializes in the corridor. A calm voice cuts through his panic. asking if he truly desires help. Looking up in disbelief, he sees the silhouette of a woman. Hope surges through him, and he pleads again, begging for her assistance. Her eyes narrow with decision as she agrees. Stepping forward, her identity is revealed to be that of a gracefully armored woman. With a reassuring smile, she reaches out to him, explaining that in that case, she will grant him skill. As she speaks, her outstretched hand erupts in a blinding flash of white light. The light coalesces into a profound understanding within his mind, informing him that he has received a new skill: save and reset. Before he can process this strange gift, reality snaps back into focus. The bugbear's fist is once again plummeting towards him, and he cries out in confusion and alarm. His cry is cut short as the monster's fist makes impact, the force crushing him against the stone floor. His teeth grit in a final moment of agony. His world exploded in a flash of pain as the bugbear's spiked fist slammed into his face. The single, devastating punch sent him flying backward, his body ragdolling through the air. He landed in a heap on the cold stone floor, unmoving. The bugbear loomed over the still form, its grim work complete. Kiska was dead, but then consciousness returned. He slowly pushed himself up from the ground, a gasp escaping his lips as his eyes shot open in disbelief. A single thought echoed in his mind: he should be dead. He frantically checked his body, his hands trembling as he touched his chest, finding no fatal wound. Why am I still alive? He wondered in sheer astonishment. Kiska's life flashed before his eyes. He recalled being born in Katarov village, where he was always discriminated against and bullied by Darga and his cronies. Their cruelty culminated in them throwing him into an enclosure with a monstrous bugbear. This, he remembered, was how he ended up broken on the stone floor. But instead of the stillness of death, he found himself on his hands and knees, looking up with wide, confused eyes from the cold stone. He touched his face in disbelief, a single question echoing in his mind. Was he still alive? The memory was vivid. The bugbear had just punched him. He was supposed to be dead. He couldn't understand why he was still breathing. As if in answer, the hulking bugbear loomed over him once more, its brutish face contorted in a snarl. Its massive fist swung down, striking Kiska's head with sickening force. The impact was absolute. He was hit again, and he died, and yet he was alive. Again, his eyes shot open in terror and confusion. He realized he had come back to life, questioning the impossible reality of having just been struck by the bugbear. The scene reset itself with horrifying fidelity. The bugbear stood over him, its fist raised, and delivered the exact same fatal blow. Again, the world shattered into pain and darkness. As his life faded, he could only wonder what was happening. Then, consciousness returned. Again, he came back to life, the strangeness of the situation beginning to dawn on him. He'd just been hit, yet here he was unharmed. The bugbear's fist descended for a third time. But why was he still here? The memory of death flashed, and with a gasp of horrified realization, he understood. Again, he had come back to life. He recoils from the bugbear's mace, a horrifying realization dawning on him. It's not that he's coming back to life. Every time he dies, he returns to a single moment just before the fatal blow. He collapses, understanding that this is the skill the mysterious girl gave him: save and reset. The implication is crushing. He is doomed to be killed over and over again. His terror erupts in a scream. He doesn't want this fate. He tries to scramble away, but the monster's clawed hand closes over his face. He knows that even if he runs, he will still die. The futility of his struggle becomes clear. Whether he dodges left or right, he is tossed and crushed. Again and again, he keeps dying. His spirit finally breaks. Lost in the darkness of his despair, he can't stand it anymore. He silently begs for anyone to grant him a true, final death. But then, panting against a wall, a new thought strikes him with the force of a revelation. If he dies for good, he won't feel this pain anymore. The idea seems like a genuine escape. This realization presents a new possibility. He thinks that if he can turn off the skill, he could be free from this hell. A status screen materializes before him, listing Skill 1, Save and Reset. He wonders how to deactivate it, his finger hovering over the interface. As he touches the status bar, memories flood his mind. Namia's gentle smile, Darga who killed her, the villagers who tricked him. The thought that all his hatred and purpose would simply disappear with his death fills him with rage. He screams in defiance. His resolve hardens. He will not accept an easy end. Roaring a curse, he turns to face the bugbear and, with a surge of adrenaline, catches the monster's descending fist. He moves without thinking, attacking the bugbear head-on. He manages to evade the first strike, a small victory, but the second attack connects, killing him again. Even with his newfound will, he still died. He has lost count of how many times he has died, perhaps more than 100. The knowledge gained from these deaths is now instinct. When the bugbear swings its massive right arm, he already knows to squat, letting the blow whistle harmlessly over his head. The monster immediately follows with its left arm, expecting to crush him, but he is already in motion. With a confident smirk, he rolls to the right, slipping behind the creature's back and out of its reach. He reminds himself to remain calm and bait an attack, not to escape too quickly. It is a hard-won lesson, the fruit of dying more than 100 times. As the bugbear turns, he dodges to the right once more, perfectly timing his movement. Seeing his opening, he drives his fist into the bugbear's face. The attack is a success, but he knows his strength is too meager to cause real damage. Still, it is enough to create the escape opportunity he needs. With the beast momentarily stunned, he leaps away. He calculates that he has 25 seconds before it recovers. In that brief window, he must find something, anything, to change his situation, knowing that dungeons often hold hidden treasures. His frantic search of the immediate area reveals nothing. Cursing, he spots a corridor he has never ventured down before and sprints toward it without a second thought. As he runs down the new path, the stone floor suddenly gives way beneath his feet. He cries out in surprise as he plummets into darkness. His fall ends abruptly in a pit of sharpened spikes. He has found a trap, and with that realization, he dies once more. After resetting, he reflects on his progress. He has attempted this around 200 times now. His repeated battles against the bugbear have honed his movements, making him faster. He has learned that by attacking its eyes, he can secure about 35 seconds of freedom, but he knows his limits. The path ahead is riddled with traps, and he can only advance so far before the bugbear is upon him again. He stands before the beast once more, facing the invisible line he cannot yet cross. He steeled his resolve, declaring himself ready. With a powerful leap, he vaulted across the chasm, leaving the respawned bugbear behind. His landing, however, was not on solid ground. For a horrifying instant, he found himself impaled on a bed of spikes. But through countless repetitions, he had learned the path. With a sigh of relief, he stood safely on the other side, having finally succeeded. Having conquered the spike pit, he turned his attention to a long, dark corridor ahead. He grimly recalled the countless times he had been impaled, but now, the way to the hidden room was open. He began to crawl forward through the tight passage. A faint light beckoned from the far end, and he pushed onward, his expression a mixture of caution and anticipation. Reaching the end of the tunnel, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a hidden chamber, and in its center, a treasure chest on a pedestal. He had found it. He wasted no time, eagerly opening the treasure chest. Inside, nestled on the velvet lining, was a magnificent ring set with a large, shimmering gem. A notification confirmed his acquisition. The Crystal of Wisdom, its effect to be revealed upon use. Upon activating the crystal, a vast list materialized before him, detailing skills of incredible power, ranked from D all the way to S. He stared in awe, realizing he had been granted the chance to choose a single new ability. Faced with such a momentous decision, he began to weigh his options, knowing he could only select one. His gaze fell upon the A-rank skills. Healing or elemental magic seemed optimal, but he quickly reconsidered, reasoning that he would first need foundational abilities like swordsmanship or mana generation to make proper use of them. With the A-rank skills ruled out, as he lacked any weapons for the combat abilities, his attention turned to the S-rank options. The possibility of choosing acceleration for a swift escape crossed his mind. However, another skill seemed more suited for pure survival. He made his decision, selecting stealth. As soon as he confirmed his choice, a notification announced that he had acquired this stealth skill. A surge of new potential flowed through him. At that moment, an exit materialized in the wall, but his relief was short-lived. Looking down, he realized with horror that the floor around him was now covered in glowing magical circles. He was surrounded. He found himself no longer in the treasure room, but in a stone chamber filled with a horde of hulking bugbears. The monstrous creatures, clad in crude armor, surrounded him completely, their massive fists raised in a show of overwhelming force. With a collective, guttural roar, the monsters lunged. One of the bugbears, its face a mask of fury, swung its armored fist downward in a devastating blow. The overwhelming assault was swift and brutal. His body lay broken on the floor, surrounded by the victorious monsters. After that, he was killed by a bugbear. Again, Kiska's eyes widen in terror as he remembers his fate. In a room guarded by 10 bugbears, he was beaten to death before he could reach the treasure chest. He finds himself kneeling at the entrance to that very same room, facing a single, hulking bugbear. The dreadful realization hits him. He has to start from here again. Somehow, he manages to survive the encounter. Leaning against the table for support, he catches his breath, relieved to have made it through another loop. His survival steels his resolve. The next day, he knows exactly which skill he needs to acquire next. His gaze falls upon a specific S-rank ability on a list, convinced it is the one he needs. He recalls his previous attempts. After dying over 200 times, he had finally obtained the S-rank skill Stealth, but it was useless against 10 bugbears. Now, however, he has chosen Acceleration. With this new power, he perceives the monster's movements in slow motion. Certain this will be the key to victory. He puts the skill to the test, lunging forward with blinding speed to deliver a powerful strike against the bugbear's head. A brief moment of triumph flashes across his face, believing he has succeeded. But his expression quickly turns to horror as he looks down at his own hand, now shattered and bleeding from the impact. The painful truth dawns on him. His hand is broken. The force generated by the acceleration skill was too much for his body to handle. Helpless, he is once again swarmed by the monstrous creatures. In a disorienting flash, he finds himself back at the dungeon entrance. He is whole again, but the fresh memory of his gruesome failure sends a shiver of dread through him. He looks up, and, just as he suspected, the same hulking bugbear stands before him, letting out a ferocious roar. He is right back where he started, trapped once more. He believed he was making great progress. If he could just use acceleration to evade the bugbear's offense, he reasoned, countless opportunities to strike back would present themselves. He imagined acquiring the skill again and storming the room, but his hope was cut short. The creature's massive hand clamped around his head, and his attack went wide, a complete miss. His vision faded, only to clear again as he found himself back in the antechamber. Panting, he stared at the treasure chest, acknowledging his return to this room. His total attempt count had now reached approximately 225. He leaned against the pedestal, exhausted. The simple act of getting back to this point was draining. He admitted to himself that he had already suffered 5 more deaths just from letting his guard down. The thought of once again acquiring the acceleration skill filled him with a weary resolve. Beyond the threshold, his adversaries waited, their guttural roars echoing through the stone corridors. Stealing his resolve, he prepared to engage. With a determined cry, he activated acceleration and charged forward, initiating combat once more. But something was terribly wrong. A look of dawning horror crossed his face as he realized the skill wasn't working. The bugbears swarmed him, their powerful arms seizing him before he could react. This was now his 300th attempt. He was trapped in a cycle of futility. He reflected on his strategy. Ever since choosing acceleration, he had been dying repeatedly. He tried everything he could think of, using his speed to aim for their eyes, only for them to endure the pain and strike back. He even managed to get behind one to strangle it, but the others would simply overwhelm and kill him. As a bugbear held him fast, a chilling fear gripped him. A terrible thought surfaced, one he had been avoiding. What if, even with S-rank skills, he was incapable of defeating even a single one of these creatures? The horrifying realization paralyzed him as the pack closed in, their snarling faces a wall of fur and teeth. One of the brutes loomed over him, raising its massive fist for a final, crushing blow. Crushed to the ground, his body broken once again, he stared up at the monster standing over him. A final, grim conclusion settled in his mind after 300 attempts. He could not defeat them with acceleration. He stared at the list of skills, sweat beading on his brow. After 300 failures, the path forward remained unclear, and the weight of his repeated deaths pressed down on him. As he hesitated, the shadow of a bugbear fell over him. He knew that the moment he respawned, the first monster would attack him instantly. If he didn't do something, he would be killed again. Yet, he couldn't even summon the courage to press the skill icon. His paralysis was broken by a flood of memories. He saw Namia's gentle smile, a painful reminder of what he had lost. Then his own face, twisted in the despair of realizing there was no way out. Finally, the sneering visage of Darga appeared, tauntingly asking if he was going to come back to life. The sequence culminated in a single, overwhelming feeling. Hatred. That hatred erupted. He slammed his fist down, a silent scream of rage echoing in his mind. He hated him. He hated him so much. He realized that if it wasn't for this burning hatred, he would have given up long ago. Clinging to that rage, a new resolve hardened his features. He vowed to escape this dungeon and take revenge with his own hands. With newfound determination, his finger moved towards a new skill, body strengthening. He would do it. With his new path set, he stood once more before the pack of snarling bugbears. The air crackled with menace as the creatures prepared to tear him apart again. He met their snarling faces not with fear, but with a declaration. From that moment on, he would dedicate himself to a new strategy. And so began a new cycle. Around his 420th attempt, he started his plan, acquired taijutsu, then body strengthening, and finally physical strengthening. With every attempt, with every death, he continued to explore how each skill worked against the bugbears. The grueling process yielded results. He now sat casually atop a bugbear's shoulders, a smirk on his face. He confirmed his theory. Physical strengthening was incredibly effective, greatly improving his attack, defense, and jumping power, all of which enhanced his balance. His newfound power was undeniable. Yet as he knelt over a defeated creature, he clarified his focus. This monster, this bugbear C as he lazily named it, was not his true opponent. His eyes were set on his next target. He vaults over the first creature, his eyes already locked on his true target. The beast below looks up in stunned confusion, its simple mind unable to process the swift maneuver. With a powerful downward kick, he strikes the bugbear, declaring it his chosen foe. A confirmation appears in his vision. Another monster eliminated, another skill point acquired. He lands, a look of dawning realization on his face. For the very first time, he has defeated a bugbear. A status screen materializes, showing his current skill points and confirming that physical strengthening has advanced to level 2. The possibility of further enhancement sparks a new determination within him. This newfound power fuels his confidence. He reasons that by repeatedly defeating the bugbears and leveling up his physical skills, he could eventually overcome all 10 of them. The path forward seems clear, though the system indicates the next level requires a daunting 100 skill points. His optimism shatters as he processes the numbers. A nearby bugbear seems to mock his ambition, clarifying that at 12 skill points per kill, he would need to defeat nearly every monster in the room just to reach the next level. The weight of this realization crushes him. Surrounded by the hulking creatures, he understands that his plan is impossible. The path he saw so clearly just moments ago has vanished. Before he can formulate a new strategy, a massive fist connects, the impact brutal and decisive. As his body is thrown aside, a final thought crystallizes. Without leveling up his skills, he stands no chance against them. And so, he finds himself back at the beginning, standing before the glowing terminal. The counter marking an attempt number around 510, his composure finally breaks. He cries out in despair, overwhelmed by the endless cycle. His anguish turns to rage. Tears stream down his face as he screams, cursing Darga's name, blaming him for trapping him in this inescapable nightmare. He collapses, repeatedly questioning the cruelty of his fate. But through the despair, a new resolve hardens his features. He rises, his voice low but filled with venom. He makes a solemn vow to not only escape the dungeon, but to exact his revenge on every villager who betrayed him. He had nearly given up all hope of ever escaping the dungeon, his mind sinking into despair under the weight of endless pain and exhaustion. A flicker of something new, however, began to stir within him. As if in response to his shift in mindset, a notification materialized before him, announcing the acquisition of a new skill, Provoke. He realized it was an accident, something he hadn't been paying attention to while lost in his thoughts. He scoffed at the new ability, dismissing it as useless. With a sense of grim resignation, he decided to simply die quickly in this run and move on to the next attempt. His path was immediately blocked by a trio of hulking bugbears. Seeing the opportunity, he reconsidered his plan to die immediately. Since it was just a trial run, he figured he might as well test a new skill. He casually gestured to the monsters, calling out a simple insult to get their attention. The effect was immediate. The armored bugbear's face contorted with fury. His taunt worked far better than expected. The creature roared, its rage overriding all else as it blindly charged straight for him, shattering a stone column in its path. Kiska could only stare in disbelief at the raw, focused aggression he had unleashed. He quickly adapted, turning his attention to the other two bugbears that had been left behind. With another simple taunt, he drew their focus, pulling their aggression onto himself as well. He watched as the two newly provoked monsters charged, crashing directly into their frenzied ally. The three beasts became a tangled, roaring mess of limbs and fury. A quiet chuckle escaped him, which slowly grew into a full-blown laugh as he observed the chaos he had orchestrated. His laughter became unhinged, a wild release of pent-up frustration. He questioned everything, wondering aloud if all his previous struggles, all his countless deaths, had been for nothing when such a simple, overlooked skill held this much power. His manic laughter subsided, replaced by a cold, simmering rage. The realization that he could have been using this power all along infuriated him. With a newfound, dark determination, he declared his intent to use this very skill to utterly crush his enemies. He stood amidst the horde of snarling bugbears, his mind clear as the fog of despair lifted. The monsters closed in a wall of fur and muscle, their growls filling the stone chamber. Instead of fear, a wild, confident grin spread across his face. He beckoned them forward, his voice ringing with newfound arrogance as he challenged them to finish it, dismissing the powerful beasts as mere small fry. His taunt struck their simple minds like a match. Consumed by a blind rage, the bugbears began to lash out indiscriminately, their massive clubs striking each other. Kiska darted through the chaos, skillfully redirecting their fury with a simple wave and a call, pulling their aggression this way and that. Moments later, the cacophony died down. The stone floor was littered with the fallen bodies of the monsters, victims of their own frenzied attack. He stood untouched in the center of the room, calmly assessing the carnage and noting that only two remained. The remaining two beasts, still under his influence, ignored him completely. With guttural roars, they turned their full might upon one another, their heavy weapons clashing in a brutal, final exchange. Their weapons found their marks. In a final, gruesome spray of blood, the last of the monsters fell. Splattered with their gore, he watched them collapse, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he clenched his fist, a silent confirmation of his victory. He threw his head back and let out a triumphant roar, his voice echoing in the now silent chamber. Standing atop the vanquished foe, he savored the moment. It had taken him around 510 attempts, but he had finally, definitively, conquered the treasure room and its 10 bugbear guardians. After defeating 10 bugbears, an exit materialized. Kiska fled through it, only to be met with a new horror. A headless, flaming creature resembling a mule charged after him, forcing him to run for his life in a state of sheer panic. He reached a dead end and slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. The exit had led him to a new level of the dungeon, but the monstrous mule remained a threatening presence down the corridor. He took a moment to collect his thoughts. This new monster, a headless mule, had already killed him 10 times. However, he had managed to get lucky once, and his respawn point was now updated to this very room. The realization that he no longer had to face the bugbears again brought a small measure of relief, lightening the weight on his heart. Having recovered slightly, he began to explore the new area, noting he hadn't been this way before. He turned a corner and stopped abruptly. Before him lay a chamber containing 3 large, intricate circles etched into the floor. He recognized them immediately, teleportation circles. He assessed the situation. There were 3 of them, and to continue forward, he would likely have to choose one. The uncertainty of the choice was clear on his face. His apprehension gave way to a wry smile. He reasoned that all he had to do was step into the middle of one. There was no need to overthink it or worry about the consequences. His resolve hardened as he remembered his unique advantage. If he chose wrong, it didn't matter. He could always just die and respawn. With a determined expression, he stepped firmly onto the central teleportation circle, bracing himself for whatever lay ahead. In a flash of light, he was transported to a long, torch-lit stone corridor. Seeing only one way forward, he resolved to keep going. As he peered down the long hall, his eyes widened at the sight awaiting him at the far end. He stared in utter disbelief. There, suspended within a large, transparent cylinder, was the armored woman he had met before. She was unconscious, bound by heavy chains that snaked around her body. He stared, a realization dawning on him. This woman, bound and seemingly unconscious, was the one who had granted him his skill. As he stepped closer, he noticed a faint shimmer in the air around her. He reached out a hand, realizing it was some kind of barrier. The moment his fingers made contact, the barrier shattered violently. The chains restraining the woman snapped apart with a sharp clang. He recoiled in shock, bewildered that a simple touch could have such an effect. Freed from her restraints, she slumped forward. He lunged, catching her before she hit the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently as her eyes fluttered open. She looked up at him, a faint smile on her lips, and explained that he must have been the one to awaken her. Alk, still supporting her, pressed for answers, asking who she was and confirming that she had granted him his power. She introduced herself as Ajiha Tsubaki, revealing that she was an ex-hero who had been sealed in this place. He repeated her name, Ajiha, still trying to comprehend her claim of being a sealed ex-hero. She then asked for his name in return. He introduced himself as Kiska. She complimented his name before making a strange request, asking him to lean down closer. Without another word, she leaned in and kissed him, her gloved hand gently cupping his jaw. He stumbled back, his face flushed with shock and confusion, demanding to know what she was doing. She explained calmly that she had simply wanted to thank him, then innocently asked if he hadn't liked it. Kiska, still reeling, stammered that he didn't understand what was happening. Changing the subject abruptly, she looked at him with a bright expression and asked if he wanted to escape the dungeon. He stared back, completely bewildered by her actions and her sudden proposal. He confirms her assumption, stating with resolve that he is definitely planning to escape. In response, Ajiha smiles knowingly and takes his hand, a silent agreement passing between them. She immediately pulls him into a run, promising to get him out of the dungeon as they race down the torch-lit stone corridor. As they proceed, a headless mule monster blocks their path, but she dispatches it in an instant, its severed parts flying through the air. Turning back to a stunned Alk, she asks with a confident smile if he thinks she's strong. He readily agrees, a small laugh escaping him. The thought solidifies in his mind. Ajiha is clearly powerful, and sticking with her might be his only chance. His train of thought is interrupted as she makes the monster's remains vanish into thin air. He asks what she just did, and she explains it's a convenient skill called Item Box, which allows her to store items for later. Alk recognizes the name, and she confirms it's an S-rank ability, noting that her magic collection is now complete. As they continue walking, he asks about their destination. She reveals their path is blocked by the dungeon's mini-boss, and they must defeat it to proceed. Alk is taken aback by her intention to fight it, but she turns to him, her expression serious. She reminds him that if it weren't for him, she would still be sealed away. With that, she announces their arrival at a large, reinforced door. Drawing her sword, she turns to face him directly, her gaze unwavering. She addresses him by name, Kiska, and makes a solemn vow, "I'll fight for you." He seems moved by her declaration, touching his nose with a slight smile. He tells her that since she's the reason he survived this long, he considers them even. His response earns a light laugh from her. As the heavy doors creak open, she peers into the chamber beyond, sensing the presence within. "I think that's it," she says. Before them stands an immense figure constructed of stacked stone blocks, an S-rank golem, its face a mask of silent fury with glowing eyes. He stares up in disbelief, his voice trembling as he gasps at its sheer scale. The creature is enormous, easily 10 meters tall, dwarfing them completely. He watches as the colossal stone golem lumbers forward. Ajiha immediately steps in front of him, sword at the ready, ordering him to get behind her for safety. He acknowledges her command, but, with a bead of sweat on his brow, tells her not to worry. Before he can say more, she launches herself into the air, sword held high, and declares that she will protect him. With incredible speed, she brings her blade down, shattering the golem's stone ankle. Alk can only watch in awe, stunned by her power. The blow, however, only momentarily halts the creature's advance. The golem's immense strength is apparent as it presses its attack, but Uchiha stands firm, holding her ground against the giant. Alk marvels at her ability to contend with such a powerful monster. Despite her resolve, the sheer force of the golem's assault begins to push her back. Her foot slips on a loose rock, and for a moment, she seems off balance. Still, a look of determination crosses her face as she calculates that at this rate, she can secure victory. Her confidence is short-lived. The golem's massive stone fist descends with crushing force. Though she raises her sword to guard, the impact is too great, sending her flying backward through the air. Al cries out her name in alarm as she realizes the situation has turned dire. Seeing her in peril, he decides he cannot stand by. He shouts at the golem, deliberately provoking it to draw its attention. As the creature turns its stony gaze towards him, Uchiha, still reeling from the blow, cries out for him to stop. Her warning comes too late. The golem swings its massive arm, swatting him with contemptuous ease and sending him crashing through a stone doorway. Uchiha can only watch, her eyes wide with horror. She stares at the rubble where he disappeared, whispering his name in disbelief. As the golem looms over the wreckage, a new entity materializes behind her, a tall, powerfully built figure, dark as shadow. The dark being speaks, its voice echoing Alk's own, apologizing. Tears stream down Uchiha's face as she laments her failure, sobbing that she had promised to protect him. From the dust and debris, his voice continues, full of confidence. He emerges from a hole in the wall, a determined grin on his face, explaining that dodging is the one thing he excels at, a skill he honed constantly during their earlier battle with the bugbears. He shouts to Uchiha, pointing out that the golem's arm is now stuck fast in the wall. Seeing their chance, he urges her to act now. Her eyes widen in understanding as she calls out his name, Kiska. Responding to his call, her expression hardens with resolve. She leaps high into the air, positioning herself directly above the immobilized golem, and prepares to unleash a sacred sword technique. With a powerful cry, she calls out the name of her attack, Dragon Slayer. Her blade descends in a gleaming arc, aimed directly at the golem's core. The sword strikes true, cleaving the massive stone construct cleanly in two. The two halves of the golem begin to separate with a deafening crack. She lands gracefully as the bisected golem crashes to the floor, now inert. Relief washes over her as she turns to Alk, calling his name once more while he watches with a wide, joyous smile. Overcome with joy, she rushes into his arms, exclaiming that they did it. He laughs in agreement, embracing her tightly in celebration of their hard-won victory. He reflects on that moment, thinking how it seemed the level's mini-boss was defeated and that things were finally going to get better. Or so he believed. The memory of them sitting together amidst the rubble is clear. That, at least, is what he thought at the time. After defeating the golem, the pair continued their advance. They proceeded through a secret passage, with Uchiha Tsubaki leading the way through the tight crawl space. As she struggled to emerge, Kiska, following behind, realized they had found a secret room while searching for an exit. He called out her name in concern and surprise. He stepped into the chamber, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before them was a comfortably furnished room, complete with a plush red sofa. He wondered aloud what such a place was doing inside a dungeon. Uchiha calmly explained that the room was most likely created by a vampire, a monster who has made this dungeon her stronghold. She identified the vampire as Judith. Kiska grew alarmed, questioning if it was safe for them to enter, worried they might anger the creature. She dismissed his fears, suggesting it was probably fine. Announcing that she was tired, she declared they would stay there for the day and made herself comfortable. Despite his bad feeling about the situation, Kiska saw that Uchiha was untroubled. He decided that if she believed it was safe, he would trust her judgment. His trust was met with a gentle smile. Uchiha turned to him, softly inviting him to come closer. Kiska, caught off guard, could only stammer in confusion. He hesitantly asked if she wanted to talk more. When she confirmed, he agreed with a flustered but genuine smile. Now sitting beside her, he gathered his courage and asked a vulnerable question. If she thought he was weird because of his silver hair. Uchiha looked at him, surprised by his insecurity. She quickly put his fears to rest. With a warm smile, she told him she thought his hair looked nice. Kiska stared back, taken aback by the simple, kind reassurance. She looked at him, her expression soft, and remarked on the almost magical quality of his silver hair, calling it pretty. Kiska, caught off guard by the compliment, could only blush and murmur about his hair. This unexpected kindness was a stark contrast to his entire life. He recalled how his silver hair, a mark of the hated Arcus tribe, had only ever brought him scorn. Until this moment, no one had ever looked upon it with a smile. Instead, he remembered only the glares of villagers and the stones thrown by Darga and his cronies. But her perspective was entirely different. She smiled warmly, clarifying that, regardless of what others like Namia might think, she genuinely considered his hair beautiful and meant it as a compliment. She then offered a startling explanation for her unique viewpoint, revealing that she comes from a different world. This, she suggested, might be why she sees things differently. He stared at her, processing the revelation, and stammered a question, asking if she truly meant a different world. She confirmed it without hesitation, stating it was true of the time before she arrived here. The concept was entirely foreign to him, something he had never heard of before. Seeing his hesitation, she asked if he doubted her, but he quickly shook his head, affirming that he believed her completely. Visibly pleased by his trust, she leaned gently against his shoulder. As she rested against him, she murmured that she had expected him to believe her. He looked down at her, a sense of strange closeness washing over him, and wondered if this feeling was also a result of her otherworldly origins. The quiet moment was suddenly interrupted by a loud growl from his stomach. Ajiha looked up, asking if he was hungry. He admitted with some embarrassment that he had barely eaten since entering the Jian dungeon. With a bright wink, she announced her intention to cook for him, revealing she had plenty of headless mule meat in her item box. She immediately set to work, donning an apron and skillfully preparing the meal. As she chopped meat and stirred a simmering pot, Kiska watched from the couch. Before long, she announced that the food was ready. On the table sat an impressive spread: roasted meat, soup, and drinks. After offering his thanks, Kiska took his first bite. His eyes widened in disbelief, the flavor overwhelming his senses. He could only manage a single, breathless word: amazing. He eats with an emotional fervor, overwhelmed by the simple act of a good meal. Ajiha, delighted by his reaction, explains that she found a small amount of herbs and seasonings left in her item box. For Kiska, this is a profound moment. It is the first proper food he has tasted since being exiled to the hellish dungeon. As they sit together on the couch, he continues to eat, lost in the experience. He silently admits to himself that he never expected the food to be so good. His strong reaction does not go unnoticed. Ajiha looks at him with concern, asking if he is crying and worrying aloud that she might have added too much spice. Wiping a tear from his eye, Kiska confirms that he is just a little. After the meal, a palpable exhaustion settles over him. He sighs, remarking that the day was tiring and that he is ready for bed. He then addresses the sleeping arrangements, noting the single bed in the room. He offers it to Ajiha, insisting that he will take the couch. Her response catches him completely off guard. With a bright smile, Ajiha suggests that they can both sleep in the bed together. The proposal leaves Kiska stunned and stammering, unable to form a coherent protest. Ultimately, they settle into separate spaces for the night. Ajiha rests in the bed while Kiska lies on the couch, a faint smile of relief on his face as he stares into the darkness. Lying awake, his mind races. He feels a surge of hope, believing he might actually escape the dungeon with Ajiha's help. But this is quickly followed by a sense of shame. He feels pathetic and useless for relying on her so completely. He begins to form a new resolve, deciding that from now on he must. His thoughts are abruptly shattered. Ajiha is suddenly on top of him, straddling his waist on a narrow couch. "Oops," she says simply, wide-eyed with shock. Kiska can only manage a stunned, "Hey, what are you?" She leans down, her face now inches from his. Her expression is unreadable in the dim light as she gazes at him, leaving him in a state of pure, unadulterated confusion. He lay pinned beneath her, utterly bewildered, as Ajiha smiled down at him. She called his name softly and invited him to touch her. Guiding his hand, she placed it firmly against her chest, asking if he could feel how fast her heart was racing. His expression was one of pure shock. She then leaned down, her face just inches from his, and confessed her love for him. Her declaration intensified, her voice filled with emotion as she repeated over and over that she truly loved him. Kiska could only stammer in disbelief. He tried to process her words, questioning what he could have possibly done to deserve such a confession. Ajiha, in turn, seemed puzzled by his confusion. She answered his unspoken question with a simple, direct statement. He had saved her. The word hung in the air, and Kiska repeated it, still struggling to understand. Ajiha simply confirmed it with a nod. As she spoke, she began to explain her past. For ages, she had been sealed deep within a dungeon, waiting alone for hundreds of years. She held onto the belief that one day, a prince would come to her rescue. The pieces suddenly clicked into place for Kiska. He realized that Ajiha had given him the skill because she wanted him to be the one to save her. As this thought crossed his mind, she confirmed it, explaining that she had given that same skill to them, to everyone who entered the dungeon. She continued, her expression somber, revealing that her efforts had been in vain. She had bestowed her power upon countless individuals, but every single one had lost heart and failed. Then, her gaze met his, and she declared that he was the only one who had ever made it all the way to her. Leaning close once more, her eyes shining with adoration, she called him her prince, the one she had been waiting for all this time. Kiska could only stare, speechless, as he finally understood the depth of her feelings. He is startled as Ajiha, following her confession, embraces him and begins to pull at his clothes with clear intent. Reacting with alarm, he pushes her back, his hand held up defensively as he shouts for her to wait, to stop. He tells her plainly that he cannot be with her. When she asks why, he looks away and confesses that there is someone else he loves. Ajiha seems to understand, though a hint of desperation remains in her eyes. Her understanding shatters in an instant. She declares that his love for another is not a problem and shoves him down onto a couch. With a wide, unnerving stare, she insists that being his second choice is more than enough for her. Her aggressive advance triggers a horrifying memory. The faces of Darga and his cronies leering at a terrified Namia. The parallel fills him with revulsion, and he shoves Ajiha away with renewed force. The powerful shove sends her tumbling to the floor with a cry of surprise. He yells at her again to stop, his face a mask of desperation. Seeing her on the ground, his anger immediately gives way to concern. He apologizes, reaching a hand out as he asks if she is okay. He reflects on his own violent reaction. In that moment, as Ajiha forced herself upon him, she had seemed just as ugly to him as the man who had tried to assault Namia. The weight of his thoughts hangs in the air between them. Ajiha rises slowly, her earlier intensity replaced by shame as she apologizes, admitting she got a little carried away. Her apology does little to ease the tension. He watches, a mixture of guilt and confusion on his face, as she silently retreats to a bed and turns her back to him, hiding under the covers. He lay awake, replaying the moment in his mind. He had shoved her away instinctively, a reaction born from panic rather than malice. His gaze shifted to where she slept. He regretted his harshness, wishing he had been gentler, but the desire to refuse her had been strong. A difficult truth settled in his mind. He hated to admit it, but he wasn't sure he could escape the dungeon without her power. With a quiet resolve, he decided to put these complicated feelings behind him by morning. The past was the past. He sat up, his expression hardening as he focused on the present. But as he sat on the edge of the bed, a figure stood before him. It was Ajiha, but she was no longer in her sleeping clothes. Instead, she wore a dark, lace-trimmed garment that left him momentarily speechless. Kiska's eyes are wide with pure terror, his face pale and slick with a cold sweat as he stares at the scene before him. His gaze is fixed on a pair of feet, clad in dark, patterned stockings, hanging unnaturally in the air. Nearby, another figure lies motionless on a bed. The hanging figure is Ajiha Tsubaki, her face frozen in a silent, horrified expression. The gruesome sight provokes a violent, physical reaction from them both. A retching sound escapes Ajiha's lips, and Kiska claps a hand over his own mouth, fighting back nausea. He stumbles back, his mind reeling with a terrible question. He wonders why this has happened, and a horrifying thought takes root. Does this make him the evil one? From his seat, he stares up in abject fear at Ajiha's lifelessly dangling feet, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. He clutches his head, sweat pouring down his face as the pieces fall into a dreadful pattern. He realizes with dawning horror that because he rejected Ajiha, she might have killed herself. Overwhelmed by the implication, he can only stammer that he doesn't know, his denial powerless against the ghastly sight of her body hanging before him. Panic seizes him. He scrambles away from the scene, desperately trying to convince himself of his innocence, muttering that he's not a bad guy as he flees. He continues his frantic escape, crawling on all fours through a dark, stone corridor, panting and looking back in terror. He stumbles back, his mind reeling in denial as sweat beads on his face. He tries to convince himself that what he just witnessed, Ajiha's death, was all just a terrible accident. His panicked flight leads him deeper into a torch-lit stone corridor, but his escape is cut short as a hulking, monstrous form appears just ahead, blocking his path. The creature lunges without hesitation, its weapon a blur. The blow connects with brutal force, sending him flying backward through the air. Pinned and helpless, a final thought flashes through his mind. He had only made it this far because of Ajiha. Without her, he was easily surrounded by monsters, his chance at survival completely extinguished. A groan escapes his lips as consciousness returns. He finds himself on the cold stone floor, the very monster that had just killed him now lying defeated nearby. The impossible scene forces a startling question into his mind. Had he reset? Was he back in the same place once again? He rises to his feet, the pieces clicking into place with dreadful certainty. He understands now. The loop began because he rejected Ajiha, which led her to take her own life. He stares down an empty hallway, paralyzed by the weight of his actions. He questions what he was supposed to do. Was accepting Ajiha's love the only correct path? The thought is immediately rejected as an image of Namia's smiling face fills his mind. He couldn't do that, he tells himself firmly. Namia is his girlfriend. This conviction leads him to a new, shocking discovery. Before him stands a large containment unit, and inside, suspended in chains, is Ajiha. He realizes with a jolt that she is still alive. He steels his resolve, determined that this time will be different. He will accept her love, believing that if he simply rewinds time, she will always be there, chained but safe. As he steps forward, the heavy chains binding Ajiha suddenly shatter with a loud crack, startling him. Freed from her restraints, the woman rises to her feet. Kiska watches in stunned silence as she looks down at her hands and declares that Ajiha will be helpful. She turns to face him, her expression cold and unfamiliar. After a brief, unnerving silence, she asks him a simple question. Who are you? Though taken aback by her question, he smiles and introduces himself as Kiska. She offers no response, her gaze remaining distant and analytical. She repeats his name thoughtfully before stating flatly that she has never heard of him. His confusion deepens, and he begins to protest, try to explain their connection. She cuts him off, her expression shifting to one of mild disgust as she notes that he smells bad. The jarring comment solidifies a strange feeling within him. He realizes that although this girl looks exactly like a jiha, she is somehow fundamentally different. He hesitantly asks if she is truly a jiha. The woman seems to have a moment of understanding, murmuring, "I see." Just then, another woman, identical to her in every way, walks past them down the corridor. He stares, a realization dawning. This must be the girl who granted him the save and reset skill. It would only be natural for her to assume he'd seen her before. The woman, however, looks at him coolly, asking if this is truly their first time meeting. He quickly tries to correct her, insisting it's all a misunderstanding and that he is not her enemy. But before he can finish, her hand shoots out, gripping his throat. She interrupts, coldly guessing that he must have opposed her during their last encounter. Her grip tightens, her eyes widening with a disturbing intensity. She leans in close, declaring with a chilling smile that this is precisely why she detects a foul scent emanating from him. He chokes, his hands clawing at her grip as he struggles to breathe, a strangled plea to stop dying in his throat. Her eyes narrow with cold resolve. She agrees to his unspoken plea, but on her terms, commanding him to listen. While maintaining her suffocating hold, she issues a stern warning. He must not make the mistake of thinking that he can simply die and have everything reset. Her words strike him with the force of a physical blow. She explains that even upon his death, his actions have consequences that can reach the very soul. The revelation shatters his understanding. Gasping for air, he forces out a desperate question, demanding to know who she truly is. He begs her to let him speak to a jiha, but the woman merely smirks. She reveals that her true identity is similar to his own and cruelly adds that the real Ajiha would never deign to speak with someone like him. With finality, she declares that Ajiha refuses to speak with him, punctuating the rejection with a simple, unyielding no. She leans closer, her eyes wide with a chilling intensity as she delivers a final warning. Overwhelmed with fear and confusion, Kiska can only stammer, questioning who she is and what her cryptic words could possibly mean. With a sudden shove, she sends him stumbling backward, her voice sharp and absolute. She commands him to never again involve himself with a jiha. He remembers the final, brutal moment of that encounter. As soon as she had spoken those words, she snapped his neck, ending his life as she turned to walk away. The memory dissolves as he jolts awake, gasping for air back in the familiar stone room. He glances around frantically, his heart pounding with the fresh terror of his recent death. His mind reels, struggling to process the impossible event. He simply cannot understand what just happened. He desperately tries to make sense of the woman who killed him, wondering who she could possibly be. It was as if a jiha possessed two completely distinct personalities. The confusion hardens into a grim resolve. He decides he will have nothing more to do with her. With his mind made up, he walks away from the sealed chamber. He refuses to go back to a jiha or break the seal, knowing that if she sees him again, he will simply be killed. He must find another way. However, the harsh reality of his decision becomes clear as he peers down a flame-engulfed corridor littered with mangled bodies. He realizes that wandering the dungeon without a jiha's help will be incredibly difficult, reinforcing his need to find an alternate route. He arrives in a chamber with 3 teleportation circles. Recalling that he used the middle one last time, he steels himself and decides to try the one on the left, committing to a new, unknown path. He materializes in a cramped, stone-walled antechamber, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. The air is still and heavy, and he glances around nervously. Stepping out, he finds himself in a familiar, torch-lit corridor. A sinking feeling washes over him as he realizes this is the same route he took with a jiha. It seems there was only one path forward from the start. His steps halt abruptly. Down the long hall, a figure sits at a table, completely out of place. His eyes widen in disbelief. The figure is a young woman, elegantly dressed, seated at a small, ornate table. Flanked by lit candelabras, she calmly sips from a teacup, her eyes closed in quiet contemplation. His mind reels at the impossible sight. A girl, just sitting there, calmly drinking tea in the middle of a dungeon. As he stares, dumbfounded, the girl opens her eyes and addresses him directly, a faint smile on her lips. She remarks that it is rare for an intruder to find their way to this place. Her calm words only deepen his confusion. He can only stand and watch, grappling with the absurdity of a girl simply relaxing with a cup of tea in this hellish dungeon. Breaking the silence, she lowers her cup and asks what he is there for, and if he needs anything. The direct questions do little to clear his thoughts. He can only wonder who this person is. Snapping out of his stupor, he scratches the back of his head with a nervous smile. He explains that he's actually just looking for a way to get out of the dungeon. She listens to his explanation, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she simply acknowledges his goal with a quiet "I see." She lifts her teacup, her expression unbothered by his desperate plea. "Well, that's rude," she remarks coolly, her voice echoing in the quiet room. As Kiska stares in confusion, she raises a hand, her fingernails long and sharp like claws. She introduces herself with an air of absolute authority as the great and true ancestor of the vampires, a revelation that leaves the young man utterly stunned. She flashes a wide, unnerving smile, her eyes crinkling with amusement. She suggests that his current attitude is hardly appropriate for someone who now understands the gravity of who she is. Kiska's eyes widen in shock as, without warning, a deep gash opens on her forearm. Dark blood immediately wells up and begins to drip, while a small, ornate box on the table now sits open. In response to the wound, something horrific happens to Kiska. As the woman rises and approaches him with a serene smile, a pair of jagged, demonic wings erupt violently from his back, tearing through his tunic. He screams in agony, his body contorting as if something is being ripped from his very soul. Through the pain, he chokes out a single, desperate word, pay. Looming over him, her face is a mask of manic glee. She declares that he must pay for his sin, and the price is his death. Her smile is wide and triumphant, a smear of blood now visible at the corner of her lips, revealing the pure ecstasy she finds in his torment. Then the world snaps back. Kiska finds himself standing at the entrance to the room again, completely unharmed. He gasps, looking down at his intact body, drenched in a cold sweat of disbelief. He collapses to his knees, the crushing weight of the memory pressing down on him. A horrifying realization dawns. He had died. Again, he found himself trapped between two figures, his body trembling and sweat beading on his face. To his left was the very woman who had just killed him, her fang smile a portrait of smug satisfaction. To his right, another woman with dark hair and feline ears leaned in, her expression just as predatory. A single, horrifying thought echoed in his mind. This dungeon was filled with terrible people. On the cold stone floor, Kiska materializes once more, marking his seventh life. The realization hits him. He died again. He recalls the cat-eared woman's warning about a vampire in the dungeon and understands with dawning horror that she must have been the one who killed him. The memory of his killer floods his mind. A young woman with long, light-colored twin tails and a cruel, wide smile. Her name comes to him, Judith. She is, he now knows, the true ancestor of vampires, and his own terror is reflected in his wide eyes as he remembers her looming over him. He struggles to reconcile her two faces. One moment, she appeared as an innocent girl in pretty clothes, calmly sipping tea. The next, her expression twisted into a manic glee as she attacked him for no reason. The thought of fighting someone so unpredictable fills him with dread. Having processed the terrifying memory, he stands silently in a stone corridor, his expression hardening with resolve. His contemplation gives way to action. Realizing a direct confrontation is futile, he determines there's only one option left and breaks into a determined run down the hallway. He arrives at a junction where 3 identical teleportation circles are etched into the floor. This is the third route, a new choice to be made. Without hesitation, he turns his attention to the teleportation circle on the right, committing to his decision. A bead of sweat traces a path down his temple, but his gaze remains fixed and unwavering. He emerges in a new, empty corridor. As he walks forward, he thinks to himself, hoping this path doesn't contain ferocious people like Ajiha and Judith. He is weary of facing such powerful foes. His cautious advance is cut short. He stops abruptly, his eyes widening in shock and surprise at the sight of a massive, ornate pillar with glowing, vine-like patterns standing at the end of the hall. He stared at the object at the end of the hall, his initial confusion giving way to recognition. It was a sword, plunged into an ornate stone pedestal. The weapon's design was unsettling. An ominous, eye-like gem was set into its winged crossguard, making him think that it looked deeply suspicious. Despite his misgivings, he considered his situation. He had come this far without a weapon. And if this blade was as powerful as it appeared, it could be his only means of escaping the dungeon. Having made his choice, he reached out, his hand closing firmly around the hilt. He decided to give it a try. The instant he gripped it, a jolt shot through him, his eyes flying wide in shock. The jolt intensified into a wave of pure agony. He threw his head back and screamed, his entire body trembling violently from the overwhelming force coursing through him. His mind reeled, pinpointing the source of the torment. The moment he had grabbed the hilt, a sharp, searing pain had shot through his entire body. The ordeal stretched on. For several agonizing minutes, the pain raged, and a horrifying realization dawned on him. He couldn't let go. His hand was fused to the hilt. After that prolonged torment finally began to subside, he remained hunched over, still clutching the weapon. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. The pain was gone. A wave of profound relief washed over him as he realized, with a shudder, that he was still alive. He staggered to his feet, the ordeal finally over. The pain had been excruciating, a fact he muttered aloud with a curse. His shock deepened as he examined his right arm. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. The ornate hilt of the sword seemed to have become one with his own flesh, a seamless, terrifying fusion. Attempting to move it, he grunted with the effort. The weapon, now a part of him, was impossibly heavy, straining his muscles with its sheer weight. The weight left him rooted to the spot in the center of the chamber. He looked around the empty room, a single, desperate question echoing in his mind. What was he supposed to do now? Frustration began to set in as he trudged down a long corridor. He had finally made some progress, only to be saddled with an arm he could barely move. As he lamented his situation, a hulking figure appeared at the far end of the hallway. The figure turned, revealing its terrifying nature. A hulking, rank werewolf. A wave of pure terror washed over Kiska. He was certain he was going to die. There was no way he could fight this. As if to confirm his fears, the beast let out a deafening howl. But as the howl echoed, his arm shot forward against his will. The sword, seemingly with a mind of its own, dragged him through the air at an impossible speed, straight towards the monster. Before he could even process what was happening, the blade met its target. It sliced through the werewolf with effortless ease, the monster's body falling to the floor in pieces. He stared, dumbfounded, at the carnage. He looked down at the weapon, a chilling realization dawning on him. The sword had moved entirely on its own, as if it possessed its own will. He considered this strange turn of events and concluded that, for now, this was a good thing. This newfound power solidified his resolve. A manic grin spread across his face as he stared down the dark corridor. He would do whatever it took to get out of this dungeon, even if it meant relying on this creepy, sinister sword. He stands over the bisected corpse of the werewolf, a wild, crazed grin spreading across his face as he brandishes the black sword. He marvels at the weapon's strength, now certain that with this power, he can defeat any enemy. Filled with a new, manic resolve, he turns and sprints down the stone corridor, his eyes fixed forward with grim determination. His run brings him to a halt before a set of imposing, reinforced double doors. He recognizes the location, feeling sure that this is the mini-boss room. Pushing the door open just enough to peer inside, he confirms his suspicion. It is the same chamber where they fought the golem. But a different creature now occupies the space, prompting him to wonder if it could be the same enemy. The creature within raises its head, revealing itself to be a massive S-rank griffin. Its piercing eagle eyes lock onto the intruder with predatory intensity. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he takes in the sight. He immediately understands that this powerful beast is the new boss of the room. Without warning, the griffin lets out a piercing cry and lunges, its massive form covering the distance between them in a blur of motion. He dives to the side, narrowly avoiding a crushing stomp from the beast's lone paw that shatters the stone floor where he just stood. But something is different this time. He lands smoothly in a crouch, a confident smirk replacing any fear. Before, he would have been helpless, but now he has this sword. He rises to face the turning beast, planting the blade firmly before him. The griffin strikes again, swiping with its deadly talons. Kiska meets the assault head-on, raising the black sword to block. The shriek of metal grinding against claw echoes through the chamber as he holds his ground against the powerful blow. He stood his ground before the towering griffin, realizing his own limitations. All he could do now, he resolved, was to try and not hinder the power of the sword he wielded. As the beast lunged with a screech, he put his thought into action, ducking low and positioning the blade to intercept the monster's charge. His only goal was to let the sword meet the attack. The griffin descended upon him, talons extended to rip and tear. As he braced for the impact, a new strategy occurred to him, a potential path to victory. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself upward, swinging the black blade in a powerful arc. A single thought echoed in his mind, a declaration of newfound certainty. He could win. The sword cleaved through the S-rank monster with impossible ease. As the defeated griffin fell, Kiska landed, breathing heavily, a wide, triumphant grin spreading across his face. His gaze fell upon the weapon fused to his arm. He acknowledged its immense power, realizing that with this strong, black sword, he could defeat any enemy that stood in his way. Surveying the now empty chamber, he noticed a section of the wall that was out of place. Just as he had suspected, like after the golem fight, a hidden door was revealed. A confident, almost predatory smile touched his lips. He decided then and there to press his advantage, intending to use the sword's power to conquer the rest of the dungeon in a single push. He stepped through the doorway into a new corridor, but his confident stride faltered. Panting for breath, he staggered forward, the heavy sword dragging and scraping against the stone floor. Stopping to catch his breath, he looked down at his transformed arm. A disquieting thought surfaced. Was there something wrong with him, or had the sword itself actually grown larger? He looked up from his sword, his body freezing in place. Down the long, torch-lit corridor, a figure stood waiting for him, and a jolt of shock ran through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The figure stepped forward, revealing herself to be a young woman with long, twin-tailed hair and a dark, frilly dress. A knowing smile played on her lips as she looked him over. "Oh my," she cooed, her voice echoing slightly in the stone hall. "You've grown up so much." His shock gave way to disbelief. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered her name. "Judith." His mind raced, unable to comprehend the situation. "Why are you here?" he managed to ask, his voice trembling. In a damaged stone corridor, Kiska clutches the grotesque, living sword fused to his right arm, facing the mysterious young woman who stands opposite him with unnerving calm. She smiles, noting with amusement that he seems to still be in control of himself. Sweating and enraged, he grits out her name, Judith, and demands to know what she wants. Her smile widens as she tells him her desire is obvious, a statement that causes his eyes to widen in alarm. With a serene expression, she declares her intention to dispose of him. But she immediately clarifies her meaning, stunning him by revealing her true goal is to destroy the parasitic sword on the right half of his body. She identifies the weapon as a parasitic sword, a puppet player. He can only repeat the name, the concept utterly foreign to him. Judith explains that the sword is a dangerous entity that grows by feeding on people and monsters. She hadn't expected to find it here, in a rarely visited dungeon. Understanding dawns on Kiska, and he asks if this means she's going to kill him. She confirms his suspicion, complimenting his sharp intuition. In a sudden, shocking display, she violently rips her own left arm from its socket, blood erupting from the wound. "You're very good," she says with a crazed smile, as Kiska stares in absolute horror. He stammers, unable to process what he's just seen. His mind races, questioning what she is as he watches her calmly hold her own severed limb. Her severed arm and blood coalesce, hardening into a massive, curved black blade. Kiska watches, terrified, as she levels the newly formed weapon at him. With a predatory grin revealing sharp fangs, she issues a simple command. "Please die." She lunged, her blood-forged blade clashing violently against Kiska's parasitic sword. He strained against the impact, his face a mask of determination as he vowed to fight with the very weapon she sought to destroy. Her confident smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of surprise. He roared his defiance, declaring that he could not lose as he pushed her back. As they separated, Judith landed gracefully, a thoughtful smile returning to her face. She mused that dealing with the sword would not be a simple task, now that it had grown to this degree. She then tossed her own severed arm into the air. Before Kiska's astonished eyes, it morphed mid-flight, solidifying into a long, curved black blade. He stared, a grimace of disbelief and resolve on his face, questioning if he could truly fight this. Seeing his reaction, Judith prepared her next move. Her gaze narrowed as she uttered the name of her technique, Shallow Rainstorm. The word sent a jolt of pure alarm through Kiska. He had no time to react. The airborne blade detonated, unleashing a storm of sharp, black projectiles that riddled his body, tearing through his clothes and flesh as he cried out in agony. He collapsed to the ground, grievously wounded. Judith looked down at him, her smile unwavering, and explained her reluctance. She hadn't wanted to use this technique, she admitted, because it would cost her the use of her left arm for some time. She turned away from his still form, justifying her actions to herself as she walked away. There had been no other choice. But death was not the end. Kiska found himself kneeling in a familiar, desolate room. The crushing realization washed over him once more. He had died again. He slumped to the floor, overcome with despair. He sat up, his expression a mixture of frustration and exhaustion. Cursing his situation, he admitted to himself that he was lost, with no clear path forward. Still, he resolved to try and find a way to sort this out. His thoughts drifted back to a crucial memory, a warning he had received. It was foretold that upon using the first teleportation circle, he would break a seal and be killed by someone appearing as a Jiha. Only then would he encounter the true sealed Jiha. He considers his options, recalling the grim cycle. If he uses the second teleportation circle, the vampire Judith will kill him without any warning. However, he understands that being killed by Judith after using the third teleportation circle is a necessary step. That specific death grants him the parasitic sword puppet, a key which allows him to proceed deeper into the dungeon. He weighs these two fatalistic paths. If he wants to live as long as possible, he concludes that he must forge a third route entirely. His resolve hardens as a new plan forms. He will fight off the vampire Judith using the power of the parasitic sword puppet, and with her defeated, he will finally get through the dungeon. With this new goal in mind, he turns to Judith, who stands before him. He asks her what he is supposed to do to acquire the very sword he now needs. She explains with a confident smirk that the sword is a parasite. It grows by feeding on humans and monsters, making it an extremely dangerous weapon. Kiska listens from the doorway, absorbing the information. The warning sparks a realization within him. If he can grow the parasitic sword to its full potential by the time he is meant to meet the sealed Jiha, he might actually be able to defeat Judith. With his path decided, he burst from the room with a shout. It is now a race against time to power up before Judith inevitably appears to hunt him down again. He pushes himself through the dungeon's familiar corridors, panting. He notes with grim satisfaction that he is about 5 hours earlier than he was on his last attempt. His accelerated pace brings him to a large chamber housing a teleportation circle. He stops, recalling that this was the exact spot he passed through last time, only to find Judith waiting for him on the other side. He stands ready, his grip tight on the grotesque parasitic sword. With a tense expression, he steels himself, hoping against hope that she isn't waiting for him this time. All he can do is pray. Stepping forward, he scans the long, empty stone corridor. To his immense relief, Judith is nowhere to be found. He realizes that with this unexpected opportunity, he can proceed with his plan. His gaze falls upon a side passage, and a sudden, shocking realization dawns on him. His initial caution melts away, replaced by a wide, predatory grin. This changes everything. He decides to move forward. The passage opens into a large chamber, revealing the source of his grim excitement, a massive werewolf nest. The room is teeming with hulking, bipedal beasts, all turning their attention toward him. Facing the snarling pack, he offers not fear, but a chilling smile of gratitude. He thanks them for the opportunity they represent, much to the confusion and anger of the beasts. With a savage roar, he declares his intent to feed them all to his sword. He lunges into their midst, the parasitic weapon lashing out and tearing into the first werewolf, which howls in agony. The sounds of the massacre attract an unexpected observer. From a nearby doorway, Judith appears, her eyes wide with curiosity as she takes in the violent scene unfolding before her. She steps into the room, her gaze sweeping over the carnage. The floor is a ruin of gore and his severed limbs. Surveying the dismembered werewolves, she remarks coolly that the sword has eaten quite a lot. Her attention shifts to Kiska, who stands panting amidst the destruction. She notes aloud that the sword seems to have grown considerably, acknowledging that he is now going to be a bit of a challenge to beat. As he slowly turns to face her, however, her calm, analytical expression shifts instantly to one of genuine surprise, caught completely off guard by his reaction. He stood transformed, the parasitic sword's dark, veiny tendrils crawling up his arm and across his torso. Disoriented, he questioned who, or what, he was becoming, his own consciousness feeling distant. Across from him, Judith smirked, observing that the host body's mind had already been taken over. She faced him directly, her expression cold as she declared her intention to kill him. She dismissed his transformation, stating it didn't matter and changed nothing. Still struggling to process the situation, he could only stammer, asking what she was doing there. He gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his face. His eyes, wide with exertion and panic, betrayed the intense internal struggle against the sword's overwhelming influence. Seeing his state, Judith's smirk widened into a predatory grin. With an air of condescending amusement, she announced that she would grant him the chance to fight back. Her words, however, triggered a memory of absolute despair. His mind flashed back to a cold stone corridor, where he sat slumped against a wall, clutching his head amidst the corpses of defeated monsters, utterly broken. A single, crushing thought echoed from that memory. There was no way. He remembered the agonizing realization that even after feeding the sword, even after gaining so much power, he still couldn't win against Judith. The thought was unbearable. He recalled the cycle of failure. He had tried again and again, never giving up. There were even moments he thought he was close to victory, but every attempt ultimately ended the same way. Whenever he pushed his limits, it always happened. The parasitic sword would completely take over his consciousness, erasing him in the process. The memory concluded with his hopeless realization. Even if he left the dungeon victorious but possessed, there would be no point. It would not be his victory at all. He reeled from the memories of his failures. The Ajiha route, the Judith route, the sword route, all of them had been complete disasters, each ending in his demise. He pressed his hands to his face, sweat beading on his brow as the immense pressure of his repeated defeats washed over him. But through the despair, a new thought surfaced. He suddenly remembered there was one more thing, one final option he had yet to try. His expression hardened with resolve. He had died so many times already that the fear of death was gone. Deciding to give it a shot, just for the hell of it, he turned and walked through a nearby doorway. He knew it was a tremendous risk, but this new route was his only remaining hope. He stepped into a grand chamber, the ceiling adorned with glowing magical seals. There, sitting at a small table, was Judith. She looked up from her cup, her expression one of mild amusement, as she remarked how unusual his appearance was. Judith commented that she couldn't believe someone would break in, and asked what he wanted. Kiska recalled that she had spoken to him in this exact manner before, just moments before accusing him of being rude and then killing him. Stealing himself, he prepared to enact his new plan. Judith watched him, her curiosity piqued. Then, to her utter surprise, he dropped to one knee. He announced that he would be respectful and addressed her formally as Judith, the great ancestor of vampires, stating he had a favor to ask. He looked up from his subservient position and made his plea. He begged the great Judith to make him her disciple and to please take care of him. A desperate plea echoes through a grand, stone-tiled room, a voice begging, "Make me your disciple, great Judith." The plea comes from Kiska, who kneels humbly before a young woman with long, twin-tailed hair. She sits at a small, ornate table, calmly holding a teacup, seemingly unfazed by his prostration. She pauses, lowering her cup slightly. With a look of mild surprise, she repeats his words back to him, questioning his request to become her disciple. Her surprise quickly morphs into a wide, predatory grin. Leaning forward with her chin resting on her hand, she remarks that his proposition is an interesting one. A surge of manic hope electrifies Kiska. His eyes widen, a desperate smile spreading across his face as he realizes this is his only path to survival. His elation is cut short by her cool inquiry. Judith asks what benefit she would receive if she took him as her disciple, demanding to know what's in it for her. He recovers instantly, his expression filled with earnest conviction. He declares that if she accepts, he will become her loyal foot soldier and follow her every command without question. His passionate offer is met with a look of utter disdain. Judith's face contorts with boredom as she dismisses his pledge, leaving Kiska stunned and speechless. Her expression shifts to one of revulsion. Calling him disgusting, she waves a hand dismissively and announces she'll just leave him to die. An unseen force strikes Kiska, who cries out in shock and pain. He hunches over, the impact fading as a familiar, crushing realization dawns on him. He has died again. He clenches his fists, a new resolve hardening his features. This time, he thinks this route might just let him survive. He grits his teeth, convinced it's a solid plan to execute it. However, he knows he must first escape this dungeon. And to do that, he needs to become stronger than he is now. That is why he has decided to try and become Judith's apprentice. He acknowledges the danger. Judith is a ruthless vampire, but he also believes she isn't one of the mindless monsters that can't be reasoned with. His goal is clear: become her disciple. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple, but his expression is one of fierce determination. If he can just figure out what she wants and offer it to her, he's certain he'll have a chance to win her over. With his new strategy in mind, he once again finds himself before her. He kneels on the stone floor as Judith sits calmly at a small table, a cup held delicately in her hand. He begins his appeal, stating that he knows she has lived in this dungeon for a long time. He suggests she must be very lonely, wondering if she's had anyone to talk to. Her smile remains, but her eyes stay closed as she cuts to the heart of the matter, asking what she would gain from this. He presses on with his offer, declaring that he will become someone she can confide in. As he speaks, Judith calmly takes a sip from her teacup, her reaction a subtle twitch of her eyebrow. Her composure breaks. With a look of utter disdain, she questions what could have possibly made him think she was lonely. The table crashes to the floor as she rises, and a wave of panic washes over Kiska. He realizes this is going horribly wrong and scrambles back, pleading for her to wait, insisting he has more to offer. His desperate plea seems to work. Judith pauses, one hand touching her pigtail, her expression still one of annoyance. "There we go," she murmurs, prompting him to continue. A wave of relief washes over Kiska, thankful for the brief reprieve. Seated once more, he presents his next offer. He explains that he has worked in the fields for a long time and is extremely confident in his abilities. Judith listens silently, her chin resting on her hand, her thoughts a mystery. He continues his plea, kneeling before Judith and boasting that he is good at everything, especially his specialties like building a new hideaway. Judith sits silently at her table, her expression unreadable as she listens to his claims. In a sudden, dismissive motion, she rises from her seat, effortlessly hoisting the heavy stone table with a single hand. Looking down at the stunned young man, she declares flatly that she can do it better than him. With a deafening crash, she slams the table back into place, the impact shaking the room. Kiska, now prostrate on the floor from the shock, can only stammer in agreement that she is, indeed, correct. He quickly returns to a kneeling position, his confidence completely shattered as he affirms her superiority. Unmoved, Judith coldly asks if there is anything else he has to offer. The question hangs in the air, and a pained realization dawns on Judith. She understands now. He has absolutely nothing to offer her. As this truth settles, she watches Kiska tremble and hunch over, clutching his stomach in utter despair, completely defeated. His despair, however, gives way to a raw, desperate resolve. He looks up, his voice strained but firm, declaring that no matter what it takes, he wants to get out of the dungeon alive. He begins to explain his story, revealing that he was born in the village of Katarov, the same village where the dungeon is located. He confesses that he was persecuted by the villagers and thrown into this place. His tale grows darker as he recounts that there was a woman who loved him. But, he continues, men like Darga killed her. Judith listens intently, her expression unchanging. He concludes with his head bowed, explaining that he is being held responsible for her death and was banished to the dungeon as punishment. He finished his desperate tale, but Judith remained unmoved. Leaning forward, she coolly questioned what his story had to do with her. His expression contorted with rage, his eyes burning with a dark promise. He vowed to take revenge on every last one of the villagers. He continued, his voice thick with malice, promising to torture and kill them all in the most brutal way imaginable. The sheer viciousness of his declaration startled Judith, her eyes widening in shock. Placing a hand over his heart, he formally requested her assistance in carrying out this massacre, pledging his complete dedication to her in return. In response, her lips parted to reveal a wide, unsettling grin, her teeth appearing unnaturally sharp. Her smile grew wider, a flicker of genuine amusement in her eyes as she looked upon the stunned boy. She found his proposition interesting. She confessed that she was becoming rather eager to see what would become of him. However, she cautioned him not to celebrate prematurely. Turning to lead him down a stone corridor, she made her offer. If he could pass the test she was about to give him, she would allow him to become her apprentice. She asked if he had used the teleportation circle, and he confirmed he had. She then explained a unique rule of this dungeon. Once one steps on a circle, there is no going back. They arrived in a small, barren stone chamber. Kiska recognized it as the very room he had teleported into earlier, though he sensed something was now different. He watched as Judith's hand pressed against the stone wall. She explained that, by using a certain secret, one could find a way through. As she spoke, a section of the wall rumbled and slid open, revealing a long, empty corridor. Kiska gasped, startled, as Judith informed him this was how to access other routes. He stared down the newly revealed passage, his mind reeling. He realized with a shock that there were hidden passages even in what appeared to be a dead end. Before he could process this further, the passage sealed shut. From the floor rose a pedestal bearing a single, ominous weapon. Kiska's eyes widened in shock and recognition. It was the parasitic sword. He looked from the sword to Judith, who began to explain its nature. She called it a puppet sword, one with very troublesome properties. She admitted she had always wanted to be rid of it, but couldn't even touch it due to its parasitic nature. Her words resonated with his own experiences. He understood what she was talking about, having used the weapon many times before. He turned to her, a bead of sweat on his brow, and asked what he was supposed to do. With a calm expression, she laid out the terms of his test. To pass, he would have to overcome the sword's parasitic nature and learn to control it completely. The challenge seemed insurmountable. He stammered, asking if such a thing was even possible. Judith's smile widened into a confident smirk as she replied that she was quite sure he would ultimately fail. Her prediction did little to calm his nerves. He admitted his fear, but Judith coolly informed him that he had no choice. If he refused, she would simply kill him. Cornered, he clenched his jaw and resolved to do it. Seeing his resolve, she provided instructions on how to proceed. He was to grab the sword by its blade, not the hilt, and pull out swiftly. Steeling himself, he planted his foot on the pedestal, reached down, and took hold of the sharp steel. He grits his teeth against the searing pain, acknowledging that gripping the blade hurts far less than touching the hilt did. Looking up from the embedded sword, he asks Judith what he is supposed to do now. With a placid expression, she gives a single, chilling command: swallow it. In response to his shock, she elaborates, instructing him to start with the tip of the sword and ensure it goes down from the back of his throat. The boy realizes he has no choice. If he refuses, she will kill him anyway. Resigned, he prepares to follow her order. With a guttural scream of terror, he brings the point of the massive blade to his lips. As he begins to force the weapon into his mouth, a single, desperate thought consumes him. He is going to die. The moment the cold steel touches his tongue, his consciousness is ripped away into a dark, empty void. Floating before him is a monstrous, shifting mass of shadow, punctuated by a single, staring eye and a vertical gash filled with teeth. Wisps of white fire drift through the blackness around them. The entity's voice echoes in the void, asking if he is the one who wishes to be its master. Stunned, Kiska demands to know what it is. The creature identifies itself as the main body of the puppet sword. He processes the information, realizing he is speaking with the sword itself. When he asks where they are, the entity explains this is his own deep world, his mind. Ignoring the metaphysical implications, Kiska desperately pleads with the sword spirit, begging it to lend him its power. The shadowy being simply stares at him for a moment before giving a startlingly simple, one-word answer. Okay. His mind goes blank with shock. He can only stare back, mouth agape, unable to comprehend the straightforward acceptance. He stammers, questioning if it can truly be that easy. The sword spirit remarks that his response is amusing. Kiska admits he was afraid it would say no. The spirit retorts that he was the one who asked for its power in the first place. As Kiska begins to stammer an explanation, the entity cuts him off with a firm, contradictory statement. No, I won't. He remains within the metaphysical space of his own mind as the amorphous sword spirit speaks, its voice echoing around him. It notes that there is something familiar about the scent of his soul, a detail that hangs in the air amidst falling embers. The spirit clarifies its intentions. It wasn't refusing him entirely, but simply felt compelled to join him because of that familiar scent. Kiska can only stare back, bewildered by the creature's reasoning. His consciousness snaps back into his body with a violent gasp. He finds himself sprawled on hard floor, his eyes wide with shock as he looks up and addresses the figure standing over him as his master. Looking down at him is Judith, her expression one of genuine surprise. She murmurs that she truly didn't think he would make it through the ordeal. Her words trigger a wave of euphoric realization. A wide, relieved grin spreads across his face as it dawns on him. He really did it. He had succeeded in controlling the sword. Seeing his success, Judith's surprise melts into a satisfied smile. She congratulates him, confirming that he has passed the test and done a good job. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he drops to his knees in a formal bow, thanking her profusely. From that day forward, Kiska's fate was sealed. He had managed to become the apprentice of Judith the vampire. And so, his strange new life with her, now serving her as both student and attendant, had just begun. Kiska awakens in the same hideout where he once rested with the Jiha, stretching as he reflects on his new status as Judith's disciple. The arrangement was for them to sleep in separate rooms. As Judith had assured him, there were many hidden chambers available. Approaching a door, he calls out to her, seeking permission to enter. He opens the door only to find Judith asleep in the bed of that very room. His eyes widen in shock as he stammers her name. Stirring from her sleep, she murmurs softly, her long pink hair splayed across the pillows. She sits up, rubbing an eye as a sly smile forms on her lips. She wishes him a good morning, casually noting that he is up early. Kiska, still standing in the doorway, can only manage a stunned utterance in response. He quickly bows, stammering a greeting back. Internally, he struggles, flustered and unsure where to look. He reminds himself that even though she is his master, she is still a girl. A short while later, Judith announces that his training as her disciple will begin today and asks if he is ready. His expression hardens with resolve as he declares his willingness to endure any hardship. Satisfied, she tells him to wait while she gets changed. Now fully dressed in her elaborate Gothic attire, she leads him down a stone corridor. She begins his assessment by asking what skills he possesses. Kiska hesitantly admits that he only has one, provocation. He keeps his second skill, save and reset, a secret, deciding it is better to hide it for now. Judith remarks that his skill set is rather thin, a point which Kiska sheepishly concedes. As they proceed, Judith suddenly halts in the middle of the corridor, her twin tails swaying with the abrupt stop. Kiska pauses behind her, looking on with curiosity as she stares intently at a solid stone wall. She turns to him, a confident smirk on her face. She reveals that she knows this dungeon by heart, having lived within its walls for nearly 1,000 years. With a knowing look, she declares that there's a hidden passage right where they stand. A section of the wall grinds open, revealing a dark passageway. Kiska is left speechless by the revelation of her age. 1,000 years. The thought solidifies his belief that becoming Judith's disciple was absolutely the right decision. He followed Judith into a small, hidden chamber, his body tense. Before him sat an ornate treasure chest. Judith explained that her current purpose was to help him acquire some skills. She added with a confident smile that she knew the location of every treasure chest in the dungeon. Kiska's tension melted into pure astonishment as he stared at the chest, letting out an amazed wow. He lifted the lid, revealing a glowing crystal inside. As he reached for it, a notification materialized before him, announcing that he had acquired the Crystal of Wisdom and that its effect would be activated forcibly. Instantly, a vast list of skills appeared in his vision, categorized from the formidable S rank down to C rank. Judith instructed him to select one skill from the list to acquire. He scanned the options, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. He realized this list was similar to one he had encountered previously, but with some crucial differences. Skills like pressure and enhanced judgment were new additions. Unsure, he turned to Judith for guidance. She acknowledged it was a good question and pointed him towards swordsmanship. She reasoned that since the sword was now a part of his flesh and blood, he would need the skill to control it at will. The logic was undeniable, and he quickly agreed. With his decision made, Judith's finger tapped the selection. A confirmation appeared. Skill, swordsmanship acquired. Kiska clenched his fists in triumph, a wide grin spreading across his face. His celebration was cut short by Judith's next statement. With a sly look, she informed him that to acquire another skill, they would need to journey to the deepest part of the dungeon. She turned without waiting for a response, beckoning him to follow. The words echoed in his mind, and he could only stare after her in disbelief, stammering at the thought of the dungeon's deepest level. Before them lay a long, silent corridor, its stone walls stretching endlessly into the dim light of the dungeon's depths. He feels a palpable sense of dread as they venture into the dungeon's deepest level. Judith confirms their location, explaining that they avoided most enemies by taking a hidden passage. He follows her into a large, well-lit chamber. At its center, resting upon an ornate pedestal, is a treasure chest. He recognizes it as another skill chest, but Judith clarifies that this one is a test of luck. The Crystal of Wisdom inside belonged to a woman with a wide variety of skills, and he can obtain one of them at random. Understanding the gamble, Kiska steals his resolve and prepares to open it. He opens the chest, and its effect is forcibly activated. He has acquired the skill Attribute Granting. Confused, he asks what it is. Judith explains that it's a rare skill, but completely useless for someone who possesses no magic skills to grant. The realization dawns on him. He lost. She attempts to console him, advising him not to be discouraged as he might acquire magic skills later. As she suggests they return to their hideout, Kiska's attention is caught by a massive door at the far end of the chamber. He asks where it leads. His question directs their attention to the imposing, crescent moon-adorned doors. Judith's voice explains that beyond them lies the boss's room, which also serves as the dungeon's exit. The revelation sends a jolt through him. His eyes widen with hope as he realizes that the way out is finally within his grasp, if only he can defeat the boss. Judith confirms his understanding. He stares down the long hall, his purpose renewed. His newfound hope prompts him to ask if Judith can defeat the boss easily. Her expression turns grave as she reveals the truth. The boss is SSS rank. She confesses that she has been trapped in the dungeon for 50 years, unable to leave ever since this particular boss appeared. He is stunned by the news. Judith explains that this is precisely why she needs him to become as strong as her, or even stronger, so they can defeat the boss together. With a new plan forged, she tells him it's time to go home and train. Filled with determination, Kiska agrees, shouting that he's counting on her. Back in their hideout, Judith demonstrates her power, dark energy swirling around her hand. She explains that this is how she drains and manipulates the blood in her body. Kiska smirks, unfazed. He replies that he already knows, having been killed by it so many times during their duels. He watched in awe as Judith freely controlled her own blood, shaping it into a sharp dagger. She explained that the weapon's form depended on the amount of blood used and instructed him to do the same with the sword now inside his body. All he had to do, she said, was focus his attention inward. Following her command, he closed his eyes and clenched his fists, turning all his concentration inward. He focused and focused again. In a burst of dark energy, a black sword materialized in his grasp. A new power awakened within him. The skill Lord of Parasitic Puppet's sword, along with its derived skill, Black Sword. He stared in disbelief, exclaiming that it had actually come out. He turned to Judith, still stunned by his success. With a satisfied smile, she praised his effort, declaring that he was now finally able to fight. The realization washed over him, filling him with joy. He could finally fight. Judith, however, cut his celebration short, announcing that she was giving him his very first assignment. Eagerly, he asked what it was. She explained that from now on, whenever he saw her, he was to try and land a single blow on her. Only then, she stated with a predatory grin, would he clear the task. The boy's face fell, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. He stammered, questioning if it was truly all right for him to fight her. Judith simply smiled, reassuring him that it was fine. She would never, she promised, take the life of an apprentice during their training. Flustered, he tried to clarify his concern. It wasn't about his own safety. He felt it wasn't right for him to strike her. His hesitation left Judith momentarily surprised. Her surprise quickly turned to amusement. She waved off his concern, reminding him that she still possessed the ability to heal any wounds he might inflict. Her expression then twisted into a terrifying, wide-eyed grin, revealing sharp fangs. She leaned in close, her voice dripping with menace as she questioned if it was even possible for him to hurt her. "Do you think you can manage to do it?" she challenged. Kiska recoiled in fear, realizing with a jolt that Judith was now angry. He stands ready with his new sword, but hesitates. Judith, however, leaps toward him with a wild, manic grin, challenging his supposed confidence and demanding he show her where he plans to strike. Spurred into action, he lets out a cry and swings the black blade. Judith, with startling ease, parries the heavy blow with a small dagger, her expression unchanged. The impact sends a shock through him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He stumbles back, realizing that while he thought Judith wanted to train him, it now feels as though he has stepped on a tiger's tail. She taunts him, warning that he'll never complete his task if he keeps dodging. With a predatory smile, she beckons him forward, roaring for him to come on. In response to her goading, he charges again, only for Judith to sidestep his attack and deliver a powerful kick that sends him flying through the air with a cry of pain. As he lands, a grim understanding settles in. He knows Judith is a power fighter, capable of wielding a large sword with a single hand. He acknowledges that his swordsmanship skill is the only thing that has prevented him from being completely wiped out thus far. The terrifying thought that he will be killed if this continues pushes him to a decision. Despite her being only a girl, he knows he must finish his task. He resolves to adopt a new strategy, dodge her attacks, and wait for the perfect moment to strike. He lunges forward, attempting to put his plan into action, but his sword falls short. To his horror, he realizes he doesn't have enough time to close the distance. Even the tip of his blade can't reach her. His mind races, recalling a previous fight where she used a big sword, which was why he couldn't get close. But now, she wields only a dagger. The discrepancy sparks a sudden, crucial realization. With her using a dagger, a surge of hope fills him. He thinks he can actually do it. An opening appears, and he prepares to seize the opportunity, believing this is the blow that will finally land. He steels himself, deciding without a second thought that he must receive her next attack. If she strikes from above, he won't be blown away. Then, he will counterattack, aiming directly for her head. His focus narrows, his eyes locked on his target. He lunged forward, sword held low, bracing for the impact. As Judith's dagger sliced down, he roared his defiance, determined to show her his resolve. The pommel of his sword connected squarely with the side of her head. Stunned by his own success, Kiska stared in disbelief, sweat beading on his face as he stammered. I did it." His shock quickly turned to concern, and he asked if she was all right. Judith, however, was completely unfazed, questioning who he thought she was. She casually dismissed the powerful blow as a mere scratch that she could easily heal. With a confident smile, she congratulated him. "Good job, Kiska. You've completed the task." The boy could only recall the time she had torn off her own arm, a stark reminder of her inhuman resilience. She stood before him, her tone now serious. She informed him that he had made the right decision, the decision to become her disciple. Her gaze sharpened as she studied him, remarking that his fighting style was far from ordinary. She then directly asked if he had prior combat experience. His mind flashed back to the terrifying creatures he had faced, the werewolf, the bugbear, the golem, and even Judith herself. Despite these life-or-death struggles, he answered with a sheepish grin. No, almost none. Judith reacted with genuine surprise, her hand flying to her mouth. She concluded that if he truly had no experience, then he must possess immense natural talent. Kiska, however, corrected her assumption. He admitted that while he might lack combat experience, he had plenty of experience with something else, gesturing towards a nearby brazier, hinting at a life filled with pain and struggle. Within a stone chamber, Kiska stands ready, sword in hand. He has arrived in this place, a habitat for strange, equine beasts with flaming manes and tails but no heads, through a secret passage shown to him by Judith. Judith appears behind him, announcing that the day's lesson is a practical one. They're going to fight actual monsters. Without warning, the headless mules squeal and unleash a volley of glowing, sword-shaped projectiles from their necks, hurtling directly toward Kiska. He reacts with alarm, swinging his sword to erect a defensive barrier that deflects the magical blades. The force of a direct impact sent a shockwave through him. He grits his teeth, straining to hold his ground against the unexpected power of the assault. Seeing him struggle, Judith shouts instructions from a safe distance. She tells him he must tighten his arms and fight compactly when facing multiple opponents. He pants, catching his breath for a moment before shouting back his understanding. Recalling her words, he focuses his resolve. He brings his swords together in a tight crossguard, successfully blocking the next wave of projectiles with newfound stability. He looks back in astonishment, realizing he blocked them all. Judith explains that the mules are now out of magic, making them mere targets for his powerful sword. With a predatory smile, she urges him to be bold and finish them. Emboldened, he yells his assent and leaps forward. He systematically dispatches the creatures, first striking the one on the left, then pivoting to eliminate the one on the right, and finally destroying the last one that was aiming for his back. He pursues the last of the headless mules, a determined grin on his face. With the other two already dispatched, the final creature attempts to flee, but he closes the distance, swinging his sword in a powerful arc and declaring the third one down. The blade slices clean through, felling the monster. He turns, triumphant, to see Judith in the background, offering a light, approving applause for his victory. She congratulates him on a job well done. Kiska, relieved, thanks her profusely, admitting he doesn't know what would have happened without her help. Judith's response is chilling. She states that if he were to die, it would take her decades before she could go outside again, a revelation that leaves him speechless. With a sharp-toothed smile, she promises to make him stronger, demanding only that he be diligent. Filled with a new sense of purpose, he bows and shouts his agreement, vowing to do his absolute best. As if in response to his declaration, a notification materializes before his eyes, confirming the subjugation of the monsters and informing him that he has acquired skill points. He examines his status, feeling a wave of emotion as he sees all 5 of his skill slots are now filled. With 15 skill points available, he reflects that his current power is due to his swordsmanship and parasitic sword skills, and he must choose which to enhance. He calculates that he needs 30 more points for swordsmanship and 70 for the parasitic sword. He tells Judith he plans to save up for the swordsmanship upgrade, deeming it the safest choice. She agrees, and with that, she declares the day's training complete, telling him it's time to return to their hideout. Back in their sanctuary, Judith waits at a table and calls out, asking if he is ready. From a small alcove, Kiska responds that he is and will bring it to her immediately. He approaches with a cup and saucer, apologizing for the delay. As he serves her, he thinks to himself that his duty as Judith's disciple has not been to brew tea. His true purpose is to provide her with monster blood. Judith takes the cup and begins to drink the dark, swirling liquid. She hums in satisfaction, taking a delicate sip from her teacup and declaring the monster blood a masterpiece. Kiska watches her, a nervous smile on his face, as he realizes his master seems to have a peculiar obsession with this particular drinking vessel. As she finishes her drink, she asks if dinner is ready yet. He confirms that it should be done by now, all the while thinking to himself that he could never imagine drinking monster blood, yet she consumes it as if it were the finest delicacy. He then presents the meal he prepared, announcing that it is a steak from a headless mule. He apologetically explains that he can't make much else, given their lack of seasonings. Judith looks down at the familiar meal, her expression flat as she thinks to herself that it's the same food she had the day before. Her gaze shifts to the salad, and she pushes the bowl away, stating that she isn't a fan of its taste. Kiska looks on, taken aback, having defeated several wriggling trees just to procure the greens. He insists that she must eat her vegetables to avoid malnourishment, but she puffs out her cheeks in protest, declaring that as a vampire, she has no need for such nutrients. The blunt confirmation leaves Kiska sweating, the reality of her nature sinking in. Resigning himself to the fact, he says it can't be helped and asks her to wait a moment. He returns with a plate of 3 round, striped fruits, presenting them as dried fruits. Her demeanor instantly changes, her eyes widening and a massive, gleeful grin spreading across her face. She excitedly explains that she found them on the back of a dryad while gathering leaves and couldn't resist collecting them. He smiles warmly, agreeing that today feels special. He He reveals he had originally planned to age the meat for a few days to enhance its flavor, but decided to serve it immediately. As they sit down to the fully prepared meal, he gently reminds her to eat her salad as well. As he takes a bite, he laments that he could make much better food if only he had more seasoning. Judith watches him, thinking to herself that she could surely procure more ingredients if she were able to leave the dungeon. Her thought prompts a memory for Kiska. He looks up, recalling that Judith had previously told him she could come and go as she pleased. He presses her for clarification, asking if she was truly stuck in the dungeon. Judith confirms this, explaining that dungeons are comfortable for vampires due to the lack of sunlight, so she often stayed there by choice. However, she adds that this is not the only reason for her current predicament. She elaborates, revealing that there was once a separate room connected to the boss chamber which housed a teleportation circle, granting her the ability to enter and leave the dungeon at will. But one day, she continues, an unknown individual destroyed the circle. She was the only person aware of its existence, leaving her trapped. The revelation dawns on Kiska. This is why she is unable to leave. He asks if she has any idea who the culprit might be. Judith initially claims to have no clue, but then pauses, thoughtfully picking up a piece of fruit and admitting that she does have one theory. She states her belief that the culprit is the very same person who sealed someone named Ajiha within this dungeon. Kiska's eyes widen in shock at the mention of the name. Judith theorizes that the teleportation circle was destroyed specifically to prevent Ajiha from escaping. A shudder runs through Kiska as he hears the name. He asks if Judith knows Ajiha, and she confirms it, describing her as a great person. The description leaves Kiska bewildered. She then reveals the woman's full identity, the hero, Ajiha, the one who subjugated the Demon King. Kiska reels back, stunned by the news that Ajiha was the one to defeat the great evil. Judith asks if he has heard of her, and he confirms it, though he finds it strange. The story she tells is different from the legends he knows. His mind races back to the famous legend, a tale more than a century old, which tells of a brave warrior named Elysium vanquishing the Demon Lord. He was the one known as the hero. Confused by the contradiction, he asks Judith why Ajiha would be sealed in this dungeon. Judith admits she doesn't know the specifics, but then turns serious, telling Kiska she has a single piece of advice for him. She gives him a grave warning. No matter what happens, he must never break Ajiha's seal. Judith explains that while Ajiha did defeat the Demon King, she also possesses the power to destroy the entire world, and the consequences of her release would be catastrophic. He processed the terrifying revelation, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He understood. Judith had already unsealed the hero Ajiha, not in this life, but during one of her lives in an alternate timeline. After a moment of silence at the dinner table, he gathered his courage and addressed her formally. He asked if he might pose a question, to which Judith calmly invited him to speak his mind. He looked at the food before them and asked if, by any chance, she had also eaten her share of the fruits. A wide, knowing smile spread across Judith's face as she confirmed that she had not. A shadow fell across his eyes as the truth settled in. He hadn't eaten anything either, and the situation suddenly felt less like a partnership and more like a master-slave relationship. As if sensing his realization, Judith announced it was time for bed. Bound by an unspoken rule, he could only agree. The master's word was absolute. After months of grueling training sessions with Judith, Kiska's abilities have grown. He lands a decisive blow against a massive serpentine monster, a testament to his progress. This hard work culminates in a notification appearing before him. He has obtained skill points and met the conditions to level up. The notification confirms his achievement. His swordsmanship skill has officially leveled up. He holds up the status plate with a wide, proud grin, sharing the good news with a smiling Judith. He eagerly explains the details to Judith, exclaiming that his swordsmanship has now reached level 3. She listens with a pleased, knowing smile. Her smile widens slightly as she considers the implications of his growth. She muses aloud that the day they can finally escape the dungeon might be very close. Her words fuel his resolve. He clenches his fist, vowing to get stronger, strong enough to take her outside. He reaffirms his commitment with a determined look. His earnest declaration brings a laugh from Judith. She teases him, noting that he is getting better at this, her expression one of genuine amusement. Their training continues to yield tangible results. After felling a hulking bugbear, they agree on their next steps. Kiska will begin skinning the creature, while Judith decides to head back to their hideout first. As she departs down the stone corridor, he kneels beside the corpse. He draws an ornate, dark dagger and places his other hand on the beast's hide, causing faint symbols to glow on his palm. With a determined grin, he brings the blade down with practiced force. He understands that this grisly work, skinning monsters, is part of his duty as her disciple. Having completed the task, he carries his haul back through the dungeon's passages. He calls out to Judith, announcing he's back home, but his voice trails off as his expression shifts to one of surprise. He returns to their hideout, pushing the door open, only to freeze in shock. Before him stands Judith, completely unclothed. The bag of supplies he was carrying slips from his grasp and falls to the floor. His mind goes blank, a silent scream caught in his throat as sweat beads on his forehead. He can only stare, utterly stunned by the unexpected sight. He whips around violently, his face burning with embarrassment. Stuttering, he throws his hands up and shouts a frantic apology, unable to look in her direction. As he panics, thinking he has angered her, Judith's sharp voice cuts through the air, shouting his name with exasperation. Her apparent anger, however, quickly dissolves into quiet amusement. A sly smile plays on her lips as she watches his flustered state, thinking to herself that his reaction is just as interesting as she expected. He remains mortified, weakly pleading for Judith not to say such things, though he offers a slight, pained agreement. After the awkward moment passes, they prepare their meal. A table is set with bowls and glasses, ready for dinner. Later, with a sense of accomplishment, Kiska announces that they've finished eating and he has completed all his work. He turns to address Judith, who is sitting nearby. He informs her that he's done with the dishes and is going to bed. As he turns to leave, Judith's voice stops him, calling his name. He turns back to see her sitting on her bed, now wearing a nightgown. She looks at him and asks if he would like to sleep with her. Kiska is stunned, stammering as he asks why she would make such a sudden request. Judith calmly replies that there's no particular reason. He remains silent, completely baffled by her request. Judith, her face flushed, explains that she doesn't have a specific reason. She just didn't feel like sleeping alone tonight. Her expression shifts to one of slight annoyance as she tells him he's being meaner than usual. Trying to find a way out, he suggests that he'll just sleep in his own room, but she only offers a quiet hum in response. She looks down with a pout, thinking to herself that if he refuses, she'll feel guilty for the rest of her life. Seeing her expression, he clutches his head, overwhelmed by how cute he finds her in that moment. His resolve breaks. With a flustered smile, he agrees, stating that he understands and that they'll sleep together tonight. He then awkwardly climbs into the bed where she is already settled. They lie side by side, a tense silence between them. Both wear faint, awkward smiles, and he keeps his arms crossed tightly over his chest. He tries to rationalize the situation, concluding that if they're only going to sleep, then there's nothing wrong with it. The quiet is broken as she softly speaks his name from beside him. He turns to look at her as she reminisces with a gentle smile, remarking that the day they first met feels like it was a very long time ago. Her words stir his own memories. He agrees, recalling that when he first met Judith, he thought of her only as a very scary person, his mind flashing back to her intimidating, blade-wielding form. Contrasting that memory with the sight of her sleeping peacefully beside him now, he reflects on what a strange feeling it is. He breaks the quiet intimacy of the moment, turning to Judith. He asks her directly if, when they first met, she had been planning to kill him. He lets out a soft laugh, confirming that he is aware of her initial intentions. Judith, surprised and a little flustered, asks how he could have possibly known. His internal thoughts reveal the grim truth. He only knew because she had already killed him so many times before. It is through these repeated deaths that he feels he can see right through her. In response, Judith explains that nearly every person she had ever met tried to kill her on sight, forcing her to always be on guard. With a confident smile, she asks for his forgiveness. He assures her that he is different. Despite her having killed him many times, he tells her plainly that he does not hate her. He elaborates, stating that he is who he is today because of her. A memory of him training under her watchful eye surfaces. For this reason, he feels only gratitude and holds no resentment. Hearing this, Judith's expression softens into a pleased smile. She tells him she's glad to hear it, feeling relieved that he doesn't hate her as she leans over him, now unclothed, and gently touches his hair. She then shifts the topic entirely, her voice dropping to a murmur. She asks Kiska what he thought when he saw her naked earlier. The question catches him completely off guard, and he stammers her name in shock. She encourages him to be honest, assuring him that it's okay to say what he thinks. He remains flustered, unable to form a coherent response, stammering that he doesn't know what to say. She presses him gently for more. Finally, blushing furiously, he manages to admit that he thought she looked really beautiful. He continued, his voice soft as he lay in bed, explaining that he thought she was really cute and very pretty. Judith, sitting beside him, pressed for more, suggesting he must have had other thoughts as well. His face flushed, a wide, strained grin spreading across his features as he admitted he also found her erotic. Judith's expression immediately soured, her eyes wide with shock as she declared his thoughts perverted. Her shock quickly melted away, replaced by a sly, knowing smile. With a soft chuckle, she acknowledged his embarrassment. Mortified, Kiska pleaded with her to stop teasing him, offering a flustered apology. Leaning in closer, her expression turning mischievous and predatory, she decided to press him further. She posed a tantalizing question. If she were to offer to show him her naked body once more, what would he do? Kiska's eyes shot open, wide with alarm. Her own thoughts were a jumble. In a situation like this, she found it impossible to think clearly. Images of the women he knew, Namia, Ajiha, and another, flashed through his mind. He knew he had to resist. After what had happened with Namia, he couldn't allow a similar fate to befall Ajiha if he were to reject Judith now. He sat up abruptly, disoriented and sweating. Judith, he began, trailing off before asking, what happened? She looked back, her expression reflecting his own confusion. She replied softly, Kiska, I feel the same way. He looked down, clarifying that he didn't think his current life was bad at all. Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Scary. It's scary. She repeated his sentiment before asking, but why's that? He confessed his true fear, his voice strained. Because if I keep living this comfortable life, I'm scared that the whole vengeful spirit inside me will disappear. He remembered the time when those bears kept killing him, a cycle of death that made him curse his own fate. She listened, her expression softening into a gentle smile. He was no longer that person, she thought. He was now strong enough to defeat monsters. And he even had a cute girl on his side. She listens with wide-eyed concern as Kiska struggles to voice his turmoil, his gaze averted. He begins, addressing her, as Judith Sama, explaining his fear that if he continues living a comfortable life, he will lose something vital within himself. He sits up on the bed, looking directly at her to make a heartfelt confession. I love you, Judith Sama. His expression immediately clouds with conflict as he apologizes, admitting that he is not yet ready to accept this happiness. After a moment of silent contemplation with her head bowed, she accepts his words. Is that so? She murmurs, finally adding, I got it, in response. She leans forward and presses her lips against his, catching him by surprise. He returns the kiss, his eyes closing as he holds her face. The tender moment is underscored by his internal conflict, his declaration of love still followed by the unspoken weight of his obligations. Pulling back slightly, he explains his reasoning. In order to truly move forward with her, he must first settle many things from his past. Her expression transforms into a wide, knowing grin, revealing a hint of her fangs. She readily agrees to his terms, proposing they continue their relationship once he has achieved his revenge. A profound sense of relief washes over Kiska, a bright smile spreading across his face. He feels understood. As Judith says his name, he briefly pictures the other important women in his life, Ajiha, Namia, and the cat-eared girl, as if they too are watching over him. Suddenly, the bedroom wall shatters. Namia, her hair unbound and dark, her face a mask of fury, leaps through the breach, sword raised high. As she brings the blade down upon Judith, she screams a declaration, I love you. The immediate aftermath is a spray of blood that splatters across Kiska's face, his features frozen in a silent scream of absolute horror. The source of the blood that splattered him was a fatal wound erupting from Judith's chest. Her eyes went wide with shock, her mouth agape, as the force of the unseen blow sent her reeling backward. She collapsed forward with a heavy thud, her body slumping over Kiska, who remained frozen on the bed. Namia stood over them both, her hands still poised from the devastating strike. Her lifeless form then rolled off the bed and onto the tiled floor. As she lay still, another figure entered the room, the armored warrior, Ajiha Tsubaki, who now stood over the scene, her sword drawn. Ajiha, her face obscured by a blindfold, loomed over the stunned Kiska. Her voice was cold as she questioned his choice, asking why he couldn't choose her, but instead chose Judith. Kiska, splattered with blood and his face a mask of horror, could only stare up at her, speechless. In a room spattered with blood, Kiska sits up in bed, his face a mask of horror. Before him stands Ajiha Tsubaki, her sword drawn. On the floor lies the severed head of Judith. Kiska's voice is a choked whisper as he pleads with Ajiha, telling her not to be with him. The focus shifts to the grisly sight on the floor. Judith's head, lying in a pool of her own blood, seems to echo the sentiment, her lifeless lips appearing to form the same words. His face is slick with sweat and tears, his eyes wide with utter terror as he repeats the desperate plea one more time. The plea dissolves into a raw, broken scream, his voice cracking as he cries out Ajiha's name. Elsewhere, the cat-eared woman reacts with wide-eyed shock. She questions Ajiha's presence, her thoughts revealing a critical fact. Ajiha is supposed to be sealed away. A chilling realization dawns on Kiska. This feeling, this situation, is just like when Ajiha first granted him the power of save and reset. As this memory surfaces, Judith's severed head suddenly screams his name. Her head, though detached, forms a bloody, unnerving smile. She urges Kiska to flee immediately, her voice strained as she warns him that their assailant is dangerous. He looks at her with a mixture of awe and horror, addressing her respectfully as Judith Sama and acknowledging her continued existence. Nearby, the cat-eared woman watches, her expression hardening with a grimace. Ajiha, however, is unmoved by the warning. She turns her gaze to the severed head, dismissing Judith's desperate words as mere noise. Her face contorts with a frantic urgency. Raising her sword high, she roars for Judith to shut up as she brings the blade down in a swift, silencing arc. She brought her sword down again and again, the sickening thuds echoing in the blood-soaked room as Kiska watched, his face a mask of pure horror. His mind reeled, unable to process the carnage. He tried to make a sound, to scream, but his throat was paralyzed by shock. As the final strike landed, she stood, breathing heavily over the mangled remains. Her blood-smeared gaze turned to him. Kiska, she began softly. She offered a serene, blood-splattered smile. I love you, she confessed, her expression unwavering. That's why. A searing pain erupted through his back as a summoned blade pierced his chest. As he gasped in agony, her voice delivered a chilling warning. If I catch you with another woman, I won't forgive you. He choked, blood filling his mouth. The horrifying thought struck him as his vision faded. After everything he'd been through, he was about to die again. But instead of oblivion, he was met with a sharp gasp of air. His eyes flew open, his body drenched in a cold sweat, but completely unharmed. He scrambled upright, panting as he scanned his surroundings. The bloody room was gone. What? He stammered, his mind racing. How far back did I rewind? His frantic gaze then fell upon a familiar sight on the floor before him. The corpse of the bugbear he had fought and killed earlier. He looked down at the adventurer's slate in his hands, his eyes widening in dawning comprehension as he read the first line. Skill 1. Save and reset. He stared in disbelief, his fist thudding against the ground. It couldn't be true. His 5 skill slots, once filled with hard-earned abilities, were now completely empty. The crushing realization sent him to his knees. All those months he had spent with Judith-sama, all the progress he had made, it had all become meaningless. Tears welled in his eyes as the full weight of his loss settled upon him, his face contorting in anguish. A raw scream of despair tore from his throat. Memories of happier times with Judith flashed through his mind, sharing meals, her gentle smile. He couldn't accept this loss. He didn't want to. His cries subsided, leaving him trembling on the cold stone floor, utterly spent and defeated. But then, a new resolve hardened his expression. He pushed himself to his feet, his despair replaced by a quiet, unyielding determination. He decided then and there, he was going to see her again. Having passed through a glowing teleportation circle, Kiska proceeds with grim determination down a long, torchlit stone corridor. A wave of hope washes over him as he allows himself a small, optimistic smile. Perhaps, just maybe, she will remember him this time. His heart pounds in his chest as he quickens his pace, panting with a mixture of exertion and anxious anticipation. At the end of the long passage, a young woman with striking twin tails sits serenely at a table, sipping from a cup as if expecting a visitor. The sight of her stops him in his tracks. A blush spreads across his face as he breathes her name in reverence. Judith-sama. His initial elation falters as he realizes she has forgotten him, but he resolves not to give up hope. Judith, for her part, remarks on the unusualness of an intruder reaching her location. He presses forward, hoping his name will trigger her memory. He calls out to her, identifying himself as Kiska and desperately asking if she remembers him. She repeats his name, her expression unreadable. Her response shatters his hope. With a polite but distant smile, Judith apologizes, stating she has no memory of ever having an acquaintance like him. Kiska's face contorts in shock. The words strike him with the force of a physical blow. He stands defeated, muttering that it's useless and that he feels he's losing his mind. Judith simply watches him, a question in her eyes. Tears stream down his face as the devastating reality sets in. With anguish twisting his features, he realizes he will have to redo everything, right from the very beginning. He remains on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he admits that this has happened countless times before, that his heart has been broken again and again. Before him, Judith's expression softens with concern as she asks if he is all right. Ignoring her question, he bows his head formally. He addresses her with reverence as the great vampire Judith-sama and declares that he has a request. His head snaps up, his voice ringing with desperate intensity. He implores her to take him as her disciple, leaving Judith staring back, her mouth agape in shock. As she struggles to process his plea, he lays out his plan with unwavering resolve. They will start over from scratch. He will become her disciple once more, and then they will escape the dungeon together. He acknowledges the grim possibility that she might kill him again, but even so, he vows to return as many times as it takes. In the middle of his determined vow, a spray of blood erupts. Judith's body suddenly slumps forward, her head vanishing in an instant. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated horror at the gruesome sight. On the cold stone floor lies Judith's severed head, her lifeless eyes staring into nothingness as blood pools around her. The source of the attack is revealed, a dark-haired woman in ornate armor, her blade still dripping. She appeared in a flash, delivering the fatal blow before either of them could react. The woman, Ajiha Tsubaki, glares down, her eyes wide with fury. I told you, didn't I? She seethes. With a heavy thud, she slams his head to the ground, her voice a low, dangerous threat as she finishes her sentence. If you hook up with another woman, her face contorted with rage, she drives her blade through Kiska's back from behind, spitting out a final vow. She will not forgive him. The world shifts, and the fatal blow is undone. Kiska finds himself standing alone in a stone corridor, hunched over and gasping for air, sweat dripping from his brow. He struggles to breathe, a chilling realization dawning on him. He can no longer even get close to Judith. He understands now that if he tries, they will both be killed. Overwhelmed, he covers his face with his hands. Despite the tragic outcome of his last attempt, he begins to focus on the countless things he managed to learn from Judith. His memories replay the lessons, The locations of treasure chests, advanced sword fighting techniques, the complete structure of the dungeon, including its hidden passages, and crucially, how to control the parasite sword. He exhales slowly, calming his racing heart. He accepts that his relationship with her may be over, but the knowledge she imparted is now his to keep. A new determination hardens his expression. He clenches his fists, declaring to himself that he will escape from this dungeon alone. He knows he can do it now. Facing the light of the path forward, he offers a final, silent thought of gratitude to his mentor. Thank you, Judith. Standing before a glowing teleportation circle, Kiska makes a solemn vow to someone named Judith Sama. He swears to utilize the wisdom and experience she has given him, gripping the hilt of a strange, dark sword as he resolves to break out of the dungeon. His gaze falls upon the weapon, its name coming to mind, the puppet sword. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as he stares at the ornate, eye-adorned crossguard with a look of apprehension. He then performs a shocking act. Instead of gripping the hilt, he takes hold of the sharp, jagged blade itself, preparing for what comes next. With grim determination, he swallows the entire sword in one go. The weapon vanishes down his throat, and he cries out as a powerful energy surges through his body, causing the very air around him to vibrate. The act transports his consciousness to a dark, ethereal void. Floating before him is a monstrous, amorphous being of pure shadow, its form defined by a single, large, unblinking eye and a vertical, tooth-filled mouth. The shadowy entity's mouth curls into a semblance of a smile as it speaks, its voice echoing in the void. It greets him casually, asking, "Well, hello again?" Kiska can only stare back, stunned in his silence. Its eye focuses, and a moment of recognition passes through it. "Ah, I see. It's Kiska," the being exclaims, before wondering aloud why it knows his name. Kiska's shock deepens. The spirit continues its thought, expressing a distinct feeling that the two of them have met before, confirming a shared past that Kiska is only now beginning to recall. As the memory surfaces, Kiska realizes with horror that the entity said something similar the last time. The spirit then makes its demand. "I need you to do something for me. Please lend me your power." He watched as the amorphous spirit before him hesitated, its single eye wide as it pondered what it should do. His confusion was plain. He demanded to know what the problem was, thinking to himself that if this were like the last time, the entity should have agreed to his terms without question. In response, the spirit explained that it had its own goals and was considering whether obeying him would help achieve them. Stunned, Kiska asked what kind of goal a sword could possibly have. It then revealed its singular, shocking ambition, to become human. The boy could only stare, dumbfounded by the revelation. The entity continued, questioning how it could achieve this, since it only fed off humans like a parasite and took over their bodies. It seemed to ponder its own nature, admitting that while it had controlled many humans, it had never actually tried to become one. A realization began to dawn on him. He pieced it together, asking if the spirit was saying that lending him its power might, surprisingly, bring it closer to becoming human. The entity's reply was immediate and certain. "Yes, that's right." It elaborated further, a strange conviction in its voice, stating that for some reason, obeying him felt like its destiny. Kiska's eyes widened at the weight of this statement. His expression shifted, the shock giving way to a startling resolve. A wide, almost manic grin spread across his face as he made his decision. "All right," he declared, "I will obey you faithfully." He let out a breath of relief, a grin spreading across his face. He had successfully controlled the puppet sword. A notification confirmed his new status. He was now the lord of the parasitic puppet sword, and had also obtained the derived skill, Black Sword. Clenching his fist, he felt the power coursing through him. Holding the transformed blade, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. With this weapon, he could finally fight again. His mind immediately turned to his next objective. His objective was clear. He strode purposefully through the stone corridor, his gaze fixed on the glowing pedestal at the end of the hall, the source of a new skill. As he reached the pedestal, a new ability was bestowed upon him, the skill of swordsmanship. He recognized this as the random skill granted by the Crystal of Wisdom, a prize he was now ready to claim. He recalled the location of the treasure chest holding the Crystal of Wisdom. It was situated deep within the boss's lair. This meant a long and perilous journey to reach it. He also remembered a previous skill, attribute granting, which he had never had the chance to use. Considering the danger, he concluded that heading for the boss's lair with his current strength would be pointless. More importantly, he needed to grow stronger. He decided to hunt the monsters he knew he could defeat, starting with the headless beasts roaming the dungeon. With his mind made up, a look of determination settled on his face. He would stick to this plan, hunt, grow stronger, and level up his newfound swordsmanship skill. He raised his blade, ready for battle. He lunged forward, the black surblur. A clean slash followed by a powerful swipe met the creature's flank, eliciting a pained squeal as it stumbled. The beast fell, its body thudding to the stone floor in pieces. Breathing heavily from the exertion, Kiska realized he had acquired skill points, enough to meet the conditions for a level up. A confirmation immediately followed. His swordsmanship skill had leveled up. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he accessed his status, eager to see the results of his efforts. He reflects on his recent efforts, noting that by hunting the headless mules for about half a day, he successfully raised his swordsmanship skill to level 2. However, a new problem has emerged. Standing amidst the fallen creatures, he realizes he has cleared out all the locations where he knows the mules spawn, and it will likely take a while for them to reappear. He considers his next target, thinking perhaps he should go for the werewolf nest. But he immediately dismisses the idea, recalling that Judith has been there before. The thought fills him with a grim certainty. Right now, he absolutely cannot afford to meet Judith. He reasons that since they are not close, there is a significant chance she would simply kill him on sight if they were to meet. Furthermore, he acknowledges that this entire dungeon is Judith's territory. To continue hunting, he must somehow avoid her, but also worries that a Jiha would appear like a vengeful spirit to kill them. The weight of his precarious situation presses down on him. He wonders what he is even supposed to do here, his hand resting on the hilt of his strange sword. Suddenly, a voice emanates directly from the weapon, addressing him as Master. Kiska flinches, utterly startled by the sound. He stares down at the sword in disbelief, asking if it can talk. The puppet sword confirms that it can, adding that it is also a little surprised. The sword explains that it had expected to take longer to develop the ability to speak, but suggests their high compatibility must have accelerated the process. Kiska, processing the revelation, can only agree. He looks down at the sentient weapon in his hand, a hopeful expression dawning on his face as he processes the impossible. He wonders aloud if the accumulation of their user and tool relationship has finally resulted in the puppet sword gaining the ability to speak. The sword addresses him directly as Master, its voice cutting through his thoughts to ask what seems to be troubling him. Kiska, still slightly taken aback, begins to explain his predicament. He states his desire to acquire a large number of skill points and asks if the weapon knows any good ways to do so. Without hesitation, the puppet sword confirms that it knows a good place for that very purpose. His eyes widen in disbelief, asking if it's for real. The sword assures him it is and offers to guide him there. The weapon then instructs him to follow its directions. With renewed purpose, Kiska moves deeper into the dungeon corridor. Heeding its words, he approaches a stone wall. The sword recalls that there should be a switch nearby that leads to a second stage. Kiska feels along the bricks, finds the correct one, and shoves it inward. The stone block recedes, revealing a long, dark, and menacing secret passage. Kiska stares into the depths, surprised by the hidden path. He turns to his weapon, asking how it could possibly know about this place. The sword explains that a previous master of it had stumbled upon it by accident. The sword continues, offering a piece of advice. It suggests that this hidden passage is likely a secret that even Judith is unaware of. It knows what kind of monsters lie ahead, however, and delivers a stark warning. At Kiska's current level of strength, he might very well be killed. Despite its dire warning, Kiska simply offers his thanks for the advice. With a determined expression, he turns and proceeds down the long, stone-lined corridor. He stops before a set of imposing, cross-emblazoned doors at the end of the hall. Facing them, he states with grim acceptance that the prospect of being killed is nothing new to him. The puppet sword lets out a dry laugh, dismissing his bravado as a silly joke. Kiska forces a nervous smile, a single bead of sweat on his temple, and agrees that the sword is right. His feigned calm is shattered by the heavy thud of a stone slab sealing the entrance behind him. He glances back, a menacing feeling washing over him as he realizes he is now trapped. Before he can react, the tiled floor erupts with light. Several intricate magical circles flare to life around him with a low, energetic hiss. As the light intensifies, the puppet sword's voice cuts through the air, warning its master that the enemies are coming. From the summoning circles, a troop of gleaming armored figures materializes. The sword informs him that defeating these foes will yield a great number of skill points. The weapon identifies the silent, advancing phalanx. They are the golden living armor. He glances over his shoulder at the horde, noting there must be about 20 of them. A nervous sweat breaks out on his face, but it's accompanied by a grim, opportunistic smile as he calculates the potential reward. The sword asks what he thinks, questioning if victory is possible. Hunched over in concentration, Kiska admits he isn't sure if he can win, but then declares firmly that he has a plan. He tightens his grip on the strange, eye-adorned sword, his resolve hardening. There is nothing left for him to do but push through this ordeal. Having faced so many deadly situations already, he realizes he no longer fears death. In response to his conviction, the black sword begins to thrum with a dark energy, its surface shimmering. A wide, almost feral grin spreads across his face as he acknowledges the weapon's awakening. He settles into a low combat stance, preparing to engage the enemy. Before him, the Golden Knights stand impassively, their own blades drawn with a sharp, metallic ring. Raising the pulsating black sword high above his head, he looks upon the armored figures surrounding him not as a threat, but as prey. With a confident smirk, he announces that it is time to begin hunting these weaklings. Surrounded in a stone corridor, Alk grips his dark, sentient sword, facing a phalanx of gleaming golden living armors who advance on him with their own blades drawn. He sizes up the 20 opponents before him, recalling that he's heard these particular monsters are even stronger than the werewolves he previously fought. Without warning, the armors lunge forward. Alk drops into a low stance, narrowly dodging a heavy downward slash from the lead automaton. He pivots smoothly, bringing his own blade up to parry another strike. A confident, almost eager, grin spreads across his face as he meets the assault head-on. The relentless attack forces him onto the defensive. He realizes the situation is more troublesome than his last encounter. Unlike the werewolves, these foes are all armed. Despite the danger, a wide, challenging smile lights up his face. He activates a skill, shouting a taunt to draw their full attention. "Come at me, you weaklings." The taunt works instantly. Multiple armors abandon their positions and converge on him, their swords swinging wildly in a chaotic, simultaneous assault. Amidst the flurry of steel, his sword's spirit cries out in approval. "Not bad, master." Alk masterfully maneuvers, causing one armor to strike its ally instead of him. He glances at his weapon, confirming its assessment. He explains that, believe it or not, he's quite confident in group battles, finding this particular fighting style to be highly effective. However, he notes a significant drawback to his strategy. It's not ideal for farming skill points, as any monster that dies for friendly fire yields no reward. He prepares for another attempt, activating his taunt skill and bellowing a challenge to the armored figures. While he knows this strategy is effective for thinning their ranks, he steels himself for the inevitable confrontation. The taunt works perfectly, drawing the entire contingent of golden living armors directly to him. In an instant, he is completely surrounded, swords poised to strike from all directions. Before he can react, blades plunge into his back. The sharp, cold impacts register simultaneously with a grim realization. This is bad. He is already dead. As more swords pierce his chest, his final thought is one of self-reproach. He might have gotten carried away, but death is not the end. He materializes, sitting unharmed in a familiar stone chamber. A wry smile touches his lips as he observes his surroundings. The feeling of returning here is almost nostalgic. With a soft sigh, he gets his bearings. He reflects on the endless cycle. He has died hundreds of times, over and over again. First, it was at the hands of werewolves, and now, the golden living armors have taken their place as his executioners. Despite the grim reality, his spirit remains unbroken. He pushes himself to his feet, a determined look on his face. It doesn't matter how many times he dies. He is ready to go again. His focus shifts to the disembodied spirit of his sword, which communicates with him. The spirit seems surprised, asking how he knows about a hidden passage. Al confirms that he does, prompting the spirit to remark on his extensive, perhaps unnatural, knowledge. And then, he is back in the fray. Sword held high, he faces the implacable golden knights once more, his expression a mask of fierce concentration. He throws himself into battle, knowing the outcome. He'll be struck down again and again, but it doesn't matter. No matter how many times he dies, he will simply start over. He collapses to his hands and knees on the cold stone floor, letting out a weary sigh. He hadn't expected this path to be so grueling, so filled with failure. Pushing himself to his feet, he glances at the ornate black sword lying nearby, before turning away, scratching his head. He reminisces about a simpler time, recalling the peaceful days he spent living with Judith. The memory fades as he finds himself in the familiar, dark void of his inner world. Surrounded by floating embers, he calls out with renewed determination, pleading for the black sword to lend him its strength. In response, a shadowy, humanoid figure with a single large eye materializes before him. It greets him formally as Master. Alk stammers, taken aback by both the form and the address. The spirit asks if something is wrong, but he can only hesitate, unsure what to say. He finally voices his observation, noting that the spirit looks far more human than he expected. The entity seems to consider this, acknowledging that it did not always look this way. The comment sparks a realization in Alk. He thinks back, understanding now that the black sword spirit has appeared progressively more human each time they have met. The spirit confirms his thought, stating that its appearance has started changing lately. A hopeful theory forms in his mind. He asks if becoming human is the spirit's ultimate goal, and if achieving it would allow the sword to escape the save and reset cycle of his resurrections. The spirit is visibly startled by his accurate deduction. Recovering, the spirit addresses him as Master once more, demanding to know how he knew its dream was to become human. A smug grin spreads across Alk's face as he boasts that he is the type of person who can understand someone's ambitions just by looking at them. The spirit is thoroughly impressed, calling him an amazing person. Though he seems uncertain how to take the praise, Alk agrees, and they both affirm that they look forward to working together. Their mental conversation concludes, returning Alk to the dungeon corridor with the black sword now firmly in his grasp. As he stands ready, the floor panels before him begin to glow and shift, revealing a new array of circular traps activating in his path. He stands before a suit of gleaming armor, his black sword held ready at his side. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips as he addresses his weapon, acknowledging the many trials they have faced together. His quiet reflection gives way to fierce determination as several more armored figures materialize in the corridor before him. Gripping his weapon tightly, he declares to his black sword that no matter how formidable their opponents are, he will always emerge victorious in the end. Facing a phalanx of golden living armors, Kiska hefts the sentient black sword with a confident smirk. He offers a wry apology to the weapon, declaring that this time, he will be the one to end the fight. The sword's consciousness notes its master's newfound and serious confidence. His expression hardens into a predatory grin as he beckons the armored figures forward. He challenges the blockheads to bring it on, unleashing his first skill, taunt. The taunt works instantly. 3 of the armors lunge at him simultaneously, their blades descending. Unfazed, Kiska begins to count. 1. He pivots, stepping neatly to his right. The armor's synchronized strikes miss him completely, their momentum carrying them forward. He continues his count. 2. And that's 3. His maneuver forces the armors into a collision course with each other. Kiska coolly announces the inevitable result. Friendly fire, as one automaton's sword clangs uselessly against its ally's shield. As the armors are momentarily entangled, attacking one another in their confusion, Kiska explains his plan. He spins his body, raising the black sword high above his head to swing it down from above. His blade cleaves through the helmet of one of the armors. A notification flashes through his mind. A monster has been slain, and skill points have been acquired. He accepts the outcome with a simple okay. With one enemy down, Kiska smirks. The black sword marvels at how its master seems to know all of their movements. Kiska confirms that he does, even while distracted by his talkative weapon. He anticipates the next attack with perfect clarity. The golden living armor that circled around will aim for his back. He prepares to counter by lowering his center of gravity as he turns. Executing his plan flawlessly, he pivots and unleashes a powerful torso cut, slicing the second armor in half. 2 down, he thinks, satisfied that everything is proceeding exactly as he envisioned. He faces the next golden living armor with a confident, toothy grin, his dark blade held at the ready. He declares aloud to the automaton, and perhaps to himself, that he can certainly do this. With the automaton now lying defeated behind him, he confirms with satisfaction that it was the 4th one he has taken down. As the 4th armored foe falls, a familiar notification appears in his mind. He has slain a monster and acquired skill points. He quickly consults his status, noting that the skill points gained from these monsters are 10 times the usual amount. He realizes with grim understanding that this place is on a completely different level from others. The influx of power yields immediate results. Notifications announce that both his swordsmanship and master of the parasitic puppet sword skills have leveled up. Seeing that he has amassed 416 skill points from just 4 enemies, he decides to use them at once. He addresses the entity within his weapon, telling the black sword it's time to get the show on the road. The spirit within the blade agrees enthusiastically as a new message appears, confirming the acquisition of a derivative skill, Pulsing Greatsword. In response, the weapon morphs, growing into a massive, heavy greatsword that pulses with dark energy. He shouts its name, chuckling as he feels its familiar weight, remarking that it brings back some bad memories. His moment of reflection is cut short as more golden living armors close in, surrounding him completely. He plants the tip of the greatsword on the floor, focusing intently as he considers the true ability of this new form. The automatons advance as one, a gleaming wall of golden plate and sharpened steel, ready to strike him down. A shadow falls over his eyes, but his mouth curls into a wide, predatory grin. He announces the name of his attack, a puppet-style sword technique, the Swift Dragon Thrust. He realizes the sword's autonomous function has activated. Just as it did when it parasitized him before, the weapon is now pulling him along, fighting on his behalf with a will of its own. As the sword carves a path through the armored figures, its spirit praises him, declaring he's doing great. Kiska, gripping the hilt tightly, returns the sentiment, telling the sword it's doing great as well. His confidence swells with each defeated foe. With a determined grin, he feels that he is beginning to see the path to a complete victory ahead. This newfound assurance is rooted in a painful memory. The last time he was in this place, he died due to a foolish mistake. Returning his focus to the present, he assesses the dwindling opposition. Only a few more golden living armors are left standing, and he resolves to push through to the end. But just as his victory seems within reach, a heavy, metallic clang echoes through the chamber. The unexpected sound stops him in his tracks, his expression shifting from confidence to startled confusion. The sound startles not only him, but the remaining armors as well. They twitch to attention, their metallic bodies vibrating from the noise. They cease their assault entirely, parting to form a clear path down the center of the room. At the far end, the hooves of a horse step into view, leaving Kiska utterly bewildered. At the end of the path, a fully armored warhorse comes into view, carrying a rider. Kiska wonders aloud if this is the boss of the room, prompting the sword spirit to sheepishly ask if it had failed to mention it. The rider is a colossal knight in gleaming plate. The sword spirit identifies the new foe as a knight rider, an SS-class monster. Kiska stares in disbelief, demanding to know why the sword hadn't told him something so critical sooner. Before them stood a formidable SS-rank monster, the Knight Rider, flanked by an army of golden-armored soldiers. Kiska, sweating slightly, questioned if they could possibly defeat it. The Black Sword soberly replied that the outcome depended entirely on him, its new master, revealing that its previous wielder had been killed by this very same foe. He broke into a confident grin, crossing his arms and declaring that he could handle the puppet arts far better than its last master. The sword let out a delighted laugh, pleased that Kiska had finally called himself its master, and affirmed that their teamwork was more than just for show. He proclaimed that after fighting countless battles using these arts, he would not lose to such an ordinary enemy. In response, the golden-armored henchmen began their charge. He acknowledged that the henchmen were in the way. With a determined grit of his teeth, he met the first soldier's attack, the clash of steel ringing out. He decided to take them all out in a single move, preparing a puppet-style sword technique as another armored soldier approached. He unleashed the attack, roaring the technique's name, Wind-Cutting Scythe. In a devastating spin, the black sword morphed into a whirlwind of blades, slicing through the entire squadron of golden armor in an instant. The sword could only express its shock and amazement at its master's power. Around Kiska, the bisected pieces of armor crashed to the stone floor, leaving him the sole figure standing. It praised him, noting how smoothly he executed the technique despite it being his first time. Kiska corrected that it was actually his second time, then added with a smirk that perhaps he was a genius. His brief moment of self-congratulation was interrupted by the heavy, metallic steps of an approaching figure, drawing his immediate, tense attention. He turned, a confident smirk returning to his face. With all the henchmen taken care of, only one foe was left, the Knight Rider itself. He stands his ground as the imposing, armored figure on horseback identifies itself as the Knight Rider. The warhorse lets out a guttural cry, its master's presence overwhelming. Without another word, the armored knight charges, its spear aimed true. Kiska braces himself, meeting the powerful thrust with his own blade in a deafening clash of steel. The force of the blow sends him sliding backward. He realizes the spear's immense range and the painful impact of the block. He asks the black sword if it can get him within a knight's guard, and the sword spirit affirms it will try. As he speaks, a jolt of pain shoots through his arm. His request is met not with an opening, but with another relentless attack. The Knight Rider slashes downward, forcing him to raise his sword in a desperate block as their weapons clash once more. The relentless assault pushes him back step by step. He realizes with dawning dread that the knight's skill with the spear is too great. At this rate, he can't land a single blow and is certain to lose. His grim realization is punctuated by a furious offensive. The Knight Rider unleashes a blinding flurry of thrusts, and Kiska, with a puppet sword, desperately blocks each rapid-fire strike. He throws himself to the side, narrowly dodging a powerful thrust that scrapes past him. He pants, the exertion clear on his face. Gasping for breath, he comes to a desperate conclusion. He tells the puppet sword that it can't be helped. They have to use that. The sword spirit seems to question his decision. The puppet sword voices its concern, warning him that using the technique could result in his death. Kiska simply closes his eyes, accepting the risk with a quiet, pained resolve. His decision made, he raises the massive blade high above his head, a grim smile spreading across his face. He reminds his foe of what he'd said before, declaring that he is used to dying. The sword thuds against the ground, ready for the final gambit. He leaps high in the air, his face contorted with effort. Realizing he cannot damage the Knight Rider through its spear's defense, he resolves to bring his full weight and power down to crush both the weapon and its wielder. To accomplish this, he unleashes a secret technique, the puppet-style sword technique, Great Wheel Slash. He becomes the center of a spinning vortex of dark energy as the puppet sword's tendrils extend, creating a devastating circular blade. The spinning attack crashes down with immense force, slicing cleanly through the Knight Rider's ornate plate armor and the armored body of its warhorse. The two halves of the colossal foe collapse to the ground. Kiska stands over the wreckage, panting as a weak, triumphant laugh escapes his lips. As the sound of crashing metal fades, a message materializes, confirming that he has defeated a monster and earned skill points. The reality of his situation finally sinks in. I won, he murmurs. The spirit within his sword manifests, its voice filled with glee. It exclaims that he did it, eagerly pointing out that with the points they've earned, it can finally reach level 3. He checks his status, and is surprised to see he has accumulated 1,320 skill points. The sword was right. He only needs 700 points to level up the puppet sword to its 3rd level. With a grin, he decides to level it up immediately. As he allocates the points, the puppet sword lets out a piercing cry and begins to expand violently. A notification confirms that the skill Parasitic Sword, Master of Puppet Sword, has reached level 3. The transformation completes, revealing a shocking new form. The sword has morphed into a large, bulbous black creature with a gaping, tooth-filled maw and writhing tendrils. Another message appears, announcing the acquisition of a new derivative skill, Ruthless Predator. He stares at the monstrous creature, utterly bewildered by the change. Puppet sword, he stammers, unable to comprehend its new appearance. What is that form? He stared in shock as the monstrous creature, once his sword, declared that this new form was exactly what it had been searching for. He questioned its utility, pointing out that it was no longer a sword and asking what it could possibly do. The creature's response was simple and direct. It could eat. Before he could process the statement, the creature lunged, its massive, tooth-filled maw clamping down hard on his leg. As it crunched down, it thanked its master, explaining that by consuming him, it could finally become human. A satisfied burp echoed from its form. The horrifying realization struck him, his face contorting in a mask of pure despair. He clutched his head in anguish, lamenting that the puppet sword was just like all the others who had betrayed him. The bitter thought solidified. He had been fooled once again, never expecting that the puppet sword's true goal was to eat him. He sat alone in the quiet room, the weight of this betrayal settling upon him as he considered what to do next. His gaze fell upon a different weapon. He resolved that he would have to stop using the puppet sword for his plans. His eyes then shifted to the inert golden living armor nearby. He began to wonder if he should rely on his own swordsmanship and attempt to steal its sword. He stood before the golden sentinels, his puppet's sword held ready. He considered his options, quickly concluding that simply relying on the sword's autonomous functions wouldn't be enough to force his way through the room. As he contemplated this, a strange, nostalgic scent filled his senses. He wondered if it was merely a sign of his compatibility with the weapon, but the thought was interrupted by the menacing, disembodied form of the sword spirit. He grit his teeth in frustration. His eyes narrowed, sweat beading on his temple as a sudden realization struck him. With a low growl, he understood. "You tricked me." The full weight of this revelation washed over him, his expression shifting to one of wide-eyed shock. He turned away, his head bowed for a moment in silent comprehension. Then, his entire demeanor changed. A sly, confident smile spread across his face as he turned back, touching a finger to his chin. He now saw the situation clearly, understanding that if that was the case, he had his own plans. He faced the spirit of the puppet sword, which now manifested before him as a jagged, black humanoid figure surrounded by floating embers. With newfound resolve, Kiska declared that he had his own intentions as well. In stark contrast to the previous vision, the spirit's single eye blinked, and it greeted him with surprising cheerfulness. "It's nice to meet you, Master." With their partnership reaffirmed, Kiska exploded into action. He became a spinning vortex of destruction, his blade flashing as he tore through the golden living armor with overwhelming force. The battle ended in an instant. Kiska stood panting amidst the wreckage of the armored foe, his sword now in its physical form. The spirit manifested beside him, gushing with praise, exclaiming how amazing he was and how impressed it was that he defeated everything. The spirit's excitement was palpable. It immediately urged him to quickly use the skill points they had earned from the victory to level it up to level 3, while Kiska listened with a quiet, unreadable expression. He flatly refuses the sword's demand. "No, let's not do that." The puppet's sword is taken aback by his refusal, stammering as it insists he hurry up. It questions why he would turn down the chance to make it even more powerful by leveling it up to 3. He glares down at the weapon, his voice sharp with accusation. He declares that he's already figured out its true intention. The sword plans to eat him. In response to the accusation, the sword falls silent, its single eye staring forward as if caught. Kiska clicks his tongue in annoyance. Its silence broken, the sword complains about how Kiska seems to know everything, finding the situation a hassle. It doesn't even bother to cover up its intentions anymore, which only annoys Kiska further. He explains his logic, realizing that if he were to part ways with the puppet sword here, he would have to find another weapon and rely solely on his own swordsmanship skills. As he speaks, the sword seems to listen intently. He then gets its attention directly, calling out, "Hey, Master." The sword reacts with surprise. The weapon's tone shifts dramatically. With a menacing glint, it asks if Kiska truly believes he has outsmarted it. Tendrils from the sword begin to scrape against his skin as it asserts its power. It reminds him that he can't use its autonomous functions, effectively trapping him. Kiska curses the weapon under his breath. Seeing his master's distress, the sword expresses mock surprise at his reaction. It then declares that since they are in this situation together, it will allow him to choose. Kiska trembles, caught in the sword's trap. He stared in horror as the puppet sword laid out its grim ultimatum. Be beheaded right now, or be eaten by a ruthless predator later. He struggled against its grip, calling out its name. Both options, he realized with dawning dread, were terrible for him. Desperate for any alternative, he blurted out a suggestion. What if they negotiated? The sword considered this for a moment before agreeing. He began his argument, pointing out that since the sword's goal was to become human, beheading him now would be counterproductive. The sword conceded the point was true, but clarified that from its perspective, it would much rather he chose to be eaten by the predator instead. The implication struck him with force. He cried out, demanding to know if he was the one who had to be eaten. The sword clarified that it didn't necessarily have to be him, its master, but it couldn't be just anyone either. The act of eating a strong human was what would bring it closer to its own goal of becoming human. It then posed a direct question. Could he procure such a human for it right away? Standing, Kiska gripped the hilt, sweat beading on his brow as he affirmed that he could. His expression hardened into one of grim resolve. In his mind, two figures loomed. the knight Uchiha Tsubaki, and the mysterious Judith. Standing over the inert form of a golden knight, Kiska plants his massive black sword into the stone floor. With grim determination, he commands the weapon to hurry and lead him to the one who is to be sacrificed. The sentient sword's single, ornate eye glows as it responds, confirming that its next meal will be eaten in its master's place. Hearing this, a bead of sweat rolls down Kiska's temple. He looks away, troubled but resolute, and acknowledges that he understands the grim arrangement. Elsewhere, the woman with twin tails, Judith, and her cat-eared companion share a look, their faces alight with smug, knowing smiles. As Kiska proceeds through the dungeon, his mind races. He concludes that, thinking logically, the one who must be sacrificed is Uchiha. The thought conjures an image of her, her eyes wide with shock. His thoughts become a torrent of painful memories. He has no good recollections of Uchiha, only the hell of being killed by her countless times. He recalls Judith's fury as well, screaming at him not to interfere. Despite his history with her, a cold strategy forms. He realizes that if the target is Uchiha, there's a chance. He calculates that in the few seconds after her barrier breaks, and before she regains consciousness, he could cut her down and kill her. Yet, his resolve is shaken by another powerful image. Uchiha, standing before a grand castle, hailed by a massive crowd. She is the hero who saved this world. He walks onward, fists clenched at his sides. He acknowledges that even though she put him through unimaginable suffering, she might be someone this world needs, leaving him trapped in a terrible conflict. He walked through the stone corridors, his mind consumed by a single thought. To be honest, he couldn't do it. He couldn't sacrifice Judith. His feelings were undeniable. He still loved her. Even though their relationship had ended, he still felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. There was no way he could ever offer her as a sacrifice. Yet, he also had to acknowledge the truth. Judith was a terrifying vampire who, at times, would even attack ordinary people. The contradiction weighed heavily on him, forcing a difficult conclusion. With his choice made, he stood in a vast, empty chamber, the floor adorned with intricate magical seals. He gripped the large, dark sword, his stance firm. He took a determined step forward. The question echoed in his mind: a hero who saved the world, or a vampire feared by the people? He had to choose one. Sweat dripped down his face as he stared down the long hall, his breath catching in his throat. The weight of his decision settled upon him. He finally reached his destination. Before him, suspended within a column of light and bound by heavy chains, was Uchiha. He steeled himself and declared that she would have to die. His face was a mask of pained resolve, his teeth gritted. Uchiha remained unconscious, her head tilted back, completely vulnerable. As he moved closer, the sentient sword spoke, informing him that a powerful barrier was in place, preventing it from consuming her. Kiska acknowledged the barrier, confidently stating that he could break it easily. Suddenly, Uchiha's voice cut through the silence, her eyes still closed. She urged him to do it right away. Kiska looked up, startled by her unexpected command. He reflected on his grim reality, realizing that ever since he acquired the ability to save and reset, the value of life had become worthless to him. The thought caused a cold sweat to bead on his brow. This numbness extended even to his own survival. He no longer felt anything about his own death. Seeing his vacant expression, Uchiha Tsubaki, still bound in chains, posed a critical question. What then did he feel about the death of others? Her words struck a nerve. He began to tremble, his breath catching in his throat, unable to form a response. The full weight of his task crashed down upon him. His eyes widened in horror as he finally confronted the question internally. Could he really kill Uchiha? As he wavered, the black sword manifested beside him, its voice sharp with impatience. It demanded to know what he was doing and ordered him to hurry. Kiska could only stammer, lost in his turmoil. He tried to steel himself with cold logic, reasoning that killing Uchiha now was a necessity. After all, there was still a chance she could kill him again in the future. And yet, despite this rationalization, his body rebelled. A wave of nausea washed over him as he realized there was something that needed to be done, something his very soul rejected. The internal conflict became violently physical. He doubled over and retched, unable to contain his body's visceral rejection of the act he was contemplating. Overwhelmed by self-loathing, tears streamed down his face. He choked out the words, condemning himself. I am the worst. His despair triggered a vivid memory, or perhaps a vision. He saw Uchiha, Judith, and the cat-eared woman surrounding him, each one looking at him with affection. They all spoke his name, professing their love and promising to protect him and care for him. He remains paralyzed by the memory, his resolve shattered. The thought echoes in his mind. He cannot kill someone who confessed their love for him. Overwhelmed by his failure and emotional agony, he turns the puppet sword toward his own neck. Tears stream down his face as he begs the weapon to end his suffering and cut off his head. His voice cracks as he admits defeat, whispering that he just can't do it. The puppet sword remains still and silent, observing its master's complete breakdown. Kiska resigns himself, believing there is no other way. Suddenly, the sword speaks, announcing that it will give up on eating the child. The unexpected declaration stuns Kiska into silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. He struggles to process the words, asking if this means the sword is not going to kill him. He demands to know what it wants from him now. The weapon begins to explain that when it observes its master, Kiska, flustered, quickly cuts it off, waving his hand dismissively. It finishes its thought regardless, stating that it found his way of thinking to be quite human-like. The unexpected display of understanding from the monstrous entity leaves him utterly speechless. He can only whisper its name, Puppet Sword. A moment passes, and a wave of relief washes over him. A small, tired smile forms on his face as he offers a quiet, genuine thank you. His relief quickly turns to awkwardness. He scratches the back of his head, telling the sword to stop because its sentiment is creepy. From a prison, Ajiha observes the strange exchange. He looks toward the sentient weapon with a gentle smile, making a promise. He will also think of a way for the sword to become human. The sword's voice rings out, filled with an earnest plea for its master to succeed. The sword expresses its sheer amazement at its master's declaration, while Kiska leads them into a previously unknown section of the dungeon. He stands within a well-furnished room, complete with a sofa and a fireplace, admitting that even he was unaware of its existence. He decides it is a good place for them to rest for the day. He adds that from this safe location, they can decide on their course of action moving forward. His thoughts drift, acknowledging the complicated feelings this place evokes. It holds both the sad memory of taking Ajiha's life and the happy memories of the time he spent there with Judith. He explains aloud that since Judith never used this particular room, it is the most suitable spot for them to rest. Taking a seat on the sofa, he turns his attention to the weapon resting on the table and addresses the puppet's sword directly. He asks earnestly if there's truly no other way for it to become human besides eating people. The sword's response is a quiet hum, suggesting that there isn't. He continues, seeking to understand its prior logic. He confirms that the sword had thought it could become human by parasitizing someone and simply hunting monsters. The sword affirms that was indeed its belief. The weapon's tone becomes somber as it makes a confession. Deep down, it knew from the very start that it would not be able to become human unless it ate people. It continued its explanation, revealing that most of its previous masters had failed and died. To consume people, the sword explained, it must first become a predator. For that to happen, it needs a wielder to help it reach level 3. Hearing this grim requirement, Kiska could only stammer in understanding, a bead of sweat forming on his temple. Before he could fully process the information, the sword elaborated on its past strategies. It had concluded that relying on others was too risky, which led it to begin parasitizing its wielders to take control itself. But even that method proved fruitless. It admitted that despite its efforts, all it accomplished was making its own body larger. It never discovered how to become a true predator. The sword's tone then shifted, expressing its own astonishment at their current situation. Kiska listened, his expression one of surprise. It confessed its shock at finally finding a human who could not only dominate it, but also effectively use its power. It declared with finality that in all its existence, there had never been a single person who could handle it better than its current master. This praise brought a smile to Kiska's face. He finally understood, realizing aloud that this unique compatibility must be part of the reason the puppet sword had kept him alive. With the air cleared, the sword shifted the conversation, posing a direct question to its master. Why had he come to the Katarov dungeon? He paused, his gaze turning upward as he quietly contemplated the reason for his journey. He offers a faint, weary smile, deciding to confide in the weapon. He agrees that he might as well tell the puppet sword everything. Settling back onto the plush couch, he prepares to recount his story, the sentient sword resting on the table before him. After listening, the sword remarks that its master has clearly been through a great deal of hardship as well. Kiska's expression hardens as he confirms this, explaining that there isn't a single person in Katarov village who would take his side. They still hate him, even now. Hearing of this universal animosity, the sword offers a simple, brutal solution. It asks why he doesn't just let it eat everyone in the village. The shocking proposal hangs in the silent room. His eyes widen in stunned silence, sweat forming on his brow as he processes the monstrous idea. In that moment, a realization dawns on him. He understands now. His own burning desire for revenge and the puppet sword's dream of consumption are not so different. The sword processes this new information, concluding that their goals align. It then questions if this means it shouldn't eat the villagers. He leaned in close to the weapon, a wide, vengeful grin spreading across his face. He asked the puppet sword if it could eat them all. The sword, with equal enthusiasm, assured him it would be a piece of cake. His resolve hardened as he gripped the sword's hilt. With their course of action now set, he declared with fierce determination that they could do this. The plan was to begin the following day. He instructed the sword not to leave any of the villagers behind, musing that there wouldn't even be enough for it. With his path decided, he plunged into a dungeon, leaping over stone floors with the puppet sword ready. He vowed to keep pushing forward until they finally escaped. He roared as he charged ahead, swinging the blade in a devastating arc that cleaved through a griffin's head. His expression was one of pure, unwavering focus amidst the chaos of battle. The display of power brought a confident smile to his face. He boasted that at this point, Even an S-rank boss would be no match for them. The sword enthusiastically agreed, addressing him as master. He pressed onward, his eyes fixed on the goal ahead. Having come so far, all that remained was to aim for the dungeon's large, ornate exit door. Just as he reached the threshold, a woman's voice echoed from behind, musing that she had been wondering why the parasite sword wasn't in its usual place. Startled, he spun around. He turned to find a shocking sight. Judith stood before him, wearing a revealing maid's outfit with a wide, unsettling grin. Utterly bewildered, he could only stammer her name, wondering what in the world was happening. Inside the dungeon corridor, Kiska is confronted by Judith. With a wide, unsettling smile, she stretches her arms above her head in a deceptively casual gesture. Her grin widens as she observes him, noting that he seems to be carrying quite a dangerous sword. Dark, crackling energy begins to coalesce around her hands. That energy solidifies into a pair of massive, curved black blades. She brandishes them with a chilling expression, declaring her intent to kill anyone who carries the parasite sword. His eyes widen in terror as sweat drips down his face. The realization of his dire situation hits him with full force. The parasite's sword speaks to its master, confirming he can sense the immense danger radiating from the woman. Gritting his teeth, Kiska affirms that he is well aware. She stands before him, blade poised, lamenting that they were so close to escaping the dungeon, only for this confrontation to arise. Her expression twists into a menacing sneer as she asks if he is truly prepared to fight her here and now. Kiska flinches under the weight of her question. In a shocking move, he drops to his knees with a thud, shouting for her to wait. The sudden, desperate plea catches Judith completely off guard, her menacing posture faltering into confusion. He then places the parasite's sword on the stone floor. The sword itself is taken aback, questioning its master's actions and insisting they can easily defeat her. Looking down at the weapon with a determined expression, Kiska quietly tells the parasite sword to leave this to him. He remained on his knees, looking up at the woman before him. He asked if she was the great ancient vampire, Judith. With a wide, knowing smile, she acknowledged his manners. He then explained his intention to escape the dungeon, pleading with Judith to let him pass. Judith's smile tightened as she flatly refused his request. The parasite sword he carried was too dangerous, she explained, and if she didn't eliminate it now, it would cause trouble later. He countered, insisting that she had no need to worry. His expression hardened with determination. He declared that he had successfully consumed the parasite sword and could now control it completely. The vampire's smug demeanor vanished, replaced by wide-eyed shock. She stammered that she never imagined anyone could know how to control the weapon. From the floor, he simply confirmed, yes. He then revealed his source. Someone had taught him the method a while ago, using the very knowledge she herself had shared with him. Observing him, Judith conceded that he did not appear to be lying. With her eyes closed in thought, she finally relented. Very well, she announced. I shall let you go this time. Kiska's face lit up with relief and joy, and he thanked her profusely. As he rose to his feet, he let out a sigh, relieved that a fight had been avoided. The eye on his sword blinked in silent agreement. Turning to leave, he muttered under his breath about what an arrogant woman she was. His sword concurred, adding that she had a nasty personality. His words, however, had not gone unheard. He froze, his face a mask of terror, as Judith stopped walking and turned back, a menacing sparkle in her eye. He shouts back at the enraged woman, calling her an idiot, as she declares that his sword has poor manners. The parasite sword itself seems to react defensively to her fury. Realizing his grave error, he immediately turns and flees down the corridor, yelling a desperate apology over his shoulder. Judith is left behind, her anger momentarily replaced by a look of stunned disbelief. After putting some distance between them, he collapses against a stone wall, panting heavily. A wave of relief washes over him, and he bursts into laughter, amazed that they somehow managed to escape. He catches his breath and speaks to the sword, remarking that it was a good thing they got away, as there's no telling what would have happened if they had fought. The sword, however, communicates that it found the entire ordeal to be great fun. The weapon presses the point, asking if its master is angry. It confidently asserts that if they had worked together, they could have easily taken the vampire down. He considers this for a moment, a slight smile on his face. He concedes that the sword might be right, but trails off, leaving the thought unfinished. He then clarifies his true reason, explaining that Judith is someone he really doesn't want to fight. As he speaks, an image of her, calm and composed, lingers in his mind. The sword, not understanding, presses him for a more specific reason. Kiska sweats, flustered as he struggles to find the right words to explain his reluctance. He finally offers a cryptic answer, a faint blush on his cheeks. He admits that it's not something he can easily say, but hints that in another timeline, he and Judith had a very good relationship. The sword processes this information and comes to a blunt conclusion, suggesting that the real reason is simply that Kiska is into girls like her. He flushes, turning away and insisting it's not like that at all. The sword cackles, declaring that its master is blushing. Kiska mutters a serious denial, but his embarrassed expression tells a different story. Annoyed by the incessant teasing, he tells the sword to stop. He then turns his back completely, try to regain his composure and focus on the path ahead. With the matter settled, he declares their new objective. They must now move forward and defeat the final boss of the dungeon. The sword asks if they are leaving, and he confirms with a determined expression. As they proceed, the sword expresses its awe, exclaiming that this is its first time in such a place. Before them stretches a long, brightly lit corridor, its end obscured by a brilliant white light. The corridor leads them into a small, stone-walled chamber. At its center, resting upon an ornate pedestal, sits a single, solitary treasure chest. He approaches the pedestal cautiously. The sword, ever inquisitive, asks what might be inside the treasure chest. He smiles, already knowing the contents. He explains that inside the chest is a crystal of wisdom, an item that grants its finder a random skill. Understanding the opportunity, he decides to give it a try. The sword agrees, and with a click, he unlatches the chest and lifts the lid. As the chest opens, a bright light emanates from within, revealing a glowing crystal. A profound awareness fills his mind, informing him that he has obtained the crystal of wisdom and that its effect will activate automatically. The light fades, leaving the chest empty. A new message manifests in his consciousness. He has acquired the skill, appraisal. He stares at the empty chest, a look of confusion on his face as he processes the new ability. He decides to test his newly acquired appraisal skill on the parasite sword. He recalls seeing it on his skill list before, noting its D rank and wondering if that makes it useless. His attempt is immediately thwarted. A notification informs him that the skill cannot be used due to an insufficient level, causing him to groan in frustration. Frustrated, he pulls up his status screen to check his resources. As he glances over his 1332 available skill points, a realization suddenly dawns on him. A confident smile spreads across his face. He realizes that with so many points, he can easily raise the puppet sword to level 3, and decides to level up both appraisal and taunt as much as he can. He commits the points, and a system message promptly confirms the successful upgrade. Both appraisal and taunt have been raised from level 1 to level 3. With the skill now sufficiently leveled, he turns his attention back to the sword, placing his hand over its large eye to try the appraisal once more. The skill activates, revealing basic information about the weapon. It is the Black Blade, one of the forms of the parasitic puppet sword, and it possesses a sharp, cutting edge. He reacts with a sarcastic whoa, finding the information utterly useless. The sword, noticing his mumbling, asks what he's been doing. Kiska complains that at this rate, leveling up the skill was worthless. The sword's tone shifts dramatically, accusing him of appraising its beautiful form without permission and suggestively calling him a pervert. Flustered, Kiska tries to explain that he was only testing the new skill, but it proved pointless as it only revealed information he already knew. He tells the sword to stop joking, but the weapon simply huffs and dismisses his complaint. It then makes a completely nonsensical comment, calling him a beautiful girl, leaving Kiska utterly bewildered. He stares, a bead of sweat on his cheek, as the sword enthusiastically promises to show him its true form once it becomes a beautiful girl. Try to move past the bizarre statement. Kiska forces a smile and says he'll look forward to it. Turning his back on the weapon, he declares that he has leveled up his skills and is now ready to proceed. The sword, however, expresses its own curiosity, wondering what kind of person Kiska will be when he becomes a human. The conversation fades as he focuses on the path ahead. A long, tiled hallway ending in a massive, intricately carved set of double doors. He walks the length of the hall, a nervous sweat breaking out on his temple. Taking a deep breath, he hardens his expression and clenches his fist, readying himself. "All right, let's go," he declares, to which the sword readily agrees. He now stands before the towering doors, their immense scale dwarfing him completely. As he hesitates, the sword asks if he is nervous. With a tense expression, Kiska admits that he is a little. In response, the sword erupts into a bizarre, loud cheer, shouting for its master and encouraging him enthusiastically. Kiska flinches, caught completely off guard by the sudden outburst, as the sword mutters that it can't be helped. He whirls around, his face a mask of shock and confusion, demanding to know what that was. The sword calmly explains that it was simply cheering for him. The absurdity of the situation breaks his tension, and he erupts into laughter, covering his mouth as he tries to stifle it. The sword immediately accuses him of laughing and making fun of it. Composing himself, he scratches the back of his head and offers a reassuring smile. He tells the sword that it's fine, insisting that he wasn't making fun of it at all. His sword, the strange entity known as the puppet sword, offered a quiet word of thanks. The weapon questioned his slight smile, prompting him to point out its sudden and uncharacteristic formality. He turned his attention to the towering doors, admitting with genuine gratitude that he never would have made it this far without his companion. With their bond reaffirmed, he pushed the heavy, ornate doors, which groaned open under strain. The doors revealed a vast, cavernous hall. Flickering torches lined the high walls, but their light failed to pierce the oppressive darkness at the far end. He stood alone at the threshold, a small figure in an immense space. Suddenly, the great doors boomed shut behind him. The sword's voice cut through the echo, advising him to save his gratitude for later. Heeding the warning, He drew the blade and dropped into a low stance, eyes scanning the darkness ahead. He understood that the real challenge was just beginning. A bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. Yet his expression was not one of fear. A sharp, determined grin spread across his face as he affirmed his readiness for the fight to come. His readiness was immediately tested as a monstrous form emerged from the shadows. A colossal, armored centipede slithered forward, its sheer size dwarfing the lone boy standing before it. The creature's two massive, glowing white eyes fixed upon him. In their blank, unblinking surfaces, his own small, defiant figure was reflected. The colossal creature loomed before Kiska, its armored segments filling the vast chamber. It was an SSS rank giant centipede, a monster of the highest threat level. Undeterred, the young man held his ground, gripping his sword as he prepared for the inevitable clash. He stared into the monster's glowing eyes, his own narrowing with resolve as a single thought solidified in his mind. This was the final battle of this dungeon. As the centipede lunged forward with a deafening screech, Kiska braced himself for the attack. In a vast, tiled chamber, Kiska stands alone, his sword held at the ready. Before him looms a colossal, insectoid creature with a glossy black carapace, the final boss of the dungeon. The young warrior's face hardens with resolve. He shouts out the name of his skill, Appraisal, extending a hand toward the beast as he grips his strange, sentient greatsword. The appraisal reveals the terrifying truth. His opponent is a giant centipede, an SSS rank monster. Its venom is so potent it can dissolve even solid metal. The gravity of the situation settles upon him. This is truly the final battle. He grits his teeth, acknowledging the immense difficulty of the fight ahead. Without warning, the creature's maw opens and it spews a torrent of corrosive liquid. Here it comes, he thinks, throwing himself to the ground to narrowly avoid the deadly spray. He watches the venom sizzle on the stone floor, realizing that a single hit means an instant knockout. Steeling himself, he addresses his weapon, the pulsating greatsword, readying his plan. As the centipede unleashes another venomous stream, he puts his trust in his blade. He resolves to use the sword's autonomic functions to evade the poison. The sword guides his movements, allowing him to slip past the lethal spray. Seizing the opening, he shouts his intent, dodge and attack. He lunges forward, swinging the greatsword in a powerful, two-handed arc aimed directly at the creature's armored head. His blade strikes the exoskeleton with a deafening clang, but fails to penetrate. The sheer resilience of the beast is staggering. Damn, he's tough, Kiska thinks, straining against the impact. The force of the impact sends a shockwave up his arms as the sword grinds harmlessly against the creature's impenetrable armor, deflecting off with a screech of metal on chitin. Before he can recover, the centipede lashes out with a powerful leg, swatting him away like an insect. He is thrown through the air, crashing hard against the floor with a cry of pain. He was sent reeling by the force of the blow, the giant centipede's tail striking with incredible power. The creature itself seemed surprised by the sudden confrontation, its massive head turning towards him. He crashed to the ground, grunting in pain as he clutched his arm. Beside him, his sentient sword expressed its concern, asking its master if he was all right. Pushing himself up, he confirmed that he was somehow okay, though his face was tight with pain. The sword, acknowledging that the situation was dire, asked what their next move should be. His expression hardened with resolve. Declaring they had no other choice, he decided to use a puppet-style sword technique. He gripped his weapon, telling it they were going to turn things around as he prepared to launch a new assault. He launched himself into a spinning leap, unleashing the great wheel slash. With desperate intensity, he pleaded for the attack to break through the monster's impenetrable defense. The spinning blade descended, striking the centipede's armored head with a deafening clang of metal on chitin. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. The outcome was impossible. He could only stammer, no. His ultimate attack had failed. The giant centipede remained completely unscathed, not a single scratch marring its glossy exoskeleton. Kiska was left kneeling on the floor, staring up at the unharmed beast. Looming over him, the creature was a monument to invulnerability. The horrifying realization finally sank in. Their attacks simply wouldn't work on the giant centipede. He gritted his teeth in frustration. His sword, ever the strategist, spoke up, suggesting they reposition and search for a spot where they could land an effective attack. Kiska could only agree, understanding their current approach was futile. He scrambled away from the colossal beast, his mind racing to find a weak point. With the centipede's legs looming over him, he desperately questioned where exactly he should attack. His eyes darted to the joints in the creature's legs, but he quickly realized they were just as armored as the rest of its body. A test strike confirmed his fears as the blade bounced off harmlessly. If the legs were no good, then he had to find another target. His gaze shifted upward to the monster's head. The eyes, he thought, must be the weak spot. He lunged, thrusting his sword forward, but the blade was deflected with a sharp clang, failing to even scratch the surface. The failed attack left him vulnerable. Before he could react, one of the centipede's sharp, whip-like appendages sliced through the air directly towards him. The blow struck him with immense force, sending him flying backward. He crashed hard onto the stone floor, the impact jarring his entire body. Lying there, he finally admitted to himself that it wasn't going to work this time. He pushed himself into a sitting position, accepting the futility of the fight. It was still too early to challenge the giant centipede. He resolved to silently accept death and use the knowledge gained for his next attempt. A calm, almost serene expression settled on his face. He knew that even if he died, time would simply rewind, giving him another chance. With this acceptance, he watched without fear as the monster's massive head descended to deliver the final, crushing blow. But the end did not come. Instead, he was suddenly on his feet, sword held defensively. A voice, not his own, echoed in his mind, originating from the weapon itself. "Master, why are you giving up?" it asked. Kiska's eyes shot wide with shock. He stared down at the ornate sword, a blush of disbelief spreading across his face as he recognized the source. Puppet sword?" he stammered, utterly bewildered. He clutches the sentient weapon, his voice cracking with desperation as he shouts at it, reminding the sword of its solemn vow. It had promised to turn him into a human. The sword calmly affirms his words are true. He listens, still reeling from the revelation, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of the situation settles upon him. He realizes that his very survival, his ability to be standing here in this moment, is entirely because of the puppet sword. The thought transports him to an inner world where he faces the sword's true, shadowy form. He explains his predicament. While he can reset everything by dying, the puppet sword he would meet again would not be this one, the one who has just revealed its sentience. The spirit confirms his fears, stating that their promise can only be fulfilled in the current timeline. Dying would sever their pact forever. Snapping back to the physical world, the sword cries out to its master. A newfound resolve settles on Kiska's face as he apologizes for causing it to worry, a slight smile touching his lips. He then turns his full attention to the colossal centipede looming before him, declaring that it's time to get serious. His eyes narrow in concentration, his mind racing to find a vulnerability. He is certain the giant centipede must have a weak spot somewhere. He lunges, driving the puppet sword into one of the creature's massive legs. The blade strikes the hard carapace with a sharp clang, but fails to penetrate. The ineffective blow leaves him vulnerable. The centipede retaliates instantly, swatting him aside with immense force. He is sent tumbling across the stone floor, looking up in shock at the unyielding behemoth. He pushes himself up from the ground, the sword's grim logic settling in his mind. With the massive centipede looming over him, he murmurs his understanding. Gripping his weapon, he informs the puppet sword that he believes he has found the giant creature's weak point. The sword, in turn, simply hums with curiosity. A reckless grin spreads across his face as he presents the dangerous caveat. Their plan might result in their deaths. He asks if the sword is prepared for that risk. Without hesitation, the sword enthusiastically agrees, praising its master's insight and urging him to attack the identified spot. The weapon then rationalizes the danger, concluding that if they perish while charging ahead, it is an unavoidable outcome. Despite its bold words, a bead of sweat forms on its surface, betraying a hint of apprehension. Bolstered by his weapon's loyalty, he turns to face the colossal monster once more. With a newfound sense of camaraderie, he thanks his partner and readies himself for the coming clash. He then shouts a challenge, deliberately drawing the creature's attention. He dares the giant bug to attack him, and its massive head twitches, acknowledging the taunt. In response, the giant centipede's mandibles part, revealing a gaping, circular maw that promises a devastating attack. Kiska stands firm, facing the abyss head-on. As the monster prepares its assault, he lowers his center of gravity, gripping his sword with both hands. He channels his power, announcing the name of his attack, a puppet-style sword technique. His eyes widen with intense concentration, and with a powerful roar, he unleashes the full name of his move, Swift Dragon Thrust. The cry hangs in the air as he explodes forward, a blur of motion. He drives the puppet sword forward in a powerful, direct thrust aimed straight for the monster's head. He is swallowed whole. The giant centipede's maw clamps shut around him, and he lets out a muffled roar as he is plunged into the fleshy darkness of its gullet. Inside the suffocating passage, his eyes are wide with a mixture of terror and fierce determination, sweat beading on his dirt-streaked face. He hurtles down the creature's throat, a ribbed tunnel slick with digestive fluids. Gritting his teeth against the foul environment, he keeps the puppet sword held ready for the critical moment. The puppet sword communicates with him, its voice echoing in his mind. It observes that with a cut as deep as the one he's about to make, even the monster's thick armor can be pierced. With a determined grin, Kiska confirms he's ready, and the sword agrees, signaling their commitment to the plan. With a final desperate roar, he thrusts the sword with all his strength into the soft flesh of the centipede's vital point from within, causing a violent spray of dark ichor. He wrenches the blade free. The internal damage is catastrophic, causing the creature's head to erupt in a gory explosion. As the colossal body of the centipede collapses, Kiska stands beside the massive, gaping wound he created, the immediate danger finally over. He pants heavily, his face a mask of exhaustion and disbelief. The adrenaline fades, leaving only the stark reality of what he has just survived. A strange, luminous message materializes in the air before him, announcing that the monster has been defeated and that he has earned skill points. The words hang in the air, but he can barely process their meaning. Staring into nothing, he mutters to himself, questioning if he was truly the one who accomplished such an impossible feat. He stands hunched over, sweat beading on his face as he catches his breath. He quietly acknowledges the immense struggle he endured. In stark contrast, the puppet sword erupts with joy, congratulating its master on the victory. It declares that they have finally beaten the boss and that it's time to celebrate. The quiet exhaustion gives way to a raw, cathartic roar. He throws his head back, fists clenched, and screams out the truth of his ordeal. He kept struggling, he shouts, and now, finally, he has conquered the Katarov dungeon. On the cold stone floor of a dungeon, a young man with silver hair recalls his grim past. He was falsely accused of murder, a crime he did not commit, and as punishment, he was banished to the deepest levels of this unforgiving labyrinth. His mind flashes back to the countless life-or-death battles he has endured since that day. He fought relentlessly against monstrous bugbears, headless steeds wreathed in flame, and imposing suits of living armor, all in a desperate struggle for survival. His struggle culminates in a triumphant, ragged cry. After all the bloodshed and hardship, he has finally achieved the impossible. He has conquered the entirety of the Katarov dungeon. His declaration is met with an unexpected phenomenon. A message materializes in the air, announcing a reward for the one who defeated the great centipede. Before his astonished eyes, a brilliant light coalesces into the form of a magnificent sword. The light fades, revealing the weapon in full detail. A formal notice confirms its identity. He has obtained the blazing sword. He reaches for the new blade, a look of genuine surprise on his dirt-streaked face. The realization dawns on him that such a system of rewards exists even in this forsaken place. As he examines his prize, his other weapon, the sentient puppet sword, seems to silently accuse him of infidelity. With a sheepish grin, he placates his living weapon, admitting he was just tempted a little. He then draws the blazing sword, its blade erupting in a fiery aura. He marvels at its power, noting how useful it could be. Beside him, the puppet sword seems to sulk, but he dismisses its feelings, deciding it can't be helped. He turns to his original companion, thanking it, but explaining his rationale. He confides that acquiring this new sword is a convenient precaution. If the puppet sword were to reach Predator level 3, he fears it might become uncontrollable. With that settled, he declares it's time to move on. His gaze falls upon a glowing magic circle on the floor, an exit from his long confinement. With a confident smile, he decides to keep the blazing sword as a backup, just in case, ready to finally leave the dungeon behind. He stood before the brilliant teleportation circle, questioning if it was truly his way out. The puppet sword, held firmly in his hand, affirmed his belief with certainty. With his path confirmed, he took a steadying breath and turned towards the swirling vortex of light, his expression hardening with resolve. As the teleportation magic enveloped him, he reflected on his ordeal. His days trapped within the Katarov dungeon had been a long and painful trial. But now, with a sense of finality, he understood it was time to bid that suffering farewell. A blinding flash of light consumed him, pulling him from the depths of the dungeon. The intense sensation subsided, and his eyes blinked open, adjusting to a world beyond stone walls. He found himself standing on a high stone terrace, the dungeon's exit, which overlooked a peaceful town nestled amongst rolling hills. For a moment, he simply stood there, taking in the sight of civilization after so long. Then his eyes widened in utter disbelief at the scene before him. It was the very town from which he had been exiled. He stands frozen on the stone terrace, clutching the massive, dark sword as he stares up at the vast, cloud-filled sky, a sight he hasn't seen in what feels like an eternity. Taking in his surroundings, he sees he is at the top of a grand staircase built into the side of a hill, overlooking a dense forest. A lone guard stands watch at the bottom. His sudden appearance startles the two guards at the top of the stairs. One calls out in alarm, asking what is happening, while the other shouts that a dungeon returee has appeared. Someone has cleared the dungeon. Kiska, however, simply looks down, his expression somber and unreadable. As he begins his descent, the puppet sword speaks to him, asking its master how he feels now that he has finally returned to the surface. Kiska quietly responds, his gaze still fixed on the steps before him, mentioning the sky he saw after so long. He continues his thought, his voice heavy with emotion, admitting that the sky, it was too beautiful. The sword questions this sentiment, asking if the sky of Katarov village, the very place where he suffered so much, could truly be beautiful. Looking toward the town gates, Kiska affirms that in the end, the sky is still beautiful. Walking through the gates into the town, he feels a wave of calm, thinking that he might be able to forgive everything. His arrival, however, is immediately noticed by his former tormentors in the crowd, who recognize him with shock and disbelief, questioning how he could have possibly cleared the dungeon. His mind flashes back to his ordeal. He remembers the constant worry, recalling how even when he tried to use a jiha as a sacrifice, he was overcome with guilt and threw up on the spot. He then recalls standing among the shadowy forms of the monsters he'd slain, a faint, unsettling smile on his face as he wondered if he was the kind of person who simply couldn't bring himself to kill others. His expression hardens in the present moment. Sensing this shift, the puppet sword poses a critical question. So, does this mean you don't want to seek revenge anymore? He answers the sword's question with a chilling, predatory grin. His eyes narrow with malice as he confirms his intentions, stating that the thought of forgiveness is not on his mind at all. His dark resolve delights the puppet's sword, which erupts in a series of gleeful, echoing laughs, proclaiming that this is the attitude it was hoping for. As their murderous intentions align, a surge of power manifests as a notification before him. It announces that the parasite sword has leveled up to level 3, and through this evolution, he has obtained a new skill, Brutal Predator. He speaks the name of the new ability aloud, an aura of palpable menace emanating from him. The nearby villagers, witnessing this strange event, cry out in alarm, wondering what is happening. With the villagers distracted by confusion and fear, he gives a simple, brutal command to his weapon. Go. He orders the puppet sword. He then adds a horrifying clarification, his face contorted in a mask of pure hatred. He commands the sword to devour every single villager, leaving no one behind. The puppet sword cheers with glee and lunges forward, its massive, tooth-filled maw descending upon a terrified villager, whose screams are cut short. While the sword begins its rampage, Kiska turns and sprints away from the scene. The commotion attracts the attention of two of his former bullies, who stare in disbelief at the monstrous entity. One urges the other that they need to flee immediately. Their escape is blocked as Kiska appears before them, moving with startling speed. He dispatches them with a series of swift, incapacitating blows, sending them sprawling to the ground. Standing over their fallen forms, he greets them with a cold smile, remarking that it has been a long time. Staring up at him from the ground, their expressions shift from shock to utter terror as they recognize their former victim. One of them stammers out his name, demanding to know why he has returned. He loomed over his defeated tormentors, a wide, unnerving grin stretching across his face. With a chillingly casual tone, he made his demand. Hey, tell me where Darga is. The spiky-haired bully stared back in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Are you kidding me? He stammered, his fear warring with defiance. Why the hell would I tell you anything? His words were cut short as a small flame from Kiska's sword flickered dangerously close to his cheek. In response to the defiance, Kiska admired his newly manifested weapon. This blazing sword is nice. He mused. It can burn anyone I strike with it. To prove his point, he pressed the fiery blade against the bully's face, eliciting a raw scream of agony. He leaned in closer, his expression a mask of sadistic pleasure as the other bully pleaded for him to stop. But just so you know, Kiska whispered, his voice soft yet menacing, I'll keep burning your faces until you do. Satisfied for the moment, he turned his attention to the monstrous form of his puppet sword, which materialized beside him. I've got some errands to take care of, he informed the creature, so you can go wild as you please. The sword's main body quivered in understanding, acknowledging its master's command. Meanwhile, Darga strode through the panicked streets, his face a mask of irritation at the chaos. His eyes scanned the area until they locked onto Kiska in the distance. Found you, he growled, drawing his own blade and charging forward without hesitation. The two adversaries finally stood opposite one another. Darga's charge halted, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief, while Kiska simply waited for him, a confident, knowing smirk on his lips. Breaking the silence, Kiska offered a casual greeting. Long time no see. Darga, his former bully, could only stare, stammering in shock. Dubba, are you here? Darga quickly shook off his surprise, his expression hardening into annoyance. TCH, I don't have the time to be dealing with you, he snapped, gesturing to the chaos around them. We're busy dealing with the monsters that appeared in the village. His dismissal was met with a widening, predatory grin from Kiska. He posed a chilling question, revealing the horrifying truth of the situation. So, what if I'm the one who caused those monsters to appear? His confession was met with stunned silence. Darga's face twisted from disbelief to rage as he demanded to know what Kiska was talking about. Before Darga could react further, Kiska lunged forward, his face a mask of pained resolve, and drove a short sword deep into the larger man's side. The blade sank into flesh. As blood sprayed from the wound, Darga's own sword slipped from his numb fingers and clattered onto the stone ground. A raw cry of agony tore from his throat. He stumbled backward, his face contorted in a grimace of pure pain. He collapsed to his knees. Kiska looked down at him, his voice devoid of emotion, and clarified that Darga seemed to be misunderstanding the situation. He stated plainly that he could kill him anytime he wished. Clutching the bleeding wound, Darga could only grit his teeth and force out a curse through the overwhelming pain. Enraged, he bellowed at his nearby men, ordering them to kill the silver-haired boy. Kiska watched them approach, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused that in the past, he would have been killed without a fight. But now, he taunted the weaklings, daring them to attack. They charged in unison, But he moved with impossible speed, his blade a blur that intercepted an overhead strike and shattered the attacker's sword. His movements were a whirlwind of precise, deadly motion. He effortlessly parried, dodged, and countered every attack, striking down his opponents one by one. Standing over a fallen foe, Kiska made a declaration. He was the one who survived that dungeon, and because of that, he could defeat men like these with his eyes closed. He watches as Darga, the once mighty bully, is reduced to a trembling, speechless wreck on the ground. The brute's face is a mask of pure terror, sweat beading on his brow as he stares up in disbelief. Leaning closer, his voice remains calm, yet chilling. He asks Darga if he has any idea what occupied his thoughts during his time clearing the dungeon. His eye, wide and unblinking, fills with a terrifying light as he reveals the subject of his constant meditation: revenge. He recounts the endless ways he imagined Darga's demise: being burned alive, having his flesh carved away, his eyes gouged out, being bludgeoned, or beheaded. He confesses he's been contemplating the perfect, fleeting death to inflict upon him. The sheer malice in his voice shatters Darga's last shred of defiance. The large man prostrates himself on the stone floor, stammering apologies and begging for forgiveness, admitting it was all his fault. He looks up, his face a canvas of pathetic fear. Kiska's expression softens into a disarming smile as he tells Darga not to worry. But the reassurance is a lie. Kneeling down to meet Darga's gaze, Kiska's smile twists into a predatory grin. He promises that he won't grant him an easy death like his men received. Instead, he will kill him in the most horrible way imaginable. The time for revenge has finally arrived. Panic erupts in the streets of a quiet village as a monstrous, black, gelatinous creature with a gaping maw descends upon the populace. Terrified citizens, including a pair of young adventurers, scream and flee as the creature's shadowy tendrils lash out, seeking prey. The creature's attack finds its mark. It slams down upon one of the adventurers, a young man with spiky hair, who lets out a final, agonized scream as the monster's immense weight crushes him completely. Having consumed its victim, the creature stands motionless on the cobblestone street. A single thought emanates from the beast, expressing its simple, chilling satisfaction: delicious. The chaos outside reaches the Katarov Village Adventurers Guild, where an unseen person shouts desperately for the adventurers inside to hurry and deal with the monster. Inside, the village chief dismisses the plea with contempt. With arms crossed, he retorts that he has already sent for reinforcements, calling his own forces useless fools. An advisor timidly suggests that with their current strength, fighting is impossible and they should request aid from a neighboring guild instead. His tirade is cut short by a sudden crash. Darga is sent flying backward across the room. He looks up from the floor, his face a mask of pure shock, as a lone figure stands silhouetted in the guild's now open doorway. The intruder is Kiska. He stands poised in the entrance, a faintly glowing sword in his right hand. Darga lies defeated on the floor before him as the other guild members stare in stunned silence at the sudden turn of events. He lifts his gaze, a wide, unsettling smile spreading across his face. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he addresses the room's authority figure directly. Village chief. Yo, I've been looking for you. The village chief glares back, his expression hardening with anger and confusion as he demands, Who are you? From the floor, Darga weakly points a finger at Kiska, identifying him to the chief as his attacker. His unsettling smile remains fixed as he loudly repeats the false accusations that were leveled against him. That Kiska had returned from the dungeon alive only to team up with monsters and attack the village. He then addresses the stunned man directly, calling him by name, Village Chief Rigrut. The chief can only stammer in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Kiska is standing before him. His voice cuts through the silence of the guild hall as he reminds the chief of his past deeds. He recounts how Rigrut blamed him for killing Namia and subsequently threw him into the dungeon. He leans forward, his expression hardening as he declares the truth. He was not the one who assaulted and killed Namia. The chief flinches, his eyes wide with shock and fear at the direct accusation. His chilling grin returns as he points toward the defeated figure on the floor. He posits that the true culprit was the chief's own son, Darga, and asks if the chief was aware of this all along. Stunned in his silence, Rigrut can only question what Kiska has become. Cornered and desperate, the chief points a trembling finger and bellows an order to the adventurers in the room. Seize him. At his command, the armed adventurers draw their weapons, forming a circle around Kiska. The chief watches from the side, thinking the situation is dire, but giving them leave to kill the boy if necessary. From within the crowd, Darga, now recovered, lets out a mocking laugh. He concedes that Kiska may have gotten stronger, but implies it won't be nearly enough. He finishes his taunt, declaring that there is no way Kiska can win against so many adventurers. Kiska stands his ground, silent and resolute. The adventurers, Darga, and the village chief all share smug, confident expressions. They are certain that the lone boy before them is doomed. He stood surrounded, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips as he considered his odds. He thought to himself that there was no way he could possibly win against them all. His smile widened with resolve. Deciding to put that assumption to the test, he exploded into motion, a blur of speed that the armored adventurers couldn't track. Before they could react, one of them was struck down. The sudden violence shocked the onlookers. Another adventurer in full-plate armor swung his sword, but Kiska met the blow with a strange, glowing blade of his own. Village chief Rigrut and Darga watched from the side, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In a single, fluid motion, his sword sliced cleanly through the adventurer's neck. The man's head flew from his shoulders as Kiska, with a cold and detached look, muttered how weak his opponent had been. This level of combat was nothing special to him. He recalled his true battles, deep within the dungeon, against hordes of terrifying monsters. Fueled by these memories, he moved like a phantom through the remaining adventurers, his blade a blur of deadly precision as he cut them down one by one. He drove his sword through the chest of the last standing adventurer, who crumpled without a fight. Compared to the dungeon, he mused, everything here was just far too easy. The fight was over in moments. Kiska stood amidst the carnage, his glowing sword held at the ready, as Rigrut and Darga trembled in abject terror at the scene before them. Seeing his forces annihilated, the village chief turned to run, shouting for Kiska to wait. But the young man simply pointed his blade at him, issuing a cold warning. If he ran, he would be killed. His threat froze them in place. With a chilling smile, Kiska informed both father and son that if they even thought about running, he would cut their heads off right then and there. He looks down at the captive father and son, a chilling smile spreading across his face. With Darga and the village chief finally together, he proposes they play a small, special game. The two men stare back, sweating and wide-eyed with terror. The village chief stammers, questioning the idea of a game, while Darga can only manage a confused utterance. Kiska's smile remains, but his eyes are shadowed as he clarifies the rules. From this moment on, one of them will be tortured. As a cruel, spiked torture device materializes around him, he generously offers to let the two of them decide who it will be. He tells the father and son to talk it over. His expression hardens with impatience. He shouts at them to hurry up, declaring that letting them discuss it at all is an act of generosity. Faced with this impossible choice, Darga and the village chief can only stare in abject horror, their faces pale and slick with sweat. The silence is broken by the village chief. He turns to his son and declares that Darga will be the one to take the torture. He reasons that this all happened because Darga killed Namia, and, as the chief, he still has important duties to attend to. Darga recoils in disbelief, which quickly twists into rage. He roars at his father, asking if he's kidding. He reminds the old man that it was he, the village chief, who framed Kiska for the crime in the first place. Grabbing his father's collar, Darga screams that he committed the murder for his father's sake, and therefore the chief should take the torture for him as well. In the background, Kiska begins to laugh. His laughter subsides, replaced by a look of utter disgust. He remarks on how pathetic they are. He had thought that, as father and son, one might have selflessly offered themselves to spare the other. He looks down at the two panicked men, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Announcing that their time is up, he internally concedes that he held a tiny bit of hope for them, but it was clearly too much to expect. Their faces contort in sheer terror, sweat beading on their brows as they realize their indecision has cost them dearly. His own face, however, twists into a cruel, satisfied smile as he delivers his verdict. Both of them will be tortured. At this verdict, the village chief immediately throws himself to the floor in a deep bow, loudly apologizing for all the trouble his son has caused. He continues his desperate plea, begging to be spared and offering up his own son for whatever punishment Kiska sees fit. This blatant betrayal brings a look of wide-eyed, almost gleeful, realization to Kiska's face. He looks down at the groveling man, a dark smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that there could be no more disgusting sight in the world than a father selling out his son to save his own skin. While his father remains prostrate, Darga erupts in fury, calling the old man a piece of trash. Kiska, observing the scene, remarks that the father and son are perfect and announces that he has made his decision. Hearing this, the village chief looks up with a sycophantic, hopeful grin, while Darga stares in horrified disbelief. Kiska's voice is heard, stating that he will grant the village chief's request. Darga, clutching his arm in shock, suddenly throws himself to the ground as well. He desperately apologizes, begging Kiska to torture him instead of his father. But with a cold, closed-eye smile, Kiska tells him it's too late. Both father and son are now pressed to the floor, their faces contorted in terror and defeat as they await their fate. He looked down upon the two prostrate men, a wide, unsettling smile spreading across his face. He declared that he was so moved by their deep bond that he would give them both a chance. Following his command for them to raise their heads, he tossed two short swords onto the stone floor between them, the blades clattering loudly in the tense silence. His smile never faltered as he delivered the cruel ultimatum. They were to fight each other to the death. The faces of both Darga and his father contorted in shock and terror. He then offered a twisted incentive for their compliance. The winner, he promised, would receive something special, an exemption from torture. Without a moment's hesitation, the village chief lunged, swinging his sword at a stunned Darga. The blade bit deep into Darga's shoulder, drawing a pained grunt from the larger man as his own father wounded him. Watching the betrayal unfold, Kiska threw his head back, a look of pure, ecstatic delight on his face. He found the spectacle utterly amazing. He savored the moment, remarking on the rarity of witnessing such a low display, a father and son willing to kill one another just to save their own lives. As the village chief held the sword to his son's throat, Kiska's satisfaction was palpable. He was glad, he mused, that they were both such trash. Just as the chief prepared to end it, Darga's hand shot up, grabbing the sharp edge of the blade. He stopped the fatal blow, his father gasping in disbelief at the sudden resistance. He stood panting over his father's defeated form. From nearby, Kiska began to applaud, offering congratulations to Darga for his victory. Kiska then calmly stated that he would no longer torture him. A wave of relief washed over Darga's face as he stammered, asking if this meant he was forgiven. Kiska simply affirmed it. He then presented Darga's reward for winning, a serious duel to be held immediately. A strange, fiery energy now coated Kiska's blade. Darga's relief instantly evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He stared in disbelief, stammering that there was no way he could possibly win against Kiska. Kiska's expression hardened as he began to list the reasons for this duel. He recounted how, for as long as he could remember, Darga had made his life a living hell, simply for being an Alcusian with silver hair for ruining the fields for the constant beatings. Darga could only begin to apologize, his voice filled with anguish as he delivered the final, most damning accusation. Darga had made things even worse by taking away the person he loved most. He had killed Namia. Faced with this truth, Darga desperately tried to defend himself, claiming he had simply lost control in the heat of the moment. He insisted he was truly sorry for what happened. His apology was met with a calm, almost serene smile from Kiska, who confessed that he was actually very happy when Darga killed his own father moments earlier. The statement left Darga utterly bewildered. The reason, Kiska explained as his face contorted with rage, was simple. With Darga's father out of the way, he could now kill Darga with his own two hands. With that furious declaration, he lunged forward, driving the fiery blade deep into Darga's chest. His eyes, narrowed with grim finality, were splattered with the dark blood of his foe. As he withdrew his blade, the dark energy clinging to it lashed out, severing the top knot from Darga's head. The bodies of the village chief and his son lay still upon the stone floor. He stood in the sudden silence, the sole living person in a room now littered with the dead. His fiery sword cooled, its glow fading as the deed was done. His thoughts turned to the one he had lost. A vision of Namia's gentle smile filled his mind as he whispered her name. He had avenged her. His long-sought revenge was finally over. But the voice of the puppet's sword broke through his reverie, urging him to move. Agreeing, Kiska turned and ran for the exit, just as a deep, guttural rumbling began to shake the very foundations of the building. He burst out into the cobblestone street, the rumbling growing louder. He stopped short, a look of utter confusion spreading across his face as he stared at what stood before him. Dominating the street was a colossal, perfectly smooth, black egg. The puppet's sword spoke again, its voice emanating from the impossible object, leaving Kiska to stammer in disbelief, questioning if this was some kind of joke. In the middle of an empty village street, Alk stands frozen, his body rigid with shock and his mouth agape. His stunned gaze is fixed upon a colossal, dark, ovular object that has materialized before him. Utterly bewildered, he questions aloud if this could possibly be the puppet's sword. He continues to stare at the impossible object, his voice trembling as he demands to know what it is. A sharp cracking sound answers him. His eyes widen in alarm as a thin fissure suddenly appears on the object's smooth, dark surface. The single crack rapidly spiders outward, branching across the entire structure. A realization dawns on him, and he gasps the word, egg. The egg violently shatters, exploding in a shower of dark fragments. Alk instinctively throws an arm up to shield himself from the blast. He is drenched in a thick, viscous liquid that splatters across the street. Wincing, he recognizes the substance covering him. Is this egg white? As the steam clears, a figure is revealed, standing where the egg once was. It's a young woman. Alk's eyes widen in disbelief and recognition as he utters her name, Puppet's Sword. He immediately draws his own blade, dropping into a cautious stance. The woman kneels silently on the cobblestones, surrounded by pools of the translucent fluid. Her long, light hair drapes over her form, and her gaze is vacant. The remnants of the strange hatching, the thick, white liquid, slowly settle and spread across the uneven stones of the street. As she stood before him, Alk's face filled with awe and disbelief. He stammered, barely able to comprehend the sight, asking if she had truly become human. He let out a breath of relief, smiling as he murmured his thanks. But as the woman looked down at her own hands, his smile faltered, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The source of his unease became terrifyingly clear. The right side of her face was a grotesque mockery of humanity, a mass of corrupted, dark flesh with a monstrous, multi-pupiled eye staring out in horror. The sight struck Alk with the force of a physical blow, his own eyes widening in pure, undiluted shock. He stumbled backward, his voice cracking as he repeatedly shouted his denial. Beside him, the woman clutched her head, her own silent scream of despair echoing his. Her anguish erupted into a full-throated cry. She shrieked that this was not what she wanted. All she had ever desired was to become human. Al could only stare, whispering her name, Puppet Sword. Tears streamed down her face, one side human and sorrowful, the other monstrous and weeping. She questioned the point of becoming human only to look like this, her voice dropping to a broken plea. Kill me. Her request hung in the air as she sobbed. Jolted from his stupor, Alk vehemently refused, shouting at her not to say something so stupid. He insisted there was no way he could ever do that. His expression softened, his resolve hardening into a gentle smile. He looked directly at her and declared with unwavering conviction that he didn't care what she looked like. She was his partner. His words seemed to pierce through her despair. She looked up, tears still glistening on her corrupted cheek, and asked a question that stunned him into silence. If that was true, could he love her, even like this? He stares, momentarily stunned by her desperate, tear-filled question. Her face, a tragic combination of human beauty and monstrous corruption, awaits his answer. A blush spreads across his cheeks as he finds his voice, his shock giving way to a heartfelt smile. He stammers at first, simply saying he can, before declaring with conviction, I can love you. His words wash over her, and her eyes close in overwhelming relief. Fresh tears of pure joy stream down both sides of her face as a radiant smile breaks through her sorrow. She looks up at him, her voice filled with profound gratitude. Through her happy tears, she thanks her master. Her expression shifts, however, a hint of apprehension returning as she begins to add a caveat. At that exact moment, a dark, ominous presence looms from above, and Alk's joyful expression vanishes, replaced by sudden alarm. The amorphous, dark entity that is the sword's true self descends upon them. From the ground, the puppet sword's voice turns cold and distant as she addresses her master, telling him he is a terrible liar. The accusation hits him with the force of a physical blow. His eyes widen in pure, uncomprehending shock. Before he can react, the dark mass surges forward, its tendrils wrapping around the puppet sword's human form. Her hand reaches out from the swirling darkness as she is consumed, and Alk can only stare, muttering her name in horror. The transformation completes in a violent eruption. The mass of darkness coalesces into a grotesque, monstrous form and lets out a deafening, distorted roar of its own name. The force of the cry blasting Alk backward. In the aftermath of the violent outburst, the scene shifts to the quiet exterior of a stately building, its domed roof stark against the daytime sky. In a quiet graveyard overlooking a vast mountain range, Alk kneels before a row of headstones, his sword resting by his side. His head is bowed in solemn remembrance. He looks up, a faint, sorrowful smile on his face as he addresses one grave in particular. He speaks the name, Namiya, informing her that he has finally avenged her. His gaze remains fixed on the stone as he continues his quiet report, recalling that in their village, she was the only one who ever protected him, the only one who was on his side. With deep emotion, he confesses that she was his everything. To achieve this vengeance, he explains, he risked his life trying to escape the Katarov dungeon, admitting that he died many times in the process. He then reveals that down in the dungeon, he met a friend. Her name, he says, was Puppet Sword. As an image of the sword's monstrous true form flashes in his memory, he tells Namiya that his new friend had a strange dream, to become human. It was because of this companion, he states with conviction, that he was ultimately able to escape the dungeon. He connects everything together, concluding that it was because of her help that he was able to fulfill his promise and avenge Namiya. With a final, bittersweet smile, he delivers the last piece of news. And then, the puppet sword finally became human. He continues speaking to Namiya's grave, his voice heavy with unspoken thoughts as he looks out at the horizon. His story, however, takes a turn as he admits to the cold stone that something went wrong. He looks down at the flower he placed by her headstone, lamenting that both she and the puppet sword are now gone. The weight of his solitude crashes down upon him as he declares that there's no one left standing beside him anymore. Overwhelmed by this profound loneliness, his composure shatters, and tears of anguish stream down his face. His gaze drifts to the empty sky as a desperate question forms in his mind. How is he supposed to keep living from this point on? In the depths of his despair, a memory surfaces, a voice from the past offering a lifeline. The voice belongs to a woman with a gentle, reassuring smile, her words echoing with a promise to grant him a single skill. The memory jolts him, his eyes flying open in sudden, breathless realization. As if summoned by the thought, a translucent, glowing panel materializes in the air before him. He stares at it, then clutches his chest, utterly stunned. He stared at the translucent panel floating before him. It displayed his status. Kiska, with 15 SP. Below, a list of his skills included Save and Reset, Provoke, Swordsmanship, and Appraisal, all at level 3. As he scanned the list, a dreadful realization struck him. The puppet sword skill was gone, but his despair quickly gave way to a flicker of hope. He still had one crucial ability left: save and reset. The thought solidified his resolve. He hadn't endured everything just to end up in this bleak reality. He stood amidst the graves, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. With his decision made, he turned his back on the tombstones and began to walk, each step firm and deliberate. His path led him to the edge of a precipice. He vowed to himself that to seize the future he truly wanted, he would redo this as many times as it took. A manic grin spread across his face. He shifted his weight, his boots scraping against the stone edge. He spoke into the wind, a promise to a lost power. "Wait for me." Puppet sword. His eyes narrowed with unwavering conviction as he continued his declaration. In the next timeline, a wild, almost desperate laugh erupted from him, his head tilting back towards the sky. "I will." His voice echoed as he threw himself into the abyss, his laughter trailing behind him against the backdrop of the open sky. As he fell, choosing to return by death, the world dissolved around him. Only a single, burning conviction remained, echoing through the end of one timeline and into the next, a promise to someone, a vow that he would make them human, no matter what it took. In a recurring vision of defeat, Kiska is on his hands and knees, helpless before a monstrous foe. He closes his eyes, a faint, determined smile on his lips. This is attempt number 560. Once again it begins. His resolve solidifies into a clear purpose. Standing tall, he clenches his fist and makes a solemn vow, promising the puppet sword that he will wait for it and that he will turn it into a human. He no longer cares about revenge. He accepts that even killing Darga will not bring Namia back. With this new purpose in mind, he stands before two large, intricate magic circles glowing on the floor of a stone chamber. He turns and proceeds down a long, torch-lit dungeon corridor, determined to save the only friend he has found in this place. His journey through the corridor leads him to a large, ornate stone sarcophagus. He recognizes it as being connected to the puppet sword's dream. He suddenly realizes something is wrong. He looks around the empty hall in alarm, calling out for the puppet's sword, only to find it gone. He turns his gaze toward the deep darkness of the corridor. As he wonders what might be inside the darkness, a shadowy, three-fingered appendage shoots out with incredible speed, wrapping tightly around his leg. He cries out in shock and pain, caught completely by surprise. He was ensnared, held fast by thick, dark tendrils. Before him loomed a grotesque monstrosity, a massive, fleshy orb covered in a multitude of unblinking eyes, its cavernous maw lined with dagger-like teeth. His own eyes widened in disbelief, a name escaping his lips in a choked whisper. "Puppet, sword." The horror gave way to desperate confusion. "Why?" he pleaded, his voice trembling. "Why did you turn into this monster?" His mind raced back through their shared history, recalling the countless battles they had fought together. He remembered telling the sword spirit how it was becoming more human. And yet, despite that progress, the fang maw before him began to close, threatening to crush him. A powerful tendril seized a limp form, lifting it effortlessly as Kiska's anguished voice echoed in the chamber, questioning why this had to happen to his companion, the puppet sword. The weight of the revelation crushed him. He collapsed to his knees, then fell forward onto the cold stone floor, utterly defeated, whispering the sword's name one last time. His eyes shot open as the full implication struck him. If the puppet sword had turned into a monster, that meant it was no longer a sword at all. A wave of absolute despair washed over him. He understood with chilling certainty that there was no longer any way for him to escape the dungeon. He thought back on the sword's true nature. The puppet sword had always been an existence outside the normal cycle of save and reset, of being unaffected by the causality of death and rebirth. This understanding seemed to steal him, and slowly, shakily, he pushed himself back to his feet. He stood amidst the dungeon's decay, a grim realization settling in. To have any hope of returning to the surface, he first had to solve the mystery of the save and reset system. He wondered if, like the puppet sword, there was anyone else who existed outside the normal cycle of death and rebirth. With this new objective, his thoughts focused on a single individual. There was only one person he could possibly turn to for answers. He proceeded down a long, torch-lit corridor, his steps echoing in the oppressive silence. His destination came into view, and he steeled himself. He admitted internally that he wasn't thrilled about this course of action, but he had no other choice. Before him, suspended within a column of light, was the woman, Ajiha Tsubaki. She floated unconscious, bound by heavy chains that wrapped around her armored form. He stared at her face, his mind racing. This was Ajiha, the very person who had granted him the save and reset ability in the first place. He knew the danger this represented. There was a very real chance she would simply kill him again. But the thought of repeated death no longer fazed him. He resolved that no matter how many times she struck him down, he would simply keep coming back. His purpose was clear. He would persist until he learned the truth about the save and reset from Ajiha herself. Reaching forward, his hand made contact with the containment field, and it instantly shattered. The sudden release sent Ajiha tumbling to the stone floor. Kiska watched, stunned, as she stirred and began to wake with a soft yawn. He watches as the woman he freed, Ajiha Tsubaki, slowly comes to her senses. Her eyes, filled with confusion, fix upon him. After a moment of silence, she speaks, her voice soft and uncertain, asking who he is. His hope shatters. With a look of disbelief, he asks if she truly doesn't remember him. She looks down, a pained and apologetic expression on her face. She explains that if they have met before, she is sorry, but she simply cannot remember him. He quickly dismisses her apology, trying to appear composed as he tells her it doesn't matter if she doesn't remember. He hesitates for a moment before speaking again, acknowledging that it's a strange thing to ask someone she has just met. Her question cuts him off, revealing the true depth of her memory loss. With a look of genuine confusion, she asks if he knows who she is. He reels back, his eyes wide with shock at the realization that she doesn't even remember herself. His gaze drifts upward, taking in the stone-carved ceiling of their prison. He confirms their location, the Katarov dungeon. He confirms her unspoken question about their surroundings, stating plainly that they are in the Katarov dungeon. The truth is now undeniable. Ajiha has amnesia. His mind races with this new complication. He observes that she can still talk, so it's not a complete loss of memory. Seizing the opportunity, he addresses her by name and asks if she knows anything about the puppet sword. He presses on, asking about the puppet sword, but Ajiha can only look back with a pained, confused expression. She murmurs the name as if trying to grasp a forgotten memory, but ultimately concludes that she doesn't think she knows it. She apologizes for her inability to help, but he quickly raises a hand, reassuring her that it's fine if she doesn't know. He then begins to explain that, for reasons he doesn't fully understand, the puppet sword is a living sword. More importantly, he states with conviction, she is his friend who has been turned into some kind of monster. His purpose here, he continues, is to find a way to make her dream of becoming human come true. Ajiha listens, her eyes wide with surprise at his profound dedication. Her surprise melts into a bright, determined smile. Understanding how important the puppet sword is to Kiska, she clenches her fists and enthusiastically declares that she will help him with his goal. Her earnest offer catches him completely off guard, and he stammers his thanks. A thought crosses his mind. This kind and supportive Ajiha is nothing like the one from his past, the one he didn't want to remember. He decides to put those troubling memories aside for now and focus on the person in front of him. His brief moment of contemplation makes Ajiha ask if something is wrong. He shifts their focus to the immediate danger, explaining that a monster lies ahead. He needs a weapon to fight it, but has none. The reality of the situation dawns on Ajiha, who realizes she won't be much help in a fight. Suddenly, an idea strikes Kiska. He turns to her urgently, asking if she knows about something called an item box. The term seems to resonate with her, sparking a flicker of recognition. A memory surfaces, and her face lights up. "Let me try it," she says eagerly. As she holds out her gloved hand, a small orb of pure light materializes just above her palm. She exclaims in triumph, "It worked!" She concentrates, the glowing orb in her hands pulsing with light as she searches for a weapon. Kiska watches intently, asking if there might be a sword inside, his expression hopeful. After a moment, she exclaims that she's found one, materializing a long sword from the light. She seems surprised to have possessed such an item. Kiska's eyes widen in excitement, realizing that with this weapon, they can finally fight back. She presents the sword to him, handle first, admitting that she probably wouldn't be able to use it well herself. She insists that he should be the one to take it. He accepts the weapon, his grip firming around the hilt. A determined smile spreads across his face as he declares it's time to test the sword and press onward. Putting the blade to immediate use, Kiska charges down the corridor, engaging a group of monstrous, headless equine beasts. He dodges their attacks and slices through them with surprising strength, leaving Ajiha amazed by his power. After the battle, they find a moment to rest. Kiska reflects on the sword's power, noting that it allowed him to obtain a swordsmanship skill and even level up. Ajiha returns, holding some meat she gathered, and suggests they have it for dinner. His relief fades as he considers the path ahead. He knows that golden living armors await them, and a grim look crosses his face. He recalls the monstrous puppet sword, realizing that to defeat these powerful enemies, he will need its power, no matter the cost. The memory is vivid, the grotesque, many-eyed creature that the puppet sword becomes, and the knowledge of how to turn it back from that monstrous state. He wrestles with this thought, a bead of sweat on his brow. He concludes that there is only one person within this dungeon who might have knowledge about the puppet sword. Turning to his companion, he gets her attention. He informs Ajiha that they are about to go meet someone, though his expression remains serious, hinting at the gravity of the situation. He turned to Ajiha, a strained smile on his face as he explained that the person they were about to meet could be difficult to deal with. He stressed the importance of being exceptionally respectful. She took his warning seriously, her expression firming as she confirmed she understood and would be careful. With their agreement settled, Kiska declared it was time to proceed. They arrived before a threshold marked by intricate magical seals on the floor. Standing side by side, Kiska admitted to her that, from this point forward, their success was entirely a gamble. He continued, voicing a sliver of hope. He thought that perhaps, with Ajiha by his side this time, things might not conclude as disastrously as they had before. As they walked down a long, stone corridor toward a lit room where a lone figure sat, he clung to that possibility, telling himself he had to believe it. The figure looked up from her teacup with an air of mild surprise. It was a young woman with her hair in high twin tails. Uh, uh, she murmured, her gaze fixing on them. You are. At last, they stood face to face. Ajiha stared, her eyes wide with disbelief as she identified the woman before them. The hero, she breathed. Kiska, however, looked utterly bewildered by her reaction, questioning her softly. Inside a stone-walled room, Judith sits calmly at a small table, a teacup in hand. Across from her, Kiska kneels on the floor, his hands placed reassuringly on the shoulders of a distraught Ajiha Tsubaki, who is huddled before him. Their faces, etched with worry and desperation, turn towards Judith, seeking answers. She processes their story, her expression serious. She understands now. The sword has become something far beyond a mere weapon, having transformed into a terrifying monster. A confident, knowing smile spreads across her face. This, she decides, may be a situation where she must personally intervene, a last hope appearing in their moment of need. Her declaration leaves both Kiska and Ajiha wide-eyed and speechless with shock. Recovering, Kiska leans forward urgently, his voice filled with a desperate hope. He asks Judith-sama if she knows how to turn the puppet's sword back to normal. She calmly explains that as a vampire who has lived for over 1,000 years, she has encountered many such items. She calls them puppet equipments, or what is more commonly known as the parasitic series. She continues, describing the vast and varied power of these parasitic weapons. Throughout history, many have sought to wield them. Some succeeded, harnessing the power to become legendary warriors. Others, however, were consumed by the very strength they coveted, their lives destroyed by it. Her gaze sharpens. While she cannot be certain about the nature of this specific puppet sword without examining it firsthand, she reveals with a sly smile that she does, however, have a theory on how to restore it. A wave of relief washes over Kiska. He knew it. Judith-sama truly is amazing. With his hand over his heart, he earnestly pleads for her to lend them her strength to restore the puppet sword. He pleads with his hand over his heart, while Ajiha bows her head deeply beside him. Together, they beg Judith for her assistance. Judith, seated before them, acknowledges that she has long contemplated how to deal with the puppet gear, but states that this is not the real issue. She has another concern. Her attention shifts from the weapon to the woman at his side. She asks if the girl beside him is, in fact, Ajiha. Judith's eyes narrow as she identifies Ajiha as a hero, a being with the power to change the world itself. As Judith questions why such a person was brought to her, Ajiha trembles, the realization dawning that she truly is a hero after all. Stunned by this revelation, he turns from his kneeling position to face Ajiha, demanding to know who she really is. A thought suddenly strikes him. He recalls Ajiha mentioning that Lady Judith was being hunted, and he understands now that her initial distrust of them was only natural. With this new understanding, he rises and introduces himself with a disarming smile. He states his name is Kiska, and that he is just a simple farmer. Judith's eyes widen in surprise. She questions aloud if a hero truly brought a simple farmer to her. He calmly confirms that is the case. He looks her directly in the eye, reiterating that he is just a man, nothing more and nothing less. He then adds a condition to his honesty, admitting that while he has been truthful, he cannot yet say that he fully trusts her. Judith listens, a faint, intrigued smile forming on her lips. She considers his proposal, a faint smile playing on her lips as she concludes that dealing with the puppet sword at this moment might not be a bad idea after all. Overwhelmed with relief, Kiska and Ajiha express their gratitude. Kiska is astounded, having never imagined such an outcome was possible. He marvels at the thought that the three of them, once adversaries or strangers, would ever join forces. But the moment of reprieve is shattered when Ajiha suddenly stops, her body tense. She warns them that something is coming. Kiska and Judith turn towards her, confused by her abrupt change in demeanor. From the shadows above, a figure descends upon them. It is a woman identical to Ajiha, but her face is twisted into a wide, malevolent grin as she lunges forward, a dagger in hand. Kiska and Judith can only stare in utter shock. The doppelganger's eyes are wide with manic glee as she closes the distance. Kiska and the real Ajiha cry out in alarm, while Judith's expression hardens in horrified realization. In a flash, the attacker strikes, her blade aimed directly at Judith. Kiska screams Judith's name as the devastating result of the ambush becomes clear. Judith blocked the blow, but at a terrible cost. Both of her arms have been severed at the elbow, sent flying through the air. The real Ajiha stares, paralyzed with disbelief, stammering out a question of why there is another version of herself. Her double, meanwhile, clicks her tongue in annoyance, her blade still dripping. The imposter turns her smug, cruel gaze upon the original Ajiha, demanding to know who she is. With a vicious strike, the attacker introduces herself as Dark Ajiha and declares the other fake. The real Ajiha cries out, insisting that she is the genuine one, as Kiska watches in helpless terror, shouting her name. The malevolent doppelganger of Ajiha stares down her counterpart with a predatory grin, declaring that they are one and the same. She commands the real Uchiha to merge with her. Sensing resistance, her expression twists into a manic fury. She vows to erase the original and take her place, lunging forward to attack while Kiska watches, paralyzed. Her charge is abruptly halted as Judith, a sly smirk on her face, intercepts the blow with a massive, dark blade that seems to have manifested from her own body. The force of the impact reveals Judith's sharp fangs. The real Uchiha gasps in shock, identifying her defender as a vampire. Now wielding two enormous blades, Judith holds the doppelganger at bay. She mockingly tells her foe that while she is free to run wild in her hideout, such rudeness will come at a steep price. Kiska can only call out her name in astonishment. The vampire presses her advantage, unleashing a furious flurry of slashes that forces the real Uchiha, caught in the crossfire, to desperately parry. As he watches the chaotic scene, Kiska has a sudden, startling realization. He exclaims that the woman who attacked them and the Uchiha he knows are two completely different people. His mind flashes back through all the painful moments and seemingly cruel actions he's experienced with Uchiha. With dawning horror, he wonders if it was all the work of the dark imposter. While he processes this, the real Uchiha, now free from the doppelganger, turns her aggression on Judith. She lunges forward, screaming for the vampire to die. Judith kneels, unimpressed, remarking that this is all she can do. Seeing this, he moves without hesitation. Declaring that he understands the situation, Kiska steps between the two women, blocking Uchiha's sword with his own as Judith watches with a surprised, fanged grin. He stands firm between the two women, his weapon held ready. With unwavering resolve, he declares his intention. He will stop Dark Uchiha. His words strike Uchiha with the force of a physical blow, her expression twisting into one of shocked disbelief and simmering rage. Her shock quickly hardens into fury. She brandishes a knife, ordering him to move aside and threatening to cut him down if he continues to defy her. He meets her threat not with fear, but with a chilling, confident grin. He taunts her, asking if she truly understands the consequences that would follow should she kill him. His unnerving calm only fuels her rage. She screams his name, her face contorted as she demands that he stop getting in her way. Ignoring her outburst, he turns his back on her completely. He walks calmly towards Judith and the dark doppelganger, musing aloud that he never intended to be an obstacle. He positions himself protectively before them, a gentle smile on his face as he clarifies his true motive to Uchiha. He simply wants to protect the people he considers close to him. This declaration shatters Uchiha's composure. She points accusingly, her voice cracking with desperation as she insists that she's the true hero who saved the world, and that the woman beside him is an imposter. Her frantic claims do not move him. He looks at her with a steady, unreadable gaze, stating that her status as a hero is irrelevant to him. He explains that there's only one thing he knows for certain. His gaze hardens as he points directly at her. He delivers his final, damning judgment. She is the one who does not belong here. He stood by as the woman he had chosen. The dark-haired doppelganger began to unravel. She lamented that even after saving the world, everyone's affection was still directed solely at Uchiha. Her face twisted in anguish as she cried out that no one, not a single person, had ever truly loved her. Her despair erupted into a piercing, desperate wail that echoed through the chamber. The raw sound of her grief stunned Kiska, Judith, and the true Uchiha into shocked silence. Through her tears, the doppelganger confessed that if she had known this would be the outcome, she never would have saved the world. With a look of utter misery, she wished for this entire world to simply disappear. As she collapsed to the tiled floor, a single, chilling word escaped her lips: reset. Instantly, a torrent of black energy, sharp and jagged, burst from her outstretched hand. The power swelled into a dark star in her palm before erupting outwards, forcing Kiska and the others to recoil in terror as the darkness began to consume everything around them. The darkness, unleashed from the doppelganger's hand, rapidly filled all empty space. It was a tide of nothingness, enveloping the entire world and swallowing all light, leaving only the horrified expressions of those who witnessed its birth. And so, the world came to an end. It was not a grand battle or cataclysm, but the result of what seemed to be a single girl's random whim. Yet, the truth was far more profound than simple jealousy, anger, or hatred. The final, lingering thought echoed in the void. A world without love is a world that is not needed. The Adventurers Guild in Katara Village stands as a prominent, well-constructed building under a clear blue sky, its timber frame and red-tiled roof a beacon for those seeking fortune and glory. Inside, Kiska sits alone at a wooden table, a mug in his hand and a meal before him. He reflects on his current location, the bar of the Adventurers Guild in Katara Village, where he is simply having a drink. He confirms the impossible truth to himself. This isn't just Katara Village. It is the village as it existed 100 years in the past. With a heavy heart, he brings the mug to his lips, the shadows of other patrons moving like ghosts behind him as he contemplates his displacement in time. His mind flashes back to the pivotal moment, recalling the day Dark Uchiha, with tears streaming down her face, screamed the word reset. In the wake of that cry, the entire world was swallowed by an encroaching darkness. He remembers the disorienting sensation of floating helplessly within a black, featureless void, defined only by a glowing white grid stretching into infinity. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a world without a sky or a ground. It was there, in that strange dimension, that he encountered something utterly alien. Before him hovered a collection of silent, crystalline geometric shapes, pyramids and polyhedrons of stark white, drifting through the grid abyss. As he stared, a voice suddenly emanated from the objects, startling him. "Hey there," it said. "You look like you've seen a ghost." His eyes widened in pure shock. He floats in the void, admitting to himself that a great deal has happened, leaving his thoughts in a complete mess. As he tries to process his situation, a disembodied voice emanates from the crystalline shapes, laughing that thanks to him, it has had some great entertainment. He recoils, startled, demanding to know who is speaking and where this place is. The voice calmly responds, suggesting he think of it as someone who observes the world. It tells him he can call it the Observer, and reveals that this place is the end of a ruined world. His eyes widen as the truth sinks in. He realizes the world truly was destroyed because Dark Ajiha rewrote causality itself. Confused, he asks why he is still conscious if the world is gone. The Observer explains it is because he exists outside the flow of causality, implying he should have some idea as to why. He reflects that while he doesn't fully understand causality, his ability to save and reset must be what is allowing him to hold on to his consciousness. The Observer then addresses him by name, Kiska, and prepares to ask a question. The entity's question cuts through the void. "Don't you want to save?" Ajiha Tsubaki, it elaborates, stating that she holds the key to the world's survival. If he can save her, there may still be hope for the world's rebirth. He processes this new mission, his mind connecting the dots between saving Ajiha, his own strange fate, and her connection to Dark Ajiha. He comes to a quiet realization. Everything truly began the moment he met her. He struggled to process the revelation, his mind racing with unanswered questions. The meaning behind Dark Ajiha's tears, the true nature of Ajiha herself, it was all a mystery. He had to admit, he didn't truly understand any of it. But if she was really the key to saving his world, then only one path lay before him. His fist clenched with newfound resolve. Then he would be the one to save her. The Observer seemed pleased by this declaration. A disembodied voice chuckled, commending his spirit before preparing to act. As a blinding light erupted from the geometric forms, the entity's final words echoed through the void. The fate of the world now rested in his hands. He was cast through time and space, sent to the world as it existed 100 years before its eventual destruction. Since that moment, he had been living in this past era. Now an adventurer, he sat alone at a tavern table, finishing a meal. He paused, lost in thought. It had been a few weeks since his arrival, and he had spent every moment searching for any sign of Ajiha. But his efforts had been in vain. He still hadn't found a single clue. As he mulled over his failure, a heavily armored woman approached his table from behind. The armored adventurer seemed agitated as a guild receptionist made an announcement, calling for a platinum-ranked adventurer who had cleared the Katarov dungeon. Kiska's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized she was looking for him. He stands at the guild counter, listening as the receptionist points out the armored adventurer eating nearby. The receptionist, flustered, realizes he is the very person she was just talking about, stammering in disbelief at his platinum rank. Kiska vaguely recalls someone mentioning this when he first registered to cover his living expenses. Before he can react, the armored adventurer is standing directly before him. With an intense gaze, she confirms his identity and demands to know why he didn't step forward immediately. He offers a nervous smile, sweating as he fumbles for an excuse, explaining that he was in a bit of a hurry. His flimsy excuse is met with a skeptical, flushed expression. The adventurer repeats his words, in a hurry, as if finding them absurd, while he glances down at his half-eaten meal. She seems to relent with a huff, accepting his explanation for the moment. She declares the situation an emergency, stating there is no time to waste. Without another word, she seizes him by the collar of his tunic. He cries out in protest, telling her to wait, but her grip is unyielding. Her strength is undeniable as she begins to drag him bodily across the guild hall floor, his feet scraping against the wooden planks. He struggles in her grasp, his face contorted with effort and disbelief. He can only marvel at how impossibly strong she is for a female knight. She pulls him out of the guild and through the city streets, heading towards a massive stone aqueduct that marks one of the main thoroughfares. After being dragged along, he finally finds his footing as she stops abruptly. "Ah, we're here," she announces. Confused, he looks around and asks where they're going. He is brought before a massive, fortified gate. The armored knight who escorted him, Kinaria, announces to her waiting party that this is the entrance to the Katarov dungeon and that she has brought the man who cleared it. Another knight, this one with her hair in a high ponytail, thanks Kinaria for the help. She sizes up the young man, remarking with a smirk, "So, this is the guy." The ponytail knight turns to him, stating that it's reassuring to have someone who knows the dungeon well before asking for his name. He, in turn, feels a bit underwhelmed, thinking to himself that she doesn't seem as strong as he'd imagined. He introduces himself simply as Kiska. The knight repeats his name thoughtfully, then reveals that they would like to ask a favor of him. This declaration startles Kinaria, who immediately questions the decision. She asks if they're truly going to trust someone they barely know. The ponytail knight calmly tells her to settle down. She elaborates, explaining to her skeptical companion that if they wish to work with Kiska, they must first earn his trust. Having made her point, she turns back to Kiska and apologizes for her party's earlier heavy-handedness. She then asks if he can keep what they are about to discuss a complete secret. He looks up, a bead of sweat on his temple, but agrees without hesitation. Sure, he promises, I will. With his cooperation secured, the ponytail knight reveals their purpose. They have tracked a certain individual who is now hiding within the Katarov dungeon. That is why, she explains, they need someone like him who is intimately familiar with the place. Kiska's eyes widen at the mention of target, and he immediately asks who it is. Before she can answer, his expression shifts to one of confidence. He confirms that he knows the dungeon's layout better than anyone. He stared at the group of adventurers, and a woman with the ponytail spoke, revealing the identity of the person they were tracking. It was she claimed the Demon King. The words struck him with the force of a physical blow. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, his mind reeling from the impossible declaration. Sweat beaded on his temple as he turned back towards the party, unable to form a coherent thought, managing only a choked syllable of confusion. The woman simply smiled, unfazed by his shock. Finding his voice, he stammered, asking just who these people were. A tale known throughout the land began to surface in his mind. The story of a legendary hero party who had once defeated the Demon King. The woman's voice cut through his thoughts, confirming the unbelievable truth. She introduced herself as the hero Elijah, and her companions as that very same legendary party. She then asked if that revelation satisfied his curiosity. Kiska stares, wide-eyed and sweating, at the group of armored warriors standing before him. A wave of recognition and disbelief washes over him as he stammers, realizing just who these people are. His unspoken question is answered by the party's leader, a woman with long, light-toned hair. She confirms his suspicion. They are the legendary heroes party. She explains that their forces are currently locked in a fierce battle with the Demon Lord's army in the Western Aryan region. She continues, her expression hardening as she clenches a gauntlet fist. While they currently have the upper hand, she stresses the need to completely wipe out the enemy. If the Demon Lord escapes into the dungeon, she warns, there is no telling when his army might rise again. Having established the gravity of the situation, she turns her full attention to Kiska. Addressing him directly by name, she makes a simple, powerful request. They need his strength. He is stunned into silence. The hero, Elijah, is asking for his help. The idea seems almost impossible to him, while Elijah herself watches him with a confident, knowing smile. Before responding to her plea, Kiska finds his own voice, asking if he might pose a question first. Elijah readily agrees, assuring him that he can ask her anything. He looks at her earnestly, his own quest taking precedence. He asks if she knows a girl by the name of Ajiha Tsubaki. He then reveals his motivation, explaining that the entire reason he became an adventurer was to find Ajiha. Elijah listens intently, repeating the name thoughtfully as she processes his words. In response, she turns to her companions, a stout warrior in horned armor, a hooded figure, and another armored woman. She asks if any of them have heard the name, but the second woman confirms they have not. She turns back to Kiska, her expression softening with apology. She delivers the disappointing news. It doesn't look like anyone in her party knows the person he is searching for. She considers his dilemma, then proposes a new arrangement to Kiska. He listens, his expression thoughtful as he murmurs his understanding. She then clarifies her offer with a confident smile, promising that if he agrees to lend them his strength, they will help him search for the person he seeks after the Demon Lord is defeated. The weight of her promise settles upon him. He realizes that the hero's party, one of the most influential forces in the world, is offering to help him find Ajiha. The magnitude of the opportunity leaves him momentarily stunned. He makes his decision, agreeing to her terms if his power is sufficient. Elijah's face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin, delighted by his acceptance. She formally welcomes him aboard once more. With the agreement sealed, they clasp hands, their handshake marking a pivotal moment. A destiny that began a century ago is now set in motion once again. Now officially a member of the party, Kiska stands in new gear, still processing the unbelievable turn of events. Elijah suggests they all do a round of introductions and asks him to go first. He hesitantly agrees. He begins, stating his name is Kiska and that his class is a swordsman and adventurer. He adds that he also possesses a skill called taunt. Elijah's interest is piqued, and she remarks that it sounds like a nice skill to have. She elaborates on her thought process, noting that she heard he was ranked platinum and that they are counting on him. With his taunt skill, she believes he would make a good evasion tank, a role focused on dodging attacks and drawing enemy attention. Kiska confirms his understanding, and Elijah announces she will introduce herself next. She stands proudly, placing a hand over her heart as she introduces herself as the current hero, Elijah Rastarna. She adds that her rank is master and her position in the hierarchy is 7th. The name resonates with Kiska. Even in the world he came from 100 years in the future, the name of the hero Elijin was well known. His mind recalls the history associated with that legendary name. Elijin is the first prince of the kingdom of Fustarna, which includes Kataroy village. It is foretold that in the battle for Ariane, he will defeat the demon lord and become a legendary hero. As Kiska processed the staggering fact that his new leader was the 7th strongest person in the world, Elijin turned to the next party member. She prompted the armored woman, Kinaria, for her introduction, acknowledging that the situation was rather nerve-wracking. She responded with a clipped, formal statement, Kinaria Glycis, a holy knight of diamond rank. Her introduction was so brief that Kiska commented on its speed, which drew a laugh from Elijin, who teased that Kinaria was terrible at communication. Following her terse introduction, the stout warrior with the horned helmet stepped forward with a hearty laugh. He introduced himself as Gorgon, expressing his honor and excitement to work with Kiska. He admitted they were a quirky bunch, but assured Kiska that each of them had a solid backbone. His boisterous welcome concluded, and attention shifted to the silent, hooded figure. Elijin called out his name, Knock, but was met with only a silent stare, the individual's face remaining completely obscured by shadow. He offered no response at all. Kiska thought to himself that while Gorgon had mentioned weirdos, this person was far too mysterious. Believing that was everyone, he prepared to move on. Just then, however, his eyes fell upon a small, childlike girl with elven ears who had been standing quietly amongst the party the entire time. He hadn't even noticed her. He leaned down with a friendly smile, patting her gently on the head as if she were a lost child. Hey, little girl, he asked kindly, where's your mom? The girl's face immediately contorted with flushed, furious indignation. His innocent question was met with a sudden burst of uproarious laughter from Elijin. She doubled over, pointing and shouting about how Kiska had just treated Niao like a little kid. Still laughing, she explained to the bewildered Kiska that, believe it or not, the girl was actually far older than any of them. He stared in shock as he learned she was an elven mage named Niao. The realization struck him. He'd heard that elves live for ages, which explained her youthful appearance. As Kiska stammered an apology, Niao pointed her staff at him, her cheeks still puffed with annoyance. She declared that she wouldn't forgive him if he treated her like a child again. With the introductions finally complete, Elijin announced it was time to proceed. With introductions complete, the heroes' party sets off with a unified cry. Their destination, the Katarov dungeon. As they make their way across the rooftops, Kiska strides ahead, taking a different path from the rest. Elijin calls out, asking where he is going and reminding him that the main entrance is in the opposite direction. He leads them not to the main gate, but to a secluded chamber within the structure. Apologizing for the wait, Kiska presents a glowing pedestal, explaining that it is the second entrance, a teleportation circle leading deeper into the dungeon. His words catch the others by surprise. Elijin repeats the term teleportation circle with a hint of confusion, while Kinaria exclaims that she has heard of this place before. Her memory proves correct. She recalls that this specific circle was used to banish criminals. As she speaks, a dark shadow falls over Kiska's face, his expression unreadable. He confirms her suspicion, stating plainly that this is where he entered the dungeon and managed to survive. The revelation stuns Kinaria, who stares at him and breathlessly asks just who he truly is. Before she can press him for more details, Elijin calmly places a hand on her shoulder, silencing her inquiry with a steady gaze. The hero then turns her attention to Kiska, asking if the monsters beyond this point are strong. With a confident grin, Kiska replies that his former self would have died hundreds of times against them, implying that for their current party, it will be a different story. With that assessment, the entire party gathers on the glowing teleportation circle. Elijin declares that the monsters ahead should be perfect for a warm-up. As the circle prepares to activate, Kiska looks at the hero beside him. He reflects on Elijin's kindness, noting that she didn't even try to question him about his painful past. He stood with his new companions, his resolve hardening. This was his second time challenging this dungeon, and this time, he would see it through to defeat the Demon King. The teleportation magic swirled and then settled. He found himself kneeling on a cold stone floor, the transfer seemingly a success. But as he looked up, a flicker of unease crossed his face. Something was wrong. Rising to his feet, he took in his surroundings. He was in a long, torchlit corridor made of rough-hewn stone, and he was completely alone. A quick scan of the empty hallway confirmed his fears. He wondered where he was, realizing with a jolt that the rest of the party was nowhere to be seen. It seemed they had all been separated during the teleportation. He quickly assessed the situation. This wasn't the same place he had been sent to on his first trip. For now, he decided his priority had to be regrouping with the others. With a new objective in mind, he began to walk down the corridor. He recalled that during his first time here, he had been far too weak to explore this floor in any detail. The corridor stretched on, confirming his memory that this level was quite vast. As he walked, a faint sound reached his ears, and a grim smile touched his lips. He knew what was coming. From the shadows ahead, a hulking figure emerged, blocking his path. It was a massive, fur-covered beast with a brutish face, tusks, a prominent mohawk, and muscular arms ending in clenched fists. The creature let out a deafening roar that echoed through the stone passage. Kiska, however, remained perfectly calm, a single, dry thought crossing his mind about the enduring popularity of mohawks. Deep within the dungeon, Kiska comes face to face with a hulking, mohawk bugbear. A smirk plays on his lips as he recognizes the beast. It has been a while, but he recalls fighting this very creature over 500 times. His body remembers the patterns, the flow of combat. He knows that the first step is to dodge its opening strike by crouching forward. He executes the maneuver perfectly. As the bugbear's massive fist whistles through the air where his head just was, Alk is already in position, sword drawn and glowing with power, ready to deliver a single, decisive killing blow. With the creature dispatched, he glances back at its fallen form, a bead of sweat on his brow. It was a close call. His muscle memory almost compelled him to fight barehanded, just as he had been forced to in the past. Putting the thought aside, he resolves to deal with the rest of the bugbears quickly. He breaks into a run down the stone corridor, determined to catch up with Elijin and the others as soon as possible. His advance comes to a sudden halt before a deep pit lined with countless sharp spikes. A wave of terror washes over him. He remembers his past self, who would recklessly charge through such deadly traps. The memory is now horrifying. The fear is a stark reminder of his past life. Even with the ability to save and reset, he realizes the trauma of his many deaths still lingers, rushing back to the site of familiar dangers. He cautiously crawls past the edge of the pit, moving deeper into the dungeon. He enters a small chamber and stops. On a pedestal in the center of the room sits an ornate treasure chest. He recognizes it instantly. This was the source of his second skill acquisition 100 years ago. A nervous sweat forms as he wonders if he can obtain a skill from again in this new timeline. He opens the lid. A glowing panel materializes before him, displaying a long list of skills sorted by rank, from S down to C. He breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he can indeed use it. Now, he faces a critical decision. What skill should he choose? As he scans the options, a crucial memory surfaces. The last time he was here, he was unarmed. He had to survive by cleverly provoking monsters into fighting each other. This time, however, is different. A look of understanding dawns on his face as he realizes the new possibilities open to him. He reflects on his new assets, the flaming sword and his recently acquired sword skills. From the list of abilities offered by the treasure chest, his finger decisively taps on the word acceleration. His choice is driven by the memory of the creatures that had killed him most often in this dungeon during his past life. Putting his decision to an immediate test against a group of bugbears, he grins, declaring it's time for a test slash as he invokes the new skill, acceleration. The result is instantaneous and shocking. Surrounded by the dismembered remains of the monsters, he stands in stunned silence, wondering aloud if they were always this weak. He looks down at his enchanted blade, realizing the profound difference the flaming sword and his skills have made compared to when he struggled barehanded. As this realization dawns, a heavy stone passage rumbles open nearby. A confident smirk crosses his face. He is now absolutely certain that the monsters in this dungeon are no longer a threat to him. His confidence secured, his thoughts turn to the larger mission. He reminds himself that his goal isn't just to clear the dungeon, but to defeat the Demon King. Normally, he would hurry to regroup with his party, but he acknowledges there is something else he must do first. He proceeds down a stone corridor, arriving in a chamber distinguished by 3 large, intricate magical circles glowing upon the floor. Staring at the glyphs, his expression hardens with resolve. He knows there is one thing he absolutely must check before moving on. Without hesitation, he steps onto one of the glowing circles, causing it to flare with a brilliant surge of magical energy. He stands within the activated magic circle, a desperate hope forming in his mind. If he could just get there, maybe, just maybe, he'll find what he's looking for. The possibility steals his resolve, though a bead of sweat reveals his underlying apprehension. In a flash of light, he is transported to a vast, dark chamber dotted with what look like stars. Before him stands a massive, glowing cylindrical seal, humming with latent power. He stares at the empty vessel, a memory of a Jiha, Tsubaki bound in chains flashing through his mind. The truth dawns on him with a jolt. In this era, she hasn't been sealed yet. A Jiha isn't here. With this new understanding, he turns away from the seal and scans the unfamiliar architecture, his mind racing with a single question. Where could she possibly be? He proceeds down a long, stone corridor when a sudden noise breaks the silence. He stops, listening intently, recognizing the distinct sounds of a fight. Cautiously, he peeks around the corner and his eyes widen in shock. Someone is engaged in combat just ahead, in what he recognizes as a bugbear den. The warrior is Canaria, and she is fighting with breathtaking power. She leaps through the air, her blade a blur as she effortlessly parries a werewolf's attack. He is stunned by her incredible strength. His shock gives way to tactical analysis. He knows this area is filled with numerous werewolf dens. While a single beast isn't a major threat, the true danger of this room lies in venturing too far inside. He realizes the dire consequence. The werewolves will inevitably circle around and surround any intruder. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Canaria activates her acceleration skill, dodging a lunging werewolf that attempts to flank her. He leaps into action, slashing a werewolf just as it lunges for Canaria. Landing beside the startled adventurer, he flashes a determined grin and announces he is there to help. Canaria looks back, surprised by his sudden appearance. Following his intervention, they stand back to back, surrounded by the remaining beasts. With his strange, dark sword at the ready, he declares that together they will wipe them all out. Acting on his words, the pair launches into a fluid, coordinated assault. They weave through the monsters, their blades flashing as they cut down the werewolves with brutal efficiency. The battle concludes swiftly, leaving the chamber floor littered with the bodies of the defeated werewolves. Alk turns to Canaria, stating with some relief that they somehow managed to take them all down. Instead of thanking him, Canaria turns to him with a stern expression. She admonishes him not to stick his nose where it doesn't belong, questioning why he interfered when he is supposed to be just a guide. Her sharp rebuke leaves him momentarily stunned. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as he stares back, utterly confused by her reaction. She continues, her voice laced with pride and annoyance. She states plainly that she is a diamond-rank adventurer and asserts that she would have defeated the monsters on her own, even without his help. His confusion gives way to a somber understanding. He lowers his gaze, realizing that Canaria does not see him as an equal or an ally, but as something else entirely. The reason for her suspicion suddenly becomes clear. His face darkens as he recalls the nature of his arrival, through a teleportation circle used specifically to exile criminals. He turns back to her with a look of weary resignation. He concedes that it's only natural she wouldn't trust him, as he must look like a criminal. He then clarifies his identity. He is just an elk farmer. He responds to her suspicion with a weary, pained smile, admitting that he is quite used to facing discrimination. His quiet admission is met with an unexpected response as Canaria speaks his name, Kiska, causing him to look up in surprise. She continues, her back still turned to him, stating plainly that his death would be a problem for her. The declaration leaves him momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Turning to face him, Canaria elaborates on her reasoning, explaining that as an adventurer party, it is their duty to protect ordinary citizens. Her expression becomes more intense and slightly flustered as she adds that, beyond her general duty, she personally forced him into this situation. Therefore, she declares, he is now her responsibility and must make it out of the dungeon alive. Overwhelmed by her fierce declaration of responsibility, he calls out her name, his voice filled with emotion as he begins to speak. He lowers his gaze, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features as he confesses that his past was full of misery. Despite this, he continues with a pained smile. He gave everything he had but still failed to protect the one person he loved. Before he can elaborate on the painful memory, Canaria raises a hand, gently cutting him off. She tells him that he doesn't need to say any more. She walks ahead down the stone corridor, a gentle, knowing smile on her face. She muses aloud that everyone has a past they can't forget, or memories they wish they didn't have to remember. Her words reach Alk, who watches her go. A small, genuine smile touches his lips as he calls out her name and apologizes for his earlier behavior. After a moment of silence from him, Canaria simply responds with a soft humph, privately thinking to herself that he is a better person than she had initially believed. As they walk down a long, tiled corridor, Kiska turned to his companion. He asked Canaria if she had any idea where Elijin and the others might have gone. Canaria considered this, replying that His Highness would most likely venture off alone in pursuit of the Demon King. She reasoned that if they simply headed toward the Demon King's likely location, they would probably catch up with him quickly. As she spoke, a look of sudden realization dawned on Kiska's face. His eyes then fell upon a large, jagged hole smashed into the side of the corridor wall. With a spark of excitement, he exclaimed that he recognized this place, leaving Canaria to look on in confusion. He announced that it was Lady Judith's second hideout, one she rarely used. The memory of Judith's sinister, smiling face flashed through his mind. He continued wistfully, remarking on how nostalgic it felt and that he used to frequent the place. He added that it was built a century ago, a fact that seemed to catch Canaria by surprise. She peered into the dark opening and asked where the hole led. Kiska, beginning to sweat, explained that it was a passage for vampires. Her expression instantly hardened at the word vampires. A vein throbbed on her temple as she glared, and Kiska realized with a jolt of panic that he had made a terrible mistake. He panicked internally, realizing Canaria's strong sense of justice would compel her to demand they slay the vampires for the good of the people. He quickly tried to backtrack, frantically insisting that it wasn't for vampires and stammering as he searched for another explanation. He blurted out that it was a break room. Canaria looked at him, unconvinced, stating she had never heard of such a thing. Sweating profusely, Kiska insisted it was true, though he knew he was only telling a half-truth. He pressed the lie, adding with a wink that the room had a kitchen and beds, and that he had used it often himself. Canaria considered his words. She noted that they weren't exhausted, and that time was of the essence, implying they should continue on without delay. He internally grappled with the conflicting truths about Lady Judith, a potential vampire, yet his cherished benefactor. As Canaria urged them to keep moving, he felt a wave of relief, save for the moment from having to explain his lie. As they proceeded down the long, torchlit corridor, he observed the stonework with an unsettling familiarity, noting to himself that the passage remained unchanged, even from a century ago. The heavy, coffered stone slabs of the ceiling passed overhead, cracked with age but still holding firm. Breaking the silence, he turned to Canaria, his mind shifting back to their primary objective. He asked for her thoughts on why the Demon King would have fled into the Katarov dungeon in the first place. She explained her theory. During the battle at Ariane, the Demon King sustained heavy damage from an attack by His Highness. She believes it retreated into the dungeon to heal its wounds, but also suspects another, more sinister purpose. Her suspicion pointed toward a grim strategy. She believes the Demon King plans to devour the powerful bosses lurking within the Katarov dungeon. The goal of this monstrous consumption, she concluded, is to absorb their power and amplify its own strength. This realization visibly startled Kiska. Processing this information, he quickly formed a plan, suggesting they head directly for the boss room, where they might encounter Religion and the others. Canaria agreed, but cautioned him that they might find the Demon King itself waiting for them instead. Despite her warning, he set his jaw with determination, declaring that they must be ready for any outcome. Canaria watched him, seemingly in silent agreement. Their path forward culminated at a massive, reinforced door. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed from the other side, signaling that they were not alone. He hears the distinct sounds of combat coming from behind the massive, reinforced door. Realizing it's the golem's chamber, he shouts that someone is fighting the boss inside, and that they must open it immediately. He and Canaria immediately throw their weight against the heavy doors, straining to force them open. As he pushes, his mind races with possibilities. Is it Religion and her party fighting in there? Or have they arrived too late and found the Demon King? Their combined strength is useless. With a grunt of frustration, he realizes the chamber must be sealed until the battle is over. Canaria confirms his suspicion, stating that the door won't budge at all. Then, as suddenly as it began, the noise of fighting stops. The abrupt silence hangs in the air. Canaria, ever practical, urges him to try opening the door again, now that the conflict has seemingly ended. This time, the heavy doors swing inward with a low groan, the magical seal having been released. The sight within is one of utter destruction. The chamber is filled with the shattered remains of a massive stone golem. Seated calmly upon a large piece of rubble, sword resting across her lap, is Religion, looking entirely unscathed. Overcome with shock and relief, both he and Canaria cry out her name in unison. She looks up, greeting them with a casual smile, as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Canaria rushes to her side, asking if she's hurt, but Religion simply laughs, boasting that she doesn't have a single scratch on her. Leaning back, Religion expresses her relief that the Demon King was prevented from consuming the golem. Kiska can only stare, awestruck by her power. He marvels that she single-handedly defeated the same monster that Ajiha had struggled against. Her moment of rest is brief. She turns her attention back to the mission, asking Kiska if the main boss room is located further ahead, and more importantly, if it is still intact. He confirms with absolute certainty, a determined look on his face. As far as he knows, there are 2 more bosses left to face. His thoughts race as he maps out the path ahead. He recalls that the Griffin's chamber is next, followed by the chamber of the giant centipede. His knowledge impresses Religion, who remarks that she was right to trust her instincts about him. She recalls Judith mentioning that the centipede only moved into this dungeon about 50 years ago, leading her to speculate that in this era, a different boss might occupy that chamber. She rallies the group with renewed vigor, declaring their intent to defeat the remaining bosses before the Demon King can devour them. Turning to Kiska, she affirms that they are counting on his guidance, and he readily agrees. Their confidence shatters the moment they step through the next doorway. All 3 adventurers, Canaria, Kiska, and Religion, stare forward, their faces masks of stunned silence. Before them lies a vast, empty chamber. The floor is stained with dark pools of fluid and littered with stray feathers. Kiska voices the grim reality. The Griffin isn't here. Religion quickly realizes the truth. She admits to underestimating the Demon King, not expecting him to find the bosses so easily in such a large dungeon. It's not that the Griffin is missing, she concludes, but that it has already been devoured. She immediately turns her attention back to Kiska, demanding to know the location of the next boss. With a serious expression, he reveals that the next chamber is the final one, at the very end of the dungeon. His declaration sends a wave of shock through his companions. Both Religion and Canaria stare, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden realization that they are already at the threshold of the final confrontation. Her shock gives way to fierce resolve. Religion commands Kiska to lead them to the final boss chamber. Clenching his fist, he acknowledges the order, ready to proceed. He hurried down the stone corridor, calling out to the hero ahead of him. He questioned the decision to press on, asking about their other companions, Kalgano, Niao, and Nok, and insisting they should regroup with him first. She turned back, dismissing his concerns with a confident smile. She declared that time was of the essence, and, more importantly, that they did not need to regroup. Her statement left him stunned. He asked if she was serious, unable to believe she would leave even Canaria behind. Elijin's expression hardened as she confirmed it, stating that she alone would be the one to fight the Demon King. She then proclaimed her status as the hero, asserting that only she possessed the right to face the Demon King. Canaria added a practical reason, explaining that Elijin's powerful attacks might inadvertently strike them all during the battle. With the matter settled, the reduced party of three, Kiska, Elijin, and Canaria, proceeded deeper into the dungeon, their footsteps echoing in the empty hall. They passed by a pedestal where an ornate chest lay open and empty. Kiska noted with concern that the crystal of wisdom had already been used. Moving past the empty chest, their focus shifted to the massive, imposing doors that stood at the very end of the corridor, sealing the final chamber. As they stood before the entrance, Kiska nervously announced their arrival. Beside him, Canaria was visibly sweating with anxiety, while Elijin remained resolute and stern. The three adventurers gazed up at the colossal doors, intricately carved with crescent symbols. Kiska breathed out the realization. This was the final boss chamber. His expression tightened with apprehension. He knew that what lay beyond that threshold was either the final boss he remembered from his past life, or the Demon King himself. He stands with his companions, ready for the final confrontation. Elijin gives a quiet affirmation. All right, and Kiska, filled with resolve, urges them forward. Let's go. With their decision made, the heavy doors to the chamber creak open, revealing the throne room beyond. As they step inside, they are met with a shocking sight. Before them sits the Demon King, a being of immense size and power, casually chewing on the remains of what appears to be the dungeon's final boss. The adventurers freeze, stunned by the unexpected scene. His eyes widen in disbelief. Kiska stammers, his mind struggling to process the grotesque display. He realizes with dawning horror that the Demon King is consuming the very creature they came to defeat. In stark contrast to her companion's shock, Elijin wears a confident, almost mocking smirk. She addresses the colossal figure directly, asking how the final boss tasted. The Demon King pauses his meal, looks towards her, and replies with utter nonchalance that the flavor was merely average. Inside a grand throne room, the hero Elijin confronts the seated Demon King, Zorga. With a confident smile, she gathers light in her palm, preparing her glowing sword and declaring her intent to settle their conflict. Beside her, Kiska and Canaria stand ready. The Demon King rises to his full, colossal height, towering over the adventurers. He flexes his clawed hand, remarking that his recent meal wasn't particularly tasty, but he can feel an immense power surging through his body. He turns his gaze to Kiska, a low chuckle rumbling in his chest as he acknowledges the boy's arrival. Kiska stares back, aghast at the Demon King's sheer size, and silently questions if even Elijin has the strength to defeat such a monster. The Demon King continues, stating that Kiska's presence saves him the trouble of having to hunt him down. With that, he begins to raise his massive, dark-bladed weapon. With a menacing grin, he lunges forward, expressing his gratitude for the convenience. As the colossal figure charges, Elijin shouts a warning to Kiska, and Canaria urgently tells him to stay sharp. In response to the charge, Elijin unleashes a powerful technique from her holy sword style, the cruciform slash. The Demon King meets her attack with his own profane slash, noting with a smirk that she is going all out from the very beginning. The two opposing sword arts, one of holy light, the other of dark energy, speed across the chamber and collide with tremendous force, erupting in a blinding flash of power. Watching from a safe distance, Kiska realizes with shock that the two immense attacks have completely neutralized one another, leaving both combatants unharmed. The combatants clash again. The Demon King snarls, calling Elijin a little pest, but she meets his ferocity with a determined grin, retorting that she is just getting started. Their blades meet in another shower of sparks. As they trade blows, one of the Demon King's powerful slashes goes wide, hurtling directly toward Kiska. Canaria sees the danger and screams for him to watch out. He throws himself aside just as the force of the attack explodes where he stood. Canaria cries out his name, asking if he is okay. Catching his breath, Kiska confirms that he managed to dodge in time. As the two combatants re-engage, she warns Kiska that if either of their attacks were to hit them, they would be killed instantly. Their only course of action, she insists, is to focus entirely on avoiding the crossfire. He quickly agrees. Watching the battle rage, Canaria provides crucial intelligence. She identifies their foe as the Demon King, Zorga, a mutated species of man-eating giant. She explains that in a recent battle at Ariane, he suffered a critical blow from his highness and fled into this dungeon. Elijin, parrying a heavy blow, adds to the grim assessment. She reveals that while his highness is ranked 7th among the master class, the Demon King Zorga is ranked even higher, at 5th. The terrible implication of this information dawns on Kiska. He realizes that since Zorga has now devoured the dungeon bosses, his power must have increased. Canaria confirms his fear, stating that the Demon King is now most likely stronger than Elijin. His conclusion is proven true on the battlefield. The sheer force of Zorga's assault drives Elijin back, her face a mask of strain as she struggles to hold her ground. Kiska and Canaria watch in horror. Sensing his overwhelming advantage, the demon king sneers. He gives the human credit for pushing him this far, but declares that this is the end. He raises his massive weapon, roaring the word annihilation. As the final blow descends, Kiska shouts Elijin's name and surges forward to help. Kinaria quickly grabs his arm, stopping him. She tells him to wait, her eyes fixed on the fight. Her faith is rewarded. Elijin slides low beneath the massive swing, dodging the attack completely. She declares that the outcome of a battle is not decided by strength alone, renewing the hope of her onlookers. As the hero prepares her counter, Kinaria explains the source of her power. His Highness possesses not only superhuman strength and swordsmanship, but has also added enhanced physical ability to her arsenal. This combination, she reveals, is the ultimate technique of the Holy Sword style. She unleashes her ultimate technique, the Celestial Gray Slash, a blinding arc of holy energy aimed directly at the Demon King. The force of the blow sends her soaring past him, the attack powerful enough to knock his helmet from his head and his sword from his grasp. Yet the Demon King himself remains standing. He turns with a cruel smirk, mocking her failure. Kiska and Kinaria watch in horror, while Elijin herself is stunned, unable to believe her ultimate attack missed its mark. Before she can recover her footing, the Demon King closes the distance in an instant, his fist crashing into her side with devastating force. The blow sends her hurtling across the chamber, where she collapses against the far wall, gasping in pain. Struggling to her knees, blood trickling from her lips, she realizes with dawning dread that this is a completely different being from the one she faced at Ariane. Seeing her wounded, Kiska rushes forward, determined to help. Kinaria cries out his title, but it is Elijin who shouts the loudest, ordering them both to stay back. She clarifies her desperate warning, explaining that anyone who gets too close will be caught in the crossfire of her attack and will surely die. Kiska freezes, stunned by the revelation. As the hero holds her allies at bay, the Demon King retrieves his weapon. He calmly states that while he had planned to slowly torture her to death, his plans have now changed, leaving Kiska to wonder what he means. He reveals his new intention with a terrifying declaration, channeling immense dark power into his blade. He announces he will use the unorthodox sword style to burn her to ash, leaving the onlookers frozen in shock. The Demon King brought his blade down, unleashing the full force of his phantom holy annihilation. Watching from the sidelines, Kinaria knew this was it. One mistake and Elijin would be finished. With no other choice, the hero steeled herself for the blow. But just as the devastating energy was about to strike the downed hero, a single word cut through the chaos: save. The unexpected command left Alk and Kinaria stunned. He stared in disbelief, wondering if he had truly heard someone say save. Before he could process it, the Demon King's immense attack vanished completely, leaving only a crater of smoldering rubble where Elijin sat, untouched. The sudden disappearance of his ultimate technique sent Zorga into a fit of mocking laughter. He scanned the area, sneering at the foolish hero, questioning if she had simply been turned to ash and vanished. His taunts were cut short as, impossibly, dozens of spectral copies of Elijin materialized around him, striking from every direction at once. Alk gasped in shock, while Kinaria observed that the hero was somehow multiplying. He quickly realized his first impression was wrong. No, he thought, his eyes wide with astonishment. It only looks like she's multiplying. He understood that her movements were simply too fast for the eye to follow, creating a blur of afterimages. Kinaria confirmed his suspicion, explaining that while it appeared as if Elijin had split into multiple copies, she was in fact using her unique save ability. She was using it to rewind time, repeating the same moments over and over again to create the illusion of a simultaneous, multi-pronged assault. The revelation struck Alk with force. He remembered Elijin's save ability and the reset power used by the Dark Uchiha. He possessed both save and reset himself. Yet he understood with a sinking feeling that he was completely incapable of replicating such a feat. His thoughts returned to the battlefield, where the true nature of the conflict was laid bare. With this incredible power, the hero Elijin stood against Demon King Zorga, marking the beginning of the fourth hero versus Demon King war. Her final, time-woven strike found its mark. With a triumphant smirk, she declared that his reign had come to an end as the Demon King's body began to shatter under the overwhelming assault. The colossal form crumbled, its dark armor and flesh dissolving into nothingness until only a heap of remains lay on the stone floor. As the dust settled, Kinaria cried out in relief, addressing her as Your Highness. Alk, equally relieved, simply called out her name. Elijin turned towards them, a weary but satisfied smile on her face. She chuckled lightly, asking if she had made them worry. Just then, a massive set of doors behind them began to creak open with a deafening groan. The rest of her party, Gorgon and Yao, rushed past her towards the newly opened passage. The dwarf warrior boomed, asking where the Demon King was, while the small elf girl called out to Elijin in excitement. Watching the victorious group prepare to head home, Alk's mind raced. He had just witnessed Elijin defeat the Demon King using save, a feat that cemented her status as the hero. Yet, this only raised a more pressing question. Who, then, was Uchiha? He wondered if they had truly saved the world, as the mystery had only deepened. Unseen, Judith watched from the shadows. Beneath a vast, clear blue sky, a peaceful town rests, its stone church steeple reaching towards the heavens. It is a day of triumphant return. In a flash of brilliant light, a group of adventurers materializes on a high balcony overlooking that very town, their long journey finally at an end. The hero Elijah takes a deep, satisfying breath, a wide grin spreading across her face as she declares that the air on the surface is simply the best. Her sentiment is shared, though for different reasons. The dwarf Gorgon bellows with laughter, urging Elijah to find food, reminding her they haven't had a decent meal in days. The young elf Niao agrees, clutching her stomach and admitting that it's grumbling loudly. As the party shares a light-hearted moment, an elderly man in a butler's uniform rushes towards them, his voice choked with emotion as he cries out that his highness has returned. He reaches the group, his face a mask of overwhelming relief. This is Frat, Elijah's butler. He thanks the heavens that she is safe. Elijah winks, casually greeting him and confirming she's back. She apologizes for making him worry, but Frat, wiping tears from his eyes, explains that he was sick with worry after hearing she had entered the dungeon with only a small group for a top-secret mission. Elijah smiles reassuringly, informing him that they managed to defeat the Demon King safely. His eyes widen in amazement. As Frat expresses his awe, Elijah quickly deflects the credit, placing a hand on Kiska's shoulder and declaring it was all thanks to him. Kiska, caught completely off guard, stammers that he didn't really do anything. He tries to downplay his role, but Elijah insists, explaining to her butler that without Kiska, they wouldn't have even known the way through the dungeon. She adds that the Demon King had devoured every other monster, and if left unchecked, could have become a threat beyond anyone's control. He bashfully tries to deflect the praise, insisting he didn't do much, but Elijah is firm. She declares that there is no doubt Kiska was the true MVP of the battle, and the rest of the party voices their sincere gratitude for his help. She continues, admitting that while she was the one who defeated the Demon King, she was panicking when the party was scattered during the teleportation. Kiska looks startled by her candid confession. His surprise gives way to an apologetic smile as he admits that, to be honest, he didn't know about that particular detail either. Elijah confesses she was also in the dark. Meanwhile, Gorgon and Nock discuss the dungeon's mechanics. Gorgon speculates that the hidden teleportation circle was likely designed to prevent exiled party members from entering together, noting that he has seen plenty of other parties use the main gate without issue. Their conversation is cut short when the butler, Frat, suggests they move along. He reminds the heroes that the people are waiting for them and that it is time to head back to the village. Following his lead, the entire party emerges from the dungeon entrance to face a large, expectant crowd of villagers who have gathered to welcome them. The crowd erupts in excited murmurs upon seeing the hero. They recognize Elijah, and a rumor quickly spreads among them that she infiltrated the notorious Katarov dungeon all by herself. Stepping forward, Elijah raises a hand, and a large, ornate chest materializes before her with a flash of light. She calls for the villagers' attention, introducing herself as Elijah, first prince of the kingdom of Rastarna, and announces that she has slain the Demon King. As the chest opens, it reveals the grim proof of her victory, the severed head of the Demon King Zorga, his face locked in a final, monstrous snarl. With the evidence displayed for all to see, Elijah raises a fist in triumph. She declares that peace in their world is at last assured and calls for everyone to celebrate together. The crowd, with Kiska smiling among them, roars its approval. Amidst the joyous crowd, Kiska looks on with a faint, relieved smile, a bead of sweat on his temple. He quietly expresses his gladness at how things have turned out. His relief is shared by the others. Elijah laughs heartily, telling Niao that ever since she came to this era, she felt as though she'd been caught up in something unbelievable. He walks through the village, his earlier apprehension giving way to a genuine smile. He decides that this turn of events isn't so bad after all, turning his attention to Canaria walking beside him. She notices his gaze and explains their next move. She informs him that a grand victory parade will be held in the royal capital, Larna, to celebrate the Demon King's defeat, and that they will be heading there tomorrow. Her expression softens slightly as she gives him a piece of advice for the evening's festivities. She warns him not to drink too much tonight, reminding him to be well-rested and ready to move in the morning. The implication of her words suddenly dawns on him. His eyes widen in shock as he points to himself, stammering as he asks if her instructions mean he is also part of the parade. She looks at him, her expression firm and unwavering. She confirms his inclusion without hesitation, stating plainly that of course he is. He is a member of the hero's party. After all, her words, and the way she said them, resonate deeply with him. A warm smile spreads across his face as he realizes she addressed him with a small but significant change. That evening, under a starry sky, the party gathers at a large local inn to celebrate their victory and their final night in the village. Inside, the mood is festive. Gorgon laughs boisterously while a green-faced Niao looks ill from drinking. Kiska, Elijah, Canaria, Nock, and even Ajiha Tsubaki share a meal, enjoying the hard-won peace. He recalled Elijah's promise, delivered with a confident smile. She had assured him that once all the post-battle duties were concluded, she would begin the search for a jiha, just as she had pledged. This filled him with a renewed sense of hope. He knew Elijin was a prince of the kingdom of Rastarna. With a network that vast, the search would surely be more effective. As night fell over the town, he felt a quiet optimism settle over him. For the first time in a long while, it seemed he was finally one step closer to finding a jiha. The next morning, the entire party gathered by two ornate carriages, preparing for their journey to the capital. Elijin took charge of the arrangements, deciding that she, Canaria, Frat, and Nock would occupy the first carriage, anticipating a relaxing trip. This meant Kiska was grouped with the others. The boisterous dwarf, Gorgon, immediately clapped him on the back, declaring him a big bro, much to the quiet annoyance of the elf, Niao. Niao reflected on her own awkward introduction, feeling a distance had formed between them. Shaking off, she called out for everyone to head for Larna. Inside their carriage, a tense silence hung in the air. Gorgon, ever the extrovert, broke the quiet by once again addressing Kiska as Big Bro. He leaned in, his expression friendly, and asked about Kiska's past accomplishments. He mentioned hearing that Kiska had cleared the Katarov dungeon and questioned how many people had been in his party. Kiska hesitated for a moment before quietly stating that he had cleared it alone. The admission struck Gorgon dumb. He stared, wide-eyed, and exclaimed that such a feat was completely insane. He confirmed that Gorgon had figured it out, explaining that he was exiled through a hidden teleportation circle. The dwarf, a diamond rank adventurer himself, admitted that the mere thought of soloing a dungeon sent chills down his spine. He continued, clarifying that using the hidden circle meant he couldn't leave until the dungeon was cleared, so he had no choice but to push through to the end. At this, Niao interjected with a confident smile, boasting that if she were around, a return teleportation circle wouldn't even be necessary. She explained that she possesses a return spell, a revelation that caught Kiska completely by surprise. She smugly added that she could have gotten them out just fine, even with the hidden circle's restriction. Kiska then clarified his own escape. After defeating the Demon King, who had devoured the original final boss, a new teleportation circle appeared, allowing him to return to his village. Gorgon laughed heartily, turning to Niao and teasingly accusing her of just wanting a bit of credit for the dungeon clear. Kiska chuckled, reassuring a flustered Niao that he understood. Gorgon then lamented that he himself had lost time in the dungeon after being chased by a headless horse. Gorgon continued, noting that despite the delay, he still made it to the final boss room, even showing up late to Elijin's fight with the Demon King. Kiska quietly affirmed this. He then recounted how his own party formed, explaining that he and Niao met early on and traveled together for a while before they ran into the hooded adventurer, Nock. He concluded that they simply followed Nock's lead, and before they even realized it, they had arrived at the final boss's chamber. Hearing this, Kiska remarked that he had never actually spoken with Nock himself. He glances over at the hooded figure, Nock, who seems to be observing him intently. Within the shadows of their hood, Nock muses that Kiska is a strange one, wondering if he possesses some kind of special skill. Suddenly, the carriage lurches to a violent stop, throwing everyone off balance. Kiska cries out in surprise as Gorgon shouts for them to check outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Kiska throws open the carriage door and leaps out. He lands on the dirt road, his companions emerging behind him, and his eyes widen in disbelief at the scene ahead. In a clearing, two figures stand in opposition. He cannot comprehend what he is seeing. The figures come into focus. It is the Demon King, Zorga, massive and imposing with a greatsword resting on his shoulder. Facing him is the hero, Elijin, her own blades drawn and ready for battle. Kiska stares, his mind reeling with confusion. He questions aloud why the Demon King is here. The Demon King's face twists into a malevolent grin. He confirms his identity, mocking them by stating he is the very same Demon King they believe they had already defeated. A bead of sweat traces a path down Elijin's temple. Her confident facade has shattered, replaced by sheer terror as she glances back at Kiska, her voice trembling as she warns him to stay back. Her warning is punctuated by a horrifying sight, a massive, gaping wound torn through the center of her breastplate. She calls out Kiska's name, her strength clearly failing. He screams her name in horror. In that same instant, a blade of pure darkness slices through the air with impossible speed. The blade finds its mark not in Elijin, but in Kiska. It erupts from his chest in a spray of blood, his face frozen in a silent scream of agony and shock. His eyes widened in disbelief, tears welling as a choked gasp escaped his lips. The world around him seemed to fade, consumed by the searing agony in his chest. He forced his gaze downward, his mind struggling to comprehend the sight. A blade of pure darkness, pulsing with malevolent energy, was buried deep within him. He could only wonder what this horrifying thing was. As his strength failed, a single, frantic thought consumed him. Who was it? Who was the one who had killed him? The question echoed in the fading light of his consciousness, but the answer wouldn't come. His final moments fractured into fleeting images, a wicked, dark scythe, a silent treeline, and his own hand falling lifelessly to the earth. He was unable to see his killer's face as everything went dark. Kneeling in a torch-lit stone corridor, Kiska reflected on his new reality. Ever since he had arrived in this world, 100 years in the past, this moment marked his first death. He understood with grim certainty that this was where it all began. He recalled Elijin's solemn words to him. She had explained that his own death was inconsequential, no matter how many times it happened. However, if she were to die, the future a century from now would irrevocably change for the worse. Faced with this stark reality, his resolve hardened. If that was how things stood, then he would stand before her, shielding her from that fate. He and his companions would delve into the dungeon and change destiny itself. His determination was immediately assaulted by a flood of traumatic memories. Eligin, a gaping hole in her chest, the triumphant revival of the Demon King, and his own body, pierced by a blade. The most critical detail, however, remained agonizingly out of reach. Who had killed him? He pushed himself to his feet and began walking down the long corridor, the weight of everything that had happened pressing down on him. So many things had occurred all at once. As he walked, his mind focused on the final confrontation. He was certain that at the scene of Elijin's death, the only ones he saw were her and the Demon King. Yet, there was one piece of the puzzle he knew for sure. He reasoned that Elijin's carriage, which had been traveling ahead of his own, should have contained Kinaria, Nock, and Frat. But in his memories of the final battle, they were nowhere to be seen. The implication was chillingly clear. Everyone who had been riding in that lead carriage had been killed by someone else before the final battle even began. He mentally reconstructed the sequence of events. An unknown assailant had first eliminated the party members in the lead carriage. That same person then revived the Demon King, before circling around to ambush his own carriage from behind. And with that tactical realization, the final, brutal memory slammed into him. The assailant had come up from behind and killed him. He continued to puzzle over the events of his death, his mind racing through the facts. Eligin was a master rank adventurer, and Kinaria was diamond rank. It seemed utterly impossible that anyone could have taken them both down in an instant. Furthermore, he recalled that Gorgon and Niao were positioned behind him. If the killer's sole purpose had been to slaughter the entire party, those two should have been the first targets, not the last. His thoughts were interrupted by the hulking forms of a werewolf and another massive, bugbear-like creature blocking his path in the stone corridor. He grit his teeth, knowing he couldn't afford to waste time while the Demon King was still at large. He resolved to keep moving forward, analyzing the past as he fought through the present. A flood of memories washed over him. His party fighting together, the list of his own hard-won skills, and the sight of a spike-filled pit below. All of it felt distant, yet critically important. As he walked, his focus narrowed, pushing aside the immediate threats to pinpoint the most crucial memory of all, the moment he was killed. The memory struck with the force of a physical blow, a dark, jagged blade erupting from his chest in a spray of black. He recalled the final moments, his gaze fixed on the weapon that ended his life. Just before he died, he caught a glimpse of the blade and saw veins like the ones he had seen on the puppet sword. A new thought crystallized. The shape was slightly different from his own sword, but could it have been one of the Parasite series weapons that Judith had mentioned? He understood then. If the person who killed them was a wielder of a Parasite series weapon, they were facing a truly dangerous opponent. He needed to come up with a plan. He moves deeper into the dungeon, the sounds of combat echoing from the corridor ahead. He recognizes the telltale signs of a battle with werewolves and recalls that last time, Kinaria was fighting in this very den. To clear the dungeon as he had before, he decides his first step must be to rendezvous with her. But as he enters the chamber, his plan is immediately upended. It is not Kinaria fighting the werewolves, but the heavily armored dwarf, Gorgon, who swings a massive axe with brutal force. Kiska stops in his tracks, stunned by the unexpected sight. His mind reels with confusion. He remembers clearly that it was Kinaria here before. He wonders aloud why Gorgon has appeared in her place. The only possibility that comes to mind is that his act of rewinding death has somehow changed the route of events. He watches as Gorgon continues his relentless assault, felling werewolves with ease. The dwarf warrior pauses his slaughter, noticing Kiska's arrival. A confident grin spreads across his face as he greets him, calling him Big Bro Kiska. He strides over, his presence formidable. Kiska is taken aback, remarking internally on how impressive it is for one person to wipe out an entire werewolf den alone. Suddenly, Gorgon's expression twists into a ferocious snarl as he swings his axe directly at Kiska's head, shouting his name. Kiska ducks just in time. The axe blade slices through the air where his head was and strikes a werewolf that had been sneaking up behind him. Gorgon smirks, commenting that Kiska still has some life left in him. The young man looks back in shock, realizing the danger he was in. The dwarf calmly states that the situation was dangerous. Still processing the near-death experience, Kiska can only ask what he's talking about, completely bewildered. He found himself on the receiving end of a boast from the dwarf warrior, Gorgon, who questioned how someone claiming to have cleared the dungeon couldn't dodge a simple attack from a slow fighter like himself. His eyes widened in surprise as Gorgon chuckled, adding that running into him worked out perfectly. Kiska could only concede that the warrior's point was true. The armored dwarf then deferred to him, resting his axe on his shoulder and asking which way they should go to find Elijin. He confidently took the lead, explaining that his job was to guide the way. Recalling the layout, he declared that they should be able to move ahead to the right without any trouble, and urged Gorgon to follow. As they walked, he offered an apology, admitting he had no idea the party would be split up. Gorgon asked if he knew anything about it, and Kiska confirmed his ignorance on the matter. He then revealed a startling fact. He had cleared this very dungeon by himself before. The statement elicited a loud cry of disbelief from Gorgon. The warrior found the claim crazy, but Kiska simply agreed. Internally, he recalled the rough truth of redoing it through countless death loops, quickly deciding it was best not to mention that part aloud. Impressed by this revelation, Gorgon remarked that with such strength, Kiska could be a full-fledged party member, not just a guide. Kiska laughed off the compliment as they continued down the stone corridor. He pointed forward, confidently announcing that the boss room, where the golem was located, was just ahead. He voiced his suspicion that a Legion might be there. His detailed knowledge prompted a wry smile from Gorgon, who commented on just how much the young man seemed to know. He is brought up short when Gorgon turns to him, a grin on his face, and asks if he already knows the future. The question catches Kiska completely off guard. Before he can process the question, Gorgon suddenly shouts a single word, "Go!" Kiska reels back in shock and confusion, calling out the dwarf's name. He stammers, trying to comprehend how Gorgon could possibly know such a thing. A nervous laugh escapes him as he struggles to find an explanation. His laughter dies in his throat as a memory surfaces, the moment of his death. He recalls the person standing behind him then. It was Gorgon. The horrifying thought crystallizes in his mind. The one who killed him in that previous life was none other than the dwarf warrior, now standing beside him. The chilling realization is interrupted as they arrive before a massive, reinforced door. Kiska observes that it sounds like the battle has already begun within. Gorgon confirms if this is the correct location. He pushes against the heavy door, but it doesn't move an inch. Gorgon grunts in frustration, explaining that the door is sealed and won't open until the fight inside concludes. The dwarf turns to Kiska with a knowing grin, remarking again on how knowledgeable he is. The comment only deepens Kiska's unease. He can no longer be certain of anything. He internally wrestles with the new information. If Gorgon was his killer, he must remain vigilant. His thoughts are cut short as he realizes the sounds of combat from beyond the door have ceased. Just as he notes the silence, the heavy doors swing open. Inside, Elygian stands with a look of surprise, and beside her is Judith, holding a massive, intricately designed sword. Gorgon lets out a booming laugh as they step through the doorway, spotting the others. Kiska, however, stares in wide-eyed shock, mistakenly identifying the woman with Elygian as Kinaria. His mistake hangs in the air as Judith, the actual woman present, observes the scene with a grave expression. She realizes that the future has shifted once more, noting to herself that Kinaria has appeared in this timeline. Unaware of the temporal complexities, Elygian offers a bright smile, welcoming Kiska and Gorgon and expressing her relief that they arrived safely. In response to her greeting, Gorgon boasts loudly, declaring that common monsters are no match for his strength. Kiska, still processing the situation, simply addresses Elygian by name. As he looks at her, a chilling premonition grips him. In his mind, Elygian's cheerful expression remains, but her words are a death sentence. She tells him he is going to die tomorrow. The vision leaves him reeling, his mind racing with the question of what he could possibly do to save her. In the present moment, however, Elygian simply asks him to guide their party forward. Lost in his dark thoughts, Kiska can only manage a weak agreement. Despite his internal turmoil, the group's progression through the rest of the dungeon proceeds without incident. Their journey is marked by fierce battles, with visions of the Demon King Zorga and other powerful foes flashing by as they press onward. The memory of Elygian's desperate struggle against Zorga in the previous timeline serves as a constant, grim reminder of the stakes. Eventually, their travels lead them to a town, where they find lodging for the night under a cloudy sky. Morning arrives, and with it, the day of their departure for the city of Larna. On a dirt road leading out of the city, two elegant, dark carriages stand ready for departure. Each is drawn by a pair of white horses and attended by drivers, prepared for the journey to Larna. As the party gathers, Elygian takes charge of the travel arrangements. She notes that with two carriages, they should have a comfortable trip and begins assigning passengers to the first vehicle. She turns her attention to Kiska, explaining with a smile that both carriages were arranged specifically to save him. He looks up at her, a mix of gratitude and uncertainty on his face, and begins to speak her name. Before he can finish his thought, Elygian interrupts with a fierce declaration. She announces that she will ride with him, vowing to personally rewrite his destiny. Kiska is stunned in his silence, only able to question if she truly means to ride with him. Having made her decision, Elygian begins to organize the rest of the party. Her plan is immediately met with enthusiasm from Niao, who excitedly asks to join them. Elygian smiles and agrees, suggesting they all ride together. Two ornate carriages, drawn by pairs of white horses, make their way along a dusty country road. The rhythmic clatter of wheels and hooves echoes through the tranquil landscape. Inside one of the carriages, Kiska sits with a tense expression, sweat beading on his brow. He reflects grimly that this time, he is traveling with a different group of companions than before. He sits across from Elygian and Niao, his gaze distant. He notes that so far, Nothing unusual has occurred, but a deep-seated anxiety prevents him from letting his guard down. His mind is consumed by a horrific memory, the image of Elijin with a fatal, gaping wound in her chest. He hardens his resolve, determined to discover what truly happened in the carriage that day and change the outcome. His intense preoccupation does not go unnoticed. Elijin leans forward slightly, her expression kind, and asks if something has happened, pointing out that he has looked quite serious ever since they boarded. He flinches, startled that his anxiety was so obvious. Flustered, he quickly concocts an excuse, stammering that he's just nervous because he has never been to a large city like Larna before. She smiles, accepting his explanation. She tells him she can understand the feeling, but that he has no need to worry. Trying to appear casual, Kiska forces a laugh and rubs the back of his neck, agreeing that he's just nervous. Elijin continues, her tone reassuring. She reveals that the ruler of Tarna is her father, King Varian Rastarna, whom she describes as a kind and gentle man. She assures Kiska that someone who contributed so much to defeating the Demon King will be warmly welcomed by everyone. Her words seem to soothe his frayed nerves. A genuine smile touches his lips as he says that hearing her say so puts him at ease. Elijin's expression softens, but she adds, "But I'm the only one." He reflects that, of course, Elijin has no way of knowing what truly happened on the last journey. Observing the cheerful atmosphere now that the Demon King is defeated, he resolves to simply play along to avoid suspicion. His thoughts are interrupted when Elijin calls his name. She turns to him, asking if he has ever been to Larna before, and if he has truly lived in Katara village his entire life. Kiska confirms that he has for the most part. He elaborates, explaining that although he was born a farmer, he would sometimes travel to nearby towns like Graal or Fiat as a peddler. The term seems to catch Elijin's attention. With a hint of self-deprecation, he adds that he felt he wasn't someone who should be speaking on equal footing with heroes such as them. His comment is met with a thoughtful gaze from Elijin, who remarks that a farmer clearing the Katarov dungeon is an unbelievable achievement in its own right. She continues, reminding him that Canaria is from a commoner background and Gorgon was once a rogue mercenary. More importantly, she says she saw what he was capable of during the fight to subjugate the Demon King. With a warm, reassuring smile, she tells him that he is loyal, dependable, and someone who could be truly trusted, asking if that isn't more than enough. Her sentiment is clearly shared by Frat and Niao, who smile in agreement. Elijin herself thinks that he is an incredible person, a man with a big heart. He thinks her genuinely moved. As he turns to look out the carriage window, his resolve hardens with the knowledge that someday she will be the one leading the kingdom, and that is precisely why he must change his fate. He gazes out at the passing trees, his mind fixed on their destination. They're drawing near the forest area, the very place where the incident occurred before. Sensing his tension, Elijin tells him that if they pass through this area without incident, he should feel free to rely on her and the rest of the party from now on, should he ever find himself in trouble. Her offer catches him off guard, and he stammers out his thanks. With a confident wink, Elijin promises to do everything in her power to help him find his girlfriend as quickly as possible. The assumption leaves him speechless, his mind blanking on the word girlfriend. Beside him, Niao stares with wide, curious eyes. As their carriage continues through the woods, he hastily tries to clarify, stammering that Ajiha is not his girlfriend. From within the carriage, Elijin's voice expresses surprise, questioning why he would search so desperately for someone who isn't his romantic partner. He struggles to find the right words, admitting that when it comes to him and Ajiha, too much has happened. He confesses that there isn't a perfect word for it. He doesn't even know how to describe their relationship, as images of both her gentle and her terrifying forms flash through his mind. He elaborates with a strained smile, explaining that they aren't family, nor are they lovers. It's a connection that's hard to put into words, but he knows with certainty that if he had never met Ajiha, he would never have made it to where he is now. Listening intently, Elijin grasps the depth of his feelings. She understands now. Ajiha is someone incredibly precious to him. Kiska confirms this, his expression firming as he declares that he came to this era for the sole purpose of saving her. With the truth revealed, a thoughtful silence falls over the carriage. He turns his gaze back to the window, his thoughts drifting. He came here to save Ajiha, and now he finds himself trying to save the hero of this era, Elijin. A question forms in his mind. Is it his fate to save heroes? The carriage rumbles onward, leaving the forest behind as it crosses a sturdy stone bridge, steadily approaching the town visible in the distance. He looked up from his thoughts as the carriage came to a stop. Elijin announced their arrival in Larna, a statement her butler, Frat, quickly affirmed, noting they were almost at their destination. Kiska's eyes widened in realization. Stepping out of the carriage, the party stood before the towering stone walls and massive wooden gates of the city. Beyond the gates lay their destination, the capital city of Larna, the heart of the kingdom of Rastarna, a sprawling metropolis of countless buildings and bustling streets. The sheer scale of the capital left Kiska stunned. He could only stare, wide-eyed and sweating slightly, muttering to himself about its immense size. His awe was interrupted when Elijin pointed out that the rest of their companions had also arrived. Gorgon and the others approached, looking relieved to have finally reached the city. The dwarf warrior, Gorgon, stretched his stout frame, loudly complaining that traveling by carriage was murder on his backside. Beside him, Canaria and the hooded Nock remained composed. The three adventurers, Gorgon, Canaria, and Nock, stood together, a formidable part of Elijin's retinue. As the full party assembled, Frat watched them all with a discerning eye. For Elijin's sake, he knew he couldn't lower his guard. He reasoned, however, that the small, childlike Niao and the similarly built Ajiha were likely innocent. His private assessment was drowned out as they entered the city proper. A crowd of citizens had gathered, cheering enthusiastically for the return of Elijin Sama and Canaria-san. Walking amidst the adoring public, Kiska remarked on Elijin's incredible popularity. She let out a weary sigh, acknowledging that while she wanted to rest after the long journey, her first duty was to report to her father. She and her companions kneel in the grand throne room of Larna. Before them, seated on a raised dais, is the king, flanked by his royal advisors, prepared to receive their report. Lifting her gaze to meet the monarchs, she formally announces her return to his majesty. The ruler, King Varian Rastarna, smiles warmly, informing her that he has already received her report and commends her for a job well done. Elijin expresses her gratitude in return. She then directs the king's attention to a large, ornate box that materializes before the throne, urging him to take a look. The lid of the box vanishes, revealing the grim contents within. The severed head of a horned, demonic figure, its face frozen in a silent snarl. A wave of shock ripples through the court. The king identifies the trophy as the head of the Demon King, marveling that it was taken not from a battlefield, but from within the infamous high-difficulty Katarov dungeon. His gaze returns to the adventurers, acknowledging the immense difficulty of their mission. Elijin concurs, but clarifies that their success was due to an exceptional individual who lent them his strength. She places a hand on Kiska's shoulder, declaring to the entire court that it was his power that enabled them to defeat the Demon King without incident. Flustered by the sudden attention, Kiska internally laments his awkwardness in such situations. The king's focus shifts entirely to the young man, addressing him by name and offering his personal thanks. A nervous Kiska deflects the praise, insisting he only did what he was capable of. Pleased by this modesty, the king offers to grant him a reward, asking if there is anything he desires. Startled, Kiska stammers for a moment before revealing that he is searching for someone, a matter he has already discussed with Elijin. He initially informs the king that he doesn't have any particular reward in mind. King Varian listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Elijin smiles warmly at Kiska's side. His mind, however, is fixed on his true objectives, preventing Elijin's death and stopping the Demon King's revival. He inwardly considers what he could possibly ask for that would help achieve those goals. He then hesitates before the throne, admitting that his request might not truly qualify as a reward. Finding his resolve, he stands before the open box containing the Demon King's head and declares to the king that he does, in fact, have a suggestion. Behind him, Elijin and her party watch with curiosity. The king's interest is piqued. He leans forward, repeating the word. A suggestion, you say, as the view pulls back to show the spires of the royal castle. Night descends upon the capital, the sky above the castle rooftops filled with clouds and stars. Later, a celebratory banquet is held. Kiska sits among the heroes, Elijin's party, Ajiha, and Canaria, at a long, lavishly set table, attended by servants. While eating, he breaks the silence, stating that there is one thing he has been wondering about. His thoughts turn inward, focusing on the central mystery. He recalls the original timeline, questioning how the one who killed them was able to interfere with the Demon King's head when it should have been secured inside Elijin's item box. He connects this puzzle to the suggestion he made earlier. It seems impossible that someone could have simply taken the head from a carriage. The crucial question remains, how did their killer manage to slay Elijin and revive the Demon King? He had achieved his first objective, to isolate the Demon King's head. The ornate chest now rests upon a grand altar, a solitary and silent sentinel within a hallowed chamber. He had successfully separated Elijin from the artifact, but the core questions still plagued his mind. Would Elijin still be killed? Would the Demon King still find a way to revive? As night fell over the city, his resolve hardened. He vowed that he would figure it out, that he would uncover the identity of the one who had killed them in the other timeline. He sat alone in his modest room, the weight of his mission settling upon him. He would put an end to this threat once and for all. The Demon King's head was now secured within the sacred walls of the Temple of Larna. Deep inside the temple, the chest rested upon its altar, the only light coming from two flickering candles. A figure emerges from the shadows, their footsteps silent on the stone floor. Ajiha Tsubaki approaches the altar with quiet purpose. Meanwhile, in another location, Elijin's expression shifts from composure to one of wide-eyed, utter shock. She slips an ornate, silver ring onto her gauntlet finger, a faint, knowing smile gracing her lips as she does so. Her face breaks into a wide, ecstatic grin. At last, she exclaims, holding up her hand to display the new ring. The moment I have been waiting for. Nearby, Kiska watches as Canaria stares, her face a mask of stunned disbelief. The armored knight found herself face-to-face with Kiska, who stood in a nearby doorway. A bead of sweat traced its way down his temple as he forced a smile, his eyes betraying a deep unease. "What are you doing here, Canarius-san?" he asked, the question hanging in the air. In that moment, a terrible suspicion took root in his mind. Was she the culprit? Within a grand, ornate hall, Kiska stands before Religion, his mind racing with a single, dreadful question. Is she the traitor? She explains calmly that she was merely making her rounds, checking for any suspicious individuals who might try to misuse the Demon King's head. Kiska, feigning innocence, asks her to clarify what she means by suspicious. He presses the point, asking directly if she is referring to someone attempting to revive the Demon King. His question strikes a nerve. A dark shadow falls over Religion's face, her features contorting with unspoken fury. She quickly masks her anger with a dismissive smile, questioning if such a person even exists. Kiska, sweating slightly, plays along, claiming he wouldn't know. He continues, suggesting that even if someone tried to revive the Demon King, it's reassuring that the head is secure. With that, he declares his intention to press forward. His parting words, however, are a direct warning. Religion won't be killed. The statement shatters her composure, her eyes widening in pure shock. His friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a hard, knowing gaze. He points out that she is present, implying she understands the situation better than anyone. Flustered and enraged, Religion demands to know what he is planning. He drops all pretense. "So it was you," he says, admitting he never expected her to be the traitor. With a venomous smile, she retorts that she always disliked him and demands to know the extent of his knowledge. The two now stand separated by the length of the hall. Religion scoffs, but Kiska stands firm, declaring that unfortunately for her, he will not allow her to revive the Demon King or to kill Religion. He stood his ground as Religion declared it was too late. She raised a gauntlet hand, displaying a ring of chaos bestowed by her master. With this ring, she boasted, she could tear open space in time to resurrect the Demon King. With a wild grin, she reached for the ornate chest containing the Demon King's head, proclaiming that this very moment would mark the first step of their ambition. Her hand hovered over the chest, but nothing happened. The ring remained inert. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She pulled her hand back, muttering that it was strange. The ring had failed to react as expected. A sense of unease growing. She threw open the lid of the chest. Kiska watched her, his expression calm and knowing. Her eyes widened in shock. The chest was completely empty. From behind her, Kiska offered a disingenuous apology, admitting that he had hidden the head away. Religion whirled around, her face contorted with rage, demanding to know what he had done. He explained that her suggestion to the king, to display the Demon King's head publicly to announce the subjugation, had felled off. That was when he realized her true intentions. Her shock was palpable, her fury boiling over. Religion drew her sword, its point inches from his throat. She demanded he tell her where the head was, threatening that his life would end right there if he refused. Unfazed, Kiska's hand rested on the hilt of his own weapon. He drew his blade, which flared with a faint, powerful energy, and challenged her to try. Religion scoffed at his foolishness, questioning if a mere platinum rank adventurer truly believed he could defeat a diamond rank like herself. Kiska simply smirked, ready for the fight. Religion stands ready, acknowledging Kiska's awareness of the vast power gap between a platinum and a diamond rank adventurer. She notes that Canaria is incredibly strong, then invites him to fight just as he wishes. Following her words, she lunges forward with blinding speed, her sword raised high as she vows to cut him down. Kiska, his own blade flaring with a strange energy, braces for the attack while Canaria watches intently. Their blades meet in a furious shower of sparks. The two warriors become a blur of motion, steel clashing against steel in a rapid exchange of blows. Canaria's eyes widen slightly, surprised by the ferocity of the duel. He grits his teeth, the force of her strike rattling his arms. That was a close call. He realizes that in terms of raw strength, combatability, power, or speed, he is completely outmatched. But he has a way to even the odds. With a determined grin, he activates his skill, shouting its name, Acceleration. He moves in a flash, the sudden burst of speed leaving a stunned Religion behind. As he repositions himself, he explains that his platinum rank was assigned before he ever obtained the acceleration skill. Religion dismisses it as a mere sneaky trick. Kiska, however, holds his glowing sword with renewed confidence, declaring that with acceleration, he can now match her in speed. She counters with a wild grin, arguing that even if their speeds are equal, it doesn't change the fact that she still surpasses Canaria in raw power. With that, she launches another ferocious attack. He meets her blade, the impact jarring them both. Despite the clear power disparity, he roars that he will not lose. Annoyed, Religion clicks her tongue and demands to know the reason for his confidence. He begins to explain. After 100 years in this world and witnessing countless battles, he has realized one thing. All warriors, no matter how powerful, fight to protect their own lives. But he is different. Having died more times than he can count, he has become someone who doesn't hesitate to die. In other words, he declares with chilling certainty, he does not fear death. He brings his flaming sword down in a powerful arc. His opponent, the Knight Canaria, raises her own blade to parry, but the force of the impact shatters her weapon, sending shards flying as she cries out in surprise. Her defense shattered. Kanaria stares up from the floor in utter disbelief. She can only stammer in confusion at the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Ignoring her shock, he levels the tip of his burning blade at her face. With a snarl, he demands that Kanaria answer him. He presses his interrogation, his voice tight with accusation. He reminds her of her oath of loyalty to Eligen, questioning why she would betray that trust and attempt to resurrect the Demon King. Her initial surprise fades, replaced by a cool, knowing smile. She concedes that she doesn't know how he uncovered her plan, but since he has come this far, she agrees to tell him everything. Kiska watches her, his expression grim, warning that her fate hangs on her next words. She begins her confession, confirming that she did indeed swear loyalty to His Highness. With a blush dusting her cheeks, she reveals that her feelings ran much deeper than mere loyalty. She loved him. Her declaration stuns him. He stammers, unable to reconcile her professed love with her actions, demanding to know why she would then betray the one she loved. Kanaria's face falls into shadow as she prepares to explain. She poses a chilling hypothetical question. She asks him to imagine hating someone more than anyone else in the world, a person who also happens to be a prince, possessing immense status and power. What, she asks, would one do to guarantee that such a person is killed? The horrifying implication dawns on him. He realizes with a jolt that she is talking about Eligen. Her gaze intensifies, her voice low as she asks how one can possibly eliminate the greatest killing intent in the world. Her expression twists into one of ecstatic madness. Clutching her head, she reveals her twisted logic. The only choice, she declares, is to love them. Her twisted logic left him reeling, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as sweat dripped down his face. She continued with a chillingly serene smile, explaining that she had suppressed her killing intent toward Eligen by overriding it with love. He recoiled, internally branding her a terrifying woman. He pleaded with her to abandon these thoughts immediately, his voice filled with a desperate resolve to protect Eligen. His resolve hardened into a direct threat. If she still intended to revive the Demon King to kill Eligen, he declared, then he would have no choice but to kill her. She met his threat with a burst of manic laughter, her eyes wide with amusement. You'll kill me, she mocked, daring him to try if he thought he could. Her amusement vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, shadowed expression. I'm sorry, she stated, claiming it was for the sake of the world as she lunged forward, her hand clamping down on his wrist. A burst of dark energy erupted from her grip. He cried out, stunned by the sudden assault and questioning why she was attacking him. As the energy coalesced, a sinister black sword materialized in her hand. Its crossguard was fashioned into a malevolent, unblinking eye. It was the puppet sword. She confirmed his unspoken horror with a triumphant smirk. She was the one who possessed the puppet sword in this era. The revelation struck Kiska with the force of a physical blow. He couldn't believe it. Her smirk widened as she explained her strategy. She had let him run loose for a while, but he had gotten carried away, forcing her to act so she could finally figure out who he truly was. She presses her attack, a manic grin spreading across her face as the puppet's sword clashes against Kiska's blade with overwhelming force. He stumbles back, gritting his teeth as he realizes the dire situation. Against the puppet's sword, his own blazing sword puts him at a significant disadvantage. He knows all too well that even in its initial state, the weapon supports its user's movements and provides statistical bonuses to both their attack and defense, raising their overall combat ability. Parrying another blow, he understands it's a hopeless struggle. At this rate, he will lose. Kanaria confirms his fears, declaring that as a former user, she understands the puppet's sword better than anyone. Seeing no other option, he decides to retreat for now, turning to flee towards a large set of doors. Kanaria shouts for him to wait, her expression a mix of shock and frustration. Before he can reach the exit, a massive figure blocks his path. A heavy blow strikes him from behind, sending him sprawling. He looks up in shock, recognizing the dwarf warrior, Gorgon. The warrior scoffs at him, calling him pathetic for being hit by such a slow attack. Kiska can only groan in pain, unable to rise. He turns to Kanaria, apologizing for his late arrival. She calmly tells him to wait. She instructs Gorgon not to kill Kiska yet. The dwarf warrior is confused, pointing out that Kiska is already near death, but Kanaria explains that he's the one who has hidden the Demon King's head. She looks down at Kiska's unconscious form, noting he's on the verge of death and realizing it's too late to interrogate him. After Gorgon's sheepish apology, Kanaria decides they will simply eliminate Eligen first before reviving the demon. He knelt in the cold stone corridor, the weight of the truth finally settling in. Everything was starting to connect, and the realization was a bitter pill to swallow. The faces of those he once trusted, Kanaria and Gorgon, flashed through his mind alongside the malevolent grin of the doppelganger. The sting of their betrayal was sharp. They had been working against him all along. He focused on the memory of Kanaria, understanding now that she wasn't just a skilled warrior, but a puppet controlled by a parasitic weapon. This revelation made the situation even more dire than he had imagined. Memories of his previous death resurfaced, specifically the scythe-like blade that had ended him. It was the same type of weapon Gorgon used, confirming that both were part of the same deadly series of parasitic tools. Standing alone in the dim light, he braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. Facing two users of such powerful, cursed weapons would require more than just strength. He needed a desperate plan to survive. He began to move, retracing his steps toward the werewolf's nest. If he was to change his fate, he had to navigate the familiar dangers of the dungeon with newfound caution. He recalled their previous skirmish, noting how Canaria's prowess had increased exponentially with the parasitic sword. While he could hold his own against her normal blade, this new power was on an entirely different level. Suddenly, he froze as a strange silence washed over the corridor. The usual sounds of the dungeon, the growls and the distant echoes of combat, had vanished completely, replaced by an eerie stillness. Rounding the corner, he gasped at the sight before him. The room was a graveyard of werewolves, their massive bodies strewn across the floor in a bloody display of absolute slaughter. He scanned the carnage, but there was no sign of Canaria or Gorgon. It appeared the battle had ended long before he arrived, leaving him alone with the remains of the beasts and more questions than answers. He stops dead in his tracks, eyes widening in shock as he comes face to face with the woman who betrayed him. Canaria stands before him, her expression unreadable as she acknowledges his presence with a cold, detached greeting. He quickly masks his alarm with a strained, artificial smile, realizing that any shift in his behavior could alert her to his knowledge of her treachery. The weight of her betrayal hangs heavy in his mind, yet he knows he must play the part of the unsuspecting ally to avoid immediate suspicion. He heaps praise upon her, feigning relief at her safety and marveling at her supposed feat of single-handedly clearing the werewolf nest. She remains silent, her gaze fixed forward, offering no reaction to his hollow compliments. He watches as she dismisses the accomplishment as a trivial, everyday task, her voice devoid of emotion as she expresses a desire to reunite with the king. Turning the conversation toward their next move, she asks if he knows the path ahead, while he marvels internally at her chilling composure. She listens as he points down the long, stone corridor, explaining that following it directly will lead them to the chamber where a San is likely waiting. She accepts the information with a curt nod, her focus already shifting toward their destination. He follows as she commands that they proceed, and the silence between them grows thick with unspoken tension. She leads the way as they walk in tandem, the rhythmic clicking of their boots echoing against the cold walls of the dungeon. The young man stares at her exposed back, the dark realization dawning on him that, in this moment of perceived vulnerability, he has the opportunity to strike her down. He hesitates, his grip tightening on his weapon as he grapples with the internal conflict of whether he can truly bring himself to kill her. The fear of her retaliation and the potential consequences from the hero, who might view him as the true traitor, stay his hand. He knows he must find the truth, yet the doubt gnaws at him, leaving him to wonder if he possesses the strength or the resolve to actually put an end to her schemes. He steeled his resolve, his hand tightening on the hilt of his blade. In his mind, the necessity of the act was clear. It was for religion, and for the sake of the entire world, that he had to follow through with his grim task. His internal monologue was shattered by a booming voice echoing through the stone corridor. Someone was calling out to them from the darkness ahead, their shout filled with a boisterous energy that felt out of place in the oppressive atmosphere. The dwarf warrior, Gorgon, came charging into view with a wide, toothy grin. He laughed heartily, expressing his immense relief at having finally regrouped with his companions after their chaotic separation. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected arrival. While Canaria calmly observed that their comrade appeared unharmed, Kiska struggled to process how his carefully laid plans were being derailed. They exchanged brief words as the initial shock wore off. Gorgon remarked on how unlikely it was for the party to have been scattered so thoroughly, while Kiska offered a quiet apology for the confusion, his mind racing to adapt to the new dynamic. He took the lead once more, suggesting they continue their descent into the depths. Internally, he noted with a sense of weary repetition that this was a conversation they had navigated several times before, yet the weight of his secret remained. His gaze shifted between his two companions, the realization sinking in that his window of opportunity had closed. With Gorgon now present, a direct strike against Canaria was impossible. He would have to bide his time and wait for the next opening. The warrior's jovial demeanor suddenly vanished, replaced by a sharp, knowing look. He suggested, with a chilling bluntness, that it was time they stopped playing these games and ended the charade they were all maintaining. He could only stare in stunned silence, the air leaving his lungs as the dwarf's words struck home. Beside him, Canaria remained perfectly still, her face a mask of cold indifference as the tension in the room reached a breaking point. Alk stares at the dwarf warrior, his voice trembling as he asks what the man could possibly mean. Gorgon simply offers a knowing, unsettling grin in return, his eyes glinting with a hidden knowledge. He continues, explaining that he can feel a distinct tingle, dismissing the boy's previous words as mere delusions. The dwarf's expression hardens, his predatory focus making it clear that the conversation has taken a dark turn. Suddenly, the warrior heaves his massive, ornate polearm from his back, the heavy metal clanking against the stone floor. The sudden movement catches the others off guard, their eyes widening in realization as he speaks of records and parasites that shouldn't exist. He stands firm, his grip tightening on the shaft of his weapon as he declares that the boy is far too dangerous to be left unchecked. The air in the corridor grows heavy with his murderous intent, leaving no room for negotiation. This declaration sends a jolt of fear through the young man, who wonders if his very thoughts have been laid bare. He grits his teeth, realizing that his hidden intentions might have been sensed by the veteran warrior's uncanny intuition. Seeing the tension escalate, the knight in the high ponytail draws her own blade with a fluid, practiced motion. She admits that she had a feeling something was off, mentioning the influence of a parasitic sword and the records that bind them to this fate. Now caught between two formidable opponents, the silver-haired youth finds himself at the center of a deadly standoff. The sound of steel sliding against scabbards echoes through the hall as the two adventurers prepare to strike simultaneously. As the pressure mounts, the dark, amorphous spirit of the sword manifests behind him, its jagged mouth twisting into a cruel sneer. It whispers of destiny and the lies of masters, its presence a cold, suffocating weight on the boy's soul. The two warriors remain focused, their expressions grim as they discuss the nature of the parasitic entities. They recognize that the boy exists outside the normal cycle of life and death, a variable that must be eliminated to maintain the order of their world. He realizes then that a surprise attack is no longer an option against such perceptive foes. Even if he were to fall and return, these warriors possess an uncanny ability to read the hearts of others, making them his most dangerous adversaries yet. He stares in disbelief as the armored dwarf looms over him, demanding to know his true identity and what he is truly after. In response, he attempts to maintain his facade, claiming to be nothing more than a simple villager named Kiska, but the warrior scoffs at the obvious deception. The dwarf tightens his grip on his massive, iron-crusted mace, growling a question about whether he stands against the chaosists. As the weight of the term chaosism sinks in, he realizes the true nature of the threat standing before him and the gravity of his situation. The female knight steps forward to join her companion, revealing that they and Canaria are members of this cult, and their goal is to sacrifice a legend to resurrect the Demon King. Despite the chilling revelation, he continues to feign ignorance, though the dwarf notes that his calm demeanor in the face of such danger is a clear sign of his hidden power. Suddenly, the dwarf lunges, his heavy weapon whistling through the air as the young man barely manages to leap out of the way of the crushing blow. He grunts in pain as the relentless assault continues, with the armored giant now aiming a low sweep at his legs to pin him down. The force of the confrontation sends him reeling back, his breath hitching as he struggles to find an opening against two superior opponents. Collapsed on the ground and cornered, he grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that escaping both Gorgon and Canaria is impossible and that his only path forward might be through the cold embrace of death once more. He stares up in horror as Elysian prepares to deliver a final blow, her face twisted in a sadistic grin while she muses about starting their plan anew. However, Gorgon suddenly halts the execution, his gaze narrowing as he considers the possibility that their captive might actually be an apostle of the hero. The massive warrior leans in close, his grin widening as he explains that if their prisoner truly is an apostle, simply killing him could lead to unforeseen complications. Because of this risk, he decides on a different fate, raising his hand to reveal a sinister ring and declaring his intent to seal the boy away instead. As the ring begins to pulse with a malevolent light, the dwarf notes that its magical reserves are perfectly charged for the task at hand. With a sudden, forceful gesture, he unleashes the artifact's power, a blinding flash of energy erupting as the word seal echoes through the chamber. The young man can only scream in pure, unadulterated terror, his voice cracking as he pleads for them to stop the encroaching darkness. Moments later, his vision begins to blur and his body feels weightless, leaving him to wonder in a daze what is becoming of him while his captors look on with cold satisfaction. Ultimately, the process is completed, leaving the silver-haired youth suspended in a crystalline pillar, bound by heavy chains and lost to the world in a forced, magical slumber.